Die, replay, repeat. Chapter 51, Looking Like a Fool. Fang Xiu scrunched up his eyebrows, trying to figure out who was knocking. Can it be the investigation agency? Or maybe Zhao Hao? Why would anyone bother to knock at such a late hour when calling was so much simpler? Carefully, he stood up and made his way to the door. Instead of opening it immediately, he peered through the peephole. Much to his surprise, a red, bloodshot human eye stared back at him. The eye was wide open, with no visible eyelid. It was as if someone had gouged out the entire eyeball and pressed it against the peephole. The whites of the eye were bloodshot, while the pupil was pure black. It looked as if the red veins had taken over the whole white part. Right when Fang Xiu was about to react, the bloodshot eye suddenly sent out a burst of spiritual energy. In an instant, everything went black, and Fang Xiu's consciousness sank as if someone had delivered a hard blow to the back of his head. Fang Xiu had no idea how much time had passed when he woke up again. He found himself in a rundown warehouse, tied to a metal chair with icy steel chains wrapped tightly around him. The place was huge, its rough concrete floor covered in dark, dried bloodstains. There were no windows, the only source of light came from a couple of hanging bulbs, casting a creepy, ominous glow. A nasty, rotten smell filled the room, reminding him of decaying bodies. Not far from where he was sitting, a row of torture devices were displayed, and each one was covered in dark, crusty blood. It was obvious that a lot of people had met their end here. Maybe because of the eerie setting, the number of specters floating around seemed higher than usual. A bunch of terrifying specters were skulking about, some even circling Fang Xiu, drooling from their mouths. But they couldn't touch him until they were seen. Smack in the middle of the warehouse was an old, rusty meat grinder. The design was strange. Facing Fang Xiu was a funnel full of rows of razor-sharp metal blades. Not surprisingly, the meat grinder also had its share of dark, dried bloodstains. Next to this creepy device, a man in an all-black outfit and a matching black baseball cap stood. He appeared to be repairing the machine. Out of nowhere, the man seemed to sense something. He stopped what he was doing and quickly turned his head around. Two bloodshot eyes, almost devoid of white, locked onto Fang Xiu's. These eyes belonged to an extremely pale young man. He was so skinny he was practically just skin and bones. Fang Xiu stared back without fear. He was well aware that this was the same guy who'd attacked him at his door earlier. As for how he did it, it probably had to do with his eerie, specter-like eyes. Could he be psychic? Is his power connected to his eyes somehow? Fang Xiu wondered. You woke up pretty fast, so you're clearly not a newbie psychic, the man rasped, staring intently at Fang Xiu. His voice dripped with a touch of madness. Looks like you're a genius like me. Perfect. I really enjoy torturing prodigies. The man talked like he was pleased with himself, his face splitting into a deranged, cruel grin. Fawbolom. Facing the madness, Fang Xiu showed no sign of fear. He calmly asked, "So, is the machine ready yet?" The man seemed a bit surprised, then looked slightly flustered. "Sorry, it's been a while since I killed anyone, so the machine's kinda rusty. Just hang on a bit longer. It'll be ready soon. Speed it up." "I don't like to waste time," Fang Xiu replied. Seeing how relaxed Fang Xiu looked, the man hesitated. The next moment, his body started shaking like crazy, his face twitching non-stop. All of a sudden, he broke into wild, insane laughter. "So, you're the Fang Xiu I've heard about? You're quite a character, exactly the kind of person I like. But my cousin died, so you have died too. Ah, so you're Wang Ziteng's cousin." Fang Xiu replied calmly. The man nodded and said, "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Lin Xiang, the genius cousin of my totally useless relative." "You look pretty messed up in your head," Fang Xiu remarked. Lin Xiang laughed maniacally. Messed up? Nat, I'm sober now more than ever. At least I know I need to get back at you for my cousin, right? Hearing Lin Xiang's deranged words, Fang Xiu instantly thought of what he'd read about unstable spiritual energy on the Global Specter forum. It was obvious Lin Xiang was on the brink of losing his sanity, his spiritual energy going haywire. You're probably wondering why I'd want to get revenge on you for my cousin, right? You entered the Specter zone together, and even went through some dangerous situation. A Specter killed him, not you. So why am I after you? Lin Xiang's face suddenly twisted into an even uglier frown, his eyes fixed on Fang Xiu with a menacing look. Because you should have been the one who died. Why did you live when my cousin didn't? Does that mean he was weaker? I'm Lin Xiang, and no one's better than me, including my cousin. Oh, and there's another guy, Zhao Hao, you should know asterisk, see translator's note. I'm the one who killed your cousin, Fang Xiu cut off Lin Xiang's manic rant. In the middle of him going crazy, Lin Xiang stopped, looking lost. What did you just say? I'm the reason your cousin is dead. To be more exact, I set him up. He could have lived, but I attacked him from behind, and he couldn't move. He could only watch as the Spectre got closer and ate him alive. I just stood there, really enjoying his total despair, Fang Xiu said. Without a pause, he added, oh, wanna hear the best part? When he was dying, he tried to drag me down with him. He grabbed my pants with his blood-soaked hand. Know what I did? I stomped on his hand, crushing it until I heard bones crack. The screams he made were truly delightful. Lin Xiang stared blankly at Fang Xiu for several seconds, looking completely shocked. Then, he snapped back to reality, getting even more manic and irate. Chapter 52, Way of Death. Fang Xiu calmly stared at him, as if he was watching a clown. Don't you dare look at me like that! Lin Xiang roared madly. I'm going to torture you to death, grind you up in a meat grinder, and then feed you to stray cats and dogs. As he spoke, Lin Xiang actually took out a crumpled certificate from his pocket. A big red certificate, with the words kind-hearted person written on it. See this? I kill people and feed them to dogs. Those people even gave me this sh*t, thinking I was feeding the dogs because I'm nice. Are you scared? Tell me, are you scared? Lin Xiang's eyes were increasingly bloodshot, and his eyeballs seemed about to burst. Keeping his cool, Fang Xiu said, so you're just another messed up guy tainted by Spectre energy. Who would have thought such weak Spectre power could turn you into a rabid dog? How sad is that? You. Lin Xiang instantly became furious. In this warehouse, he had murdered a lot of people, but no one had ever acted like Fang Xiu, who didn't seem scared at all. It was like Fang Xiu made Lin Xiang feel like he was the one tied up. Usually, his victims would be shaking all over, with cold sweat pouring down, even begging to be set free, saying, I'll do anything. Just let me go. Hearing voices filled with fear and hopelessness intoxicated him. Lin Xiang was close to losing his sanity, his spiritual energy turning him incredibly violent and insane. Hurting others was the only thing that could satisfy him. Feeding on people's fear was the best part. But now, he felt neither fear nor respect from Fang Xiu, only mockery, and it drove him close to the edge. I'll make you wish you were dead. Let's see how tough you talk when you're all battered and barely breathing. In a frenzy, Lin Xiang went to the nearby table full of torture devices and started to select some tools. He grabbed a needle but thought it was too small, then a branding iron but still wasn't satisfied. He wanted the worst tool to give Fang Xiu a lesson. You're seriously slow at picking a tool, Fang Xiu said, his calm voice echoing in the empty warehouse. Arg! Lin Xiang screamed, slamming his hands on the metal table. Tools flew everywhere. Fang Xiu's calm had completely provoked him. Quickly, Lin Xiang picked up a pair of pliers off the ground and menacingly walked toward Fang Xiu. You sharp-tongued kid, I'm going to pull out each and every one of your teeth. The upper ones will be thrown to the ceiling, and the lower ones will be buried in the ground. With a twisted grin, he kept waving the pliers in front of Fang Xiu, as if hoping to see fear on Fang Xiu's face to satisfy his perverse desires. However, he was destined for disappointment. Fang Xiu's face remained as calm as an ancient statue. Just as Lin Xiang was about to lose his temper completely, Fang Xiu spoke. His voice was tranquil, devoid of any emotion. Which way of death would you prefer? What did you say? Lin Xiang was taken aback. Do you want each of your bones to be crushed by a hammer, or be beaten into a pulp with every punch? Or perhaps death by slow dismemberment? Tell me, how would you like to die? I'll do my best to accommodate you, Fang Xiu said. At this moment, Fang Xiu, as calm as an enlightened monk, was unfazed. Yet his words sent chills down the spine. Fang Xiu's words slowly wiped away the manic grin on Lin Xiang's face. He stared at Fang Xiu with bloodshot eyes, wordlessly overwhelmed by fear. Having trouble deciding. A faint smile curled at the corners of Fang Xiu's mouth, his tone as casual as if he were helping an old friend choose what to have for dinner. Well then, out of respect for the fact that you're Wang Ziteng's cousin, I'll offer you a final act of mercy. I'll choose for you, Fang Xiu said. Without a pause, he added, let's go with dismemberment. I happen to have a scalpel. I'll slice the flesh off your body, piece by piece. But I'm not a pro, so you might not last long enough to taste the real pain of it. At this point, Lin Xiang's gaze toward Fang Xiu changed, filled with incredulity. He was confused. Fang Xiu was the one tied to the chair, like a piece of meat on a chopping board. Even so, he remained so composed, and his tone even tinged with subtle confidence. It was as if Lin Xiang were the one tied up. This deeply irritated him. Arg! Lin Xiang screamed, his hands grabbing his hair frantically. His once neat hairstyle was ruined, and he even yanked out a few strands, bloodied at the roots. Madman! You're the madman! Do you not see the situation? I'm the one in control of life and death here. And you dare ask me how I wish to die? If you think I'm bluffing, you should know that you could become dog food right this second. You're just another thing for me to show off, Lin Xiang told Fang Xiu, staring hard at him to find even a tiny bit of fear. But he was bound to be disappointed. Fang Xiu's face didn't betray any signs of fear. He just looked unwaveringly calm. You've got it wrong. Your life's been in my hands all along. What are you even saying? Look around, man. Get a grip. Lin Xiang yelled, sounding frantic. Ignoring him, Fang Xiu turned his head to the side and directed his gaze toward a specter hanging around nearby. This specter was humanoid but with green skin, pointy things on its head, and razor-sharp black claws. So, you're just floating around here? You hungry for some human or what? Lin Xiang was spooked. Who are you talking to? A specter. You really can't see it? It's right next to me. Lin Xiang stared at the empty air next to Fang Xiu ___. Am I losing it, or has Fang Xiu gone crazy? Before Lin Xiang could even finish thinking, something shocking happened. The air next to Fang Xiu became distorted, and this green specter with razor-sharp claws appeared out of nowhere. Where did this specter come from? Lin Xiang turned pale from fear. Not just one, Fang Xiu replied, smirking a bit. He looked around the whole warehouse. Come on out, all of you. As he said that, a bone-chilling scene unfolded. 5 or 6 freaky specters popped up out of nowhere, their eyes all shiny like they wanted to kill, making weird growling noises. No, no, no. What's going on, Fang Xiu? Make them go away. Lin Xiang started freaking out. Dinner time, puppies, Fang Xiu said, like it was no big deal. Knock. 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 Someone was knocking on the door. Memories of the specters cruelly dismembering him flooded Fang Xiu's mind. Now it was Lin Xiang's turn to get a taste. Fang Xiu stood up slowly, each step echoing as he walked toward the door. Soon, Fang Xiu stood by the door. At the moment, there was just a door between him and Lin Xiang. Fang Xiu was inside the room, and Lin Xiang was outside now, peeking inside through the peephole, his eyes bloodshot. Lin Xiang was on the other side, getting excited. He just had to wait for Fang Xiu to look through the door's peephole. Just as Fang Xiu was going to take a peek, his sleeve moved, and there was a quick flash of silver. The scalpel appeared in his hand. In just a heartbeat, the scalpel flew straight into that peephole in the door. An ear-splitting scream filled the room. The scalpel pierced the hole easily and stabbed Lin Xiang's eyeball. Chapter 53, Waking Up. Fang Xiu's spiritual power was pain. He channeled the dark spiritual energy from within him, and it flowed through the scalpel and into Lin Xiang's body. In no time, a pain so awful it couldn't be put into words surged throughout his entire body. Right then, Lin Xiang felt like he'd been brutally killed over and over again, crushed to a pulp, eaten alive, and had his head chopped off. The pain from multiple awful deaths hit him all at once. Lin Xiang didn't even last a second, he blacked out immediately. He fell to the ground, knocked out cold. Thud. Fang Xiu pulled out the scalpel and swung the door open. He looked calmly at Lin Xiang, whose face was a bloody mess. Then, he grabbed Lin Xiang's ankle and dragged him into the room like a sack of rice. The door banged shut, and peace came back to the hallway. A moment later, the motion-activated lights went out, concealing the bloodstains in the darkness. Inside the room, Fang Xiu began to search Lin Xiang's body. He liked having a secret weapon, something to use when things got really bad. However, he didn't want anyone else to have one. Right now, being a new psychic and everything it entailed, Fang Xiu didn't know a lot about the different tricks and secret weapons other psychics have. To make sure Lin Xiang didn't turn things around later during the planned torture, it made sense to search his body. Fang Xiu didn't actually kill Lin Xiang. With his spiritual power, he could have ended Lin Xiang's life the moment the scalpel pierced him. But he didn't. He had, after all, promised Lin Xiang a slow, painful death. A man has to keep his promise. Soon, Fang Xiu found 5 spiritual coins, some pocket change, a phone, a set of car keys, and a bronze candlestick shaped like a specter, as well as some kind of good deed award. When he picked up the bronze candlestick, he felt a chill crawl through him. Specter gadget. Feeling the chill he knew all too well, Fang Xiu was sure this bronze candlestick was a specter gadget. Lin Xiang had to be someone important, given that he even had a specter gadget. This specter gadget wasn't as strong as the scalpel, but it was still a specter gadget. Fang Xiu figured Lin Xiang's power was probably like a second-tier psychic or at least close to it, perhaps even a powerful first-tier psychic. The latter felt more likely, he couldn't see a second-tier psychic being taken down in one hit. After a quick look, he set the bronze candlestick aside and picked up Lin Xiang's phone. Surprisingly, there was no password. There were 2 possible explanations: either Lin Xiang was confident in his power, or his spiritual energy went haywire sometimes, and he was scared he'd forget the password. Either way, it didn't matter to Fang Xiu. No password just made his work a little easier. He started browsing through the phone's apps and messages. 5 minutes later, he found what he was looking for. rebol.com. Lin Xiang was part of an organization called the Bright Club. Not a lot was known about the Bright Club, but it looked like an organization made up of civilian psychics. People converted by specter powers but calling themselves bright. Fang Xiu mused. Apart from this, Fang Xiu also found numerous videos on Lin Xiang's phone, most of which showed gruesome images of him torturing others. There were also notes about buying spiritual incense on the black market. That was probably why Lin Xiang didn't have many spiritual coins left, he likely spent them on incense. It seemed the incense couldn't completely control the wild spiritual energy, it could only provide some relief. Fang Xiu then destroyed the phone so no one could trace him. After that, he grabbed a bedsheet and wrapped Lin Xiang in it. Then, he threw him over his shoulder and walked out. Using the cover of darkness and the rundown parts of the old town, Fang Xiu easily found Lin Xiang's car. He tossed Lin Xiang into the car and headed straight for the warehouse. He got the address of this warehouse from Lin Xiang's phone, too. How did he know? Easy. Lin Xiang had recorded a video of himself killing a delivery guy after having food sent there. Now, Fang Xiu understood why people say psychics with wild spiritual energy could sometimes be scarier than specters themselves. A while later, Lin Xiang started to wake up. He was still unsure what had happened, but then, he immediately felt a searing pain in his left eye. Arg! He couldn't help but scream in agony. With his one good eye, he quickly scanned his surroundings. The more he looked, the more it seemed familiar, for this was his warehouse. Hold on. Why am I tied up? Lin Xiang was shocked to see he was tied to a metal chair in the center of the warehouse. Not far away, a young guy was messing with a meat grinder. You're awake, finally. Took you long enough, the young man said calmly, his back turned to Lin Xiang. The meat grinder started up, its blades whirling fast, producing a grating noise. Who are you? Who in the world are you? Lin Xiang yelled, his eyes glued to the meat grinder, realizing something bad was about to happen. Oh? You come knocking at my door in the middle of the night, and you don't know who I am. Lin Xiang widened his eyes. You're Fang Xiu. Chapter 54, Table Turned, No Mercy. You got it right. As a reward, I'll cut you piece by piece, Fang Xiu said with a faint smile. He turned, and he was wearing a hood-like hat that concealed his entire face in shadows. He hid his face so Lin Xiang couldn't use his special eye powers. He didn't blind Lin Xiang's other eye because he wanted him to see how messed up his end would be. Slowly walking up to Lin Xiang, he stood still right behind him. No way Lin Xiang could use his powers now. Fang Xiu. You should let me go. I'm one of the bright. Our leader is an incredibly strong psychic, and I'm his most trusted member. If you dare lay a finger on me, you're as good as dead. Hush, Fang Xiu whispered into Lin Xiang's ear, like I said, I've got your life in my hand. His calm words carried a chilling, spine-tingling undertone. Lin Xiang struggled violently, the iron chains on him clanging wildly, but he couldn't break free. These chains were his own idea, built to hold psychics tight, he had killed psychics here before. Now, these same chains would lead him to his demise. What's your deal? I have nothing against you. I just heard you're a rising psychic and wanted to recruit you to join Bright. Wrong. We do have unfinished business, Fang Xiu said. Unfinished business? Lin Xiang was confused. We just met. How could there be any unfinished business between us? You forgot about your loser cousin. I was the one who killed him. Lin Xiang was taken aback for a moment but quickly replied, my cousin was trash. If he's dead, so be it. That won't do. What happens to one should happen to all. I killed your cousin, so you gotta go too. This dude is nuts. Lin Xiang thought he was crazy, but Fang Xiu was way crazier. He wanted to say more, but Fang Xiu didn't give him the chance. Fang Xiu placed both hands on Lin Xiang's shoulders and gave him a firm pat as he sneered, tables have turned. You deserve no mercy. Whoosh. A glint of silver light. Ah. F***ck. Lin Xiang let out an excruciating scream. There was merely a small cut on his chest. The wound was tiny, about an inch long, and not even half an inch deep. But even with such a small cut, Lin Xiang felt like he was about to pass out from the pain. He hurriedly looked down, thinking his guts were out, only to see that the cut was surprisingly tiny. Bastard! What's on that blade? Why does it hurt so bad? What caused Lin Xiang to be in so much pain was Fang Xiu's spiritual power. He had activated just a hint of it, but it was enough to make it feel like level 12 pain. Whoosh! Another slash! Lin Xiang continued to scream in agony. After more than 100 slashes, his voice had become hoarse. The wild look in his eyes was gone, replaced only by never-ending fear. He pleaded, "Come on, just end it. Put me out of my misery." Fang Xiu calmly stared at him, his face devoid of emotion. Who says you can't fix spiritual energy when it gets out of control? Isn't he fine now? Then Fang Xiu said slowly, "I ask, you answer. What's the bronze candlestick for?" By now, Lin Xiang was a wreck, broken down by endless pain. Quickly, he replied, "It helps keep away attacks from specters. All you need to do is fill it with blood that has spiritual energy, then it can be ignited. Once ignited, it guards against specters as far as the light goes. But if the specter is strong, the blood burns up quicker." Blood with spiritual energy? That's blood from a psychic? Counting on burning blood to stay alive? Whoa, that sounds like a handy specter gadget. Fang Xiu thought. How much of your spiritual energy have you expanded? Fang Xiu asked. 20%. Just a tiny bit more, and I'd be advancing to a second-tier psychic. Why'd your spiritual energy become unstable? The more spiritual energy you expand, the more your soul becomes tainted. So, why would anyone keep expanding their spiritual energy? Because the contamination of your soul is gonna happen no matter what. It's like putting a drop of ink in clear water, it's gonna spread until the water turns black. The only way to stop that is to keep adding more clear water, meaning you have to expand more spiritual energy, Lin Xiang explained. He added, "But that's just a quick fix. If you stop expanding spiritual energy, the ink will eventually make everything dark. You gotta keep moving up to stay okay. I couldn't level up to the second tier, so my spiritual energy became unstable. Our leader gave me this bronze candlestick, hoping it helped me level up during a specter attack." Lin Xiang talked fast, trying to suppress his pain. He couldn't take the hurt anymore, he just wanted it to end. "Name all the members of the Bright Club, what they can do, and how much spiritual energy they've expanded," Fang Xiu ordered. FEENV.com. "Okay, I'll tell you everything I know. But you must know that it's a private organization, and many of the members keep their powers a secret, so I don't know everything." Half an hour later, Fang Xiu got all the info he could from Lin Xiang. "I've said it all. Just finish me off," Lin Xiang managed to say, barely hanging on. "What's the hurry? We're just over a few hundred slashes. Shouldn't we aim for at least 1,000? Whoosh! Arg! You liar! You rotten cheat!" Lin Xiang shouted. "Don't get me wrong. I never said answering me would save you," Fang Xiu replied. "Whoosh! Arg! I swear, I'll get you for this." After even more slices, Lin Xiang began to lose his mind. He still hurt like crazy, but his face became increasingly twisted, and his screams started to sound less human, more like the howls of some wild beast. His remaining eye was getting more and more bloodshot, almost turning into a sea of red. It looked like his eyeball might burst out of its socket. But Fang Xiu didn't see any of this, he'd kept his back turned to Lin Xiang to avoid any sneak attack. Whoosh! 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 After a few more slashes, Fang Xiu sensed that something was amiss. Lin Xiang stopped screaming. His body started shaking violently, as if countless mice were scurrying beneath his skin. And those mice were heading straight for his head, right to that eye. All of a sudden, a violent, specter-like spiritual energy emanated from Lin Xiang. Is this a full-on spiritual energy meltdown? A mutation? Fang Xiu's eyes showed a hint of excitement. This was the first time he'd seen a psychic go through mutation, and he thought it would teach him something new. However, just to be on the safe side. Slash! Fang Xiu quickly chopped off Lin Xiang's limbs. Chapter 55, More Cruel Than Specters. Is he dead? Fang Xiu furrowed his brow slightly. Did the mutation not stop? Or did I go too hard? Just as he was feeling a bit annoyed, out of nowhere, he thought he heard a squishy, tentacle-like squirming sound. In front of him, where he couldn't see, 4 octopus-like tentacles popped out of Lin Xiang's remaining eye. These 4 tentacles latched onto Lin Xiang's eye socket and, with a soft tug, pulled the whole eye out, making a noise like popping a soda can's tab. Pop! Fang Xiu's face tightened, and he immediately retreated 10 meters away from Lin Xiang. He was quick, but still not as quick as the tentacled eye. The eye was bloody, with only a black pupil showing. It creepily crawled on top of Lin Xiang's head like some sort of spider. Its jet black pupil locked onto Fang Xiu, zoning in on him almost instantaneously. With a powerful jump, it shot toward Fang Xiu like a cannonball. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, Fang Xiu swung his scalpel, trying to slice the mutant eye in two. But the eye dodged in midair, just missing the blade. Smack! Its squishy tentacles wrapped around Fang Xiu's hand that was holding the scalpel. Fang Xiu kept his cool. He immediately switched hands to hold the scalpel and took another swing at the eye. The eye dodged like a slippery octopus. It moved to the other side of his hand before he could hit it. Fang Xiu couldn't cut his own hand, so he had to stop swinging. He let go of the scalpel and tried to grab the eye instead. But the eye acted like it was alive. It crawled all over Fang Xiu, making it impossible to catch. It climbed higher and higher, now reaching Fang Xiu's neck. Quickly figuring out it was aiming for his eyes, Fang Xiu stopped reaching for his neck and aimed for his eyes instead. Caught it. He felt a cold, slimy sensation on his hand. As his vision focused, he saw the specter eyeball, tightly held in his grip. But the very next moment, a wave of specter energy burst out of the eyeball. Fang Xiu's vision went black instantly, his consciousness blurred, and his hand reflexively let go. Taking the opportunity, the eyeball forcefully slammed into his right eye. A rush of sharp pain hit him, snapping Fang Xiu back to reality. He could feel that his right eye had been devoured. Eaten by this freaky eyeball. Not wasting a second, he lunged to grab it, catching the last tentacle before it could completely dive in. For a second, the scene looked like it came straight out of a horror movie. A man with a calm expression, gripping a tentacle growing out of his eye socket. But the tentacle was incredibly slippery. In a split second, it squirmed out of Fang Xiu's grasp, making a noise like slurping up spaghetti, and it dug right back into his right eye socket. Fang Xiu remained calm. This little specter trick was nothing out of the ordinary for him. The very next moment, he jammed 2 fingers ruthlessly into his right eye. But just as he was about to poke the eyeball, his fingers abruptly stopped. Because he realized he could actually see with his right eye again. Before, losing his right eye had made him blind. But now, after the specter eye had entered, his vision was back. So, he decided to wait a bit longer. Soon, something bizarre happened. His right eye began to move involuntarily. Imagine one eye remained perfectly still while the other eye rapidly darted around, constantly scanning the surroundings. The eye even started to roll upward, hiding the black pupil under the upper eyelid. Then, it rolled right in. 2 scenes popped into Fang Xiu's head, one from his left eye, showing the dimly lit warehouse, and the other from his right eye, revealing a sea of red with densely packed blood vessels. He could even see the inside of his skull. Right then, Lin Xiang's voice echoed in his mind. Ha ha ha, Ace of Spades didn't fool me. I did it. Lin Xiang's voice was utterly manic, sounding less like a human and more like some creepy specter. Fang Xiu, I'm taking over your body. Don't worry, I won't wipe out your consciousness. I'll just trap you in this body forever, to eternally experience pain. Ha ha ha. In the face of such a bizarre scene, Fang Xiu's face showed no emotion. But when he heard the word suffering, he actually laughed. Make me suffer. A small smirk crept onto his face, showing off his unnaturally white teeth. In the dim light, it appeared eerily unsettling. Lin Xiang's voice came again, my suffering's way worse than yours. Humph. Let's see how tough you act when I'm running the show. I'll use your body to hurt everyone you care about, making you beg for the end. In the next instant, a wave of Specter's spiritual energy burst from the eyeball, aiming right for Fang Xiu's thoughts and soul. It was like a toxic dump, constantly polluting Fang Xiu's soul. And Lin Xiang's mind controlled the source, digging deeper and deeper into Fang Xiu's spirit. His plan was to pollute Fang Xiu's soul, infect it with Specter power, and fully seize control of this body. But the second he fully dived into Fang Xiu's soul, he froze. What the heck is this place? Lin Xiang felt like he'd fallen into an endless void, a darkness so twisted it was like a black hole that relentlessly devoured everything in its path. Here, he was bombarded with boundless negative emotions. Kill. 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 Payback time. You're toast. Honey. As long as I'm alive, you're destined to die. No one walks away after offing me 18 times, no one. All specters will perish. I will make the world feel pain. Intense hatred and anger roared like a wild storm, relentlessly battering Lin Xiang. Countless horrifying scenes of death rushed in like an avalanche. Even though Lin Xiang had lost control of his spiritual energy, and he'd fully mutated into a specter, the twisted nature of Fang Xiu's soul still left him trembling with fear. Is this for real? Is this actually a human soul? At this moment, eerie specter whispers surrounded Lin Xiang from all sides. It was incomprehensible, impossible to ignore, akin to a haunting enchantment. Each note of this eerie sound made his head throb in agony. Lin Xiang felt like he was trapped in hell. He couldn't take it anymore, he was scared out of his mind. He had to get out of there. This couldn't be a human soul. Lin Xiang quivered and thought. Fang Xiu? No way was he human, he's more specter-ish than any specter I've ever met. Chapter 56, Who's the freak now? No wonder Lin Xiang felt this way. Even though he was left with only one eye, this eye had undergone specter transformation, turning it into an incomplete version of a specter. His intention was to use his specter power to corrupt Fang Xiu's soul, thereby controlling Fang Xiu's body. But now, it seemed that it was Fang Xiu who was corrupting his. Lin Xiang suddenly felt that compared to Fang Xiu, he was the real human. Just as he was about to retreat, he was horrified to find that he couldn't move. It was like he was a small boat in a vast sea, with countless negative emotions forming huge waves, constantly crashing against him, overturning him. At that moment, Fang Xiu's voice echoed in his mind. Fang Xiu's voice had changed. It was no longer calm like still water but utterly terrifying and sinister, sounding like a demonic tune from hell. It seemed as if everything outside was just his facade, and the real him was within his soul. Fang Xiu smirked, "This is the pain you're feeling? Too weak. Let me show you what real pain is." He he he. With a terrifying laugh, the next moment, endless darkness surged toward Lin Xiang. It was Fang Xiu's dark spiritual energy, containing all the pain he had ever experienced. No! Lin Xiang let out his final scream, and then he was engulfed by boundless torment. Outside, Fang Xiu, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. At that moment, both his eyes had fully recovered, and his vision was back to normal. However, his right eye was blood red, with a pitch-black pupil in the center, like a bottomless abyss. The next second, as he focused his thoughts, the blood red in his right eye slowly faded, revealing a clear black and white eye. Blood pupil? Is this Lin Xiang's ability? Fang Xiu mumbled to himself. After Lin Xiang died from endless pain, Fang Xiu became the master of the blood pupil and understood its power. The ability of the blood pupil is simple, a spiritual energy assault, similar to a psychic attack. Simply put, it was a deadly stare. Making eye contact with the blood pupil would result in a spiritual energy assault that directly targeted the soul. Ordinary people would collapse and die from just one glance, while typical psychics, when caught off guard, would at least be momentarily dazed or at worst fall into a coma. It was a perfect tool for surprise attacks. This was the inherent ability of the blood pupil, but after undergoing a mutation due to uncontrolled spiritual energy, its power changed. It gained the ability to create illusions, causing hallucinations through eye contact. Fang Xiu speculated that during the mutation, Lin Xiang's spiritual energy might have surpassed its limits, making this eye evolve into the realm of a second-tier psychic. The manifestation of a first-tier psychic was the initial display of their abilities. A second-tier psychic, on the other hand, had their abilities enhanced. Clearly, the blood pupil's power had been strengthened, gaining the ability to create illusions. This brought a long-awaited sense of joy to Fang Xiu. Currently, only two things could stir his emotions: slaughtering specters and gaining strength. Of course, gaining strength was just a means to more effectively slaughter specters. Apart from acquiring the blood pupil and the candlestick, his own spiritual energy had grown to 5%. Fang Xiu speculated that this can be attributed to his absorption of Lin Xiang's spiritual energy. Although Lin Xiang had died, his entire spiritual energy went out of control and surged into the mutated blood pupil, which meant that when Lin Xiang died inside Fang Xiu's soul, all his spiritual energy was absorbed by him. Lin Xiang's death gave Fang Xiu a hint, a path of getting stronger by absorption. Other psychics dared not absorb other psychics' spiritual energy, as it would deepen the soul's corruption and cause spiritual energy to lose control. However, Fang Xiu had no fear. He could completely walk the path of absorption. But now there was a problem: Fang Xiu doesn't know how to absorb spiritual energy. This opportunity only came because Lin Xiang had willingly abandoned his body to enter Fang Xiu's soul. Such chances might not happen again. Perhaps the Ace of Spades knows. Fang Xiu had kept Lin Xiang's word in mind. According to him, Ace of Spades played a significant role in his specter transformation. Otherwise, even if a psychic's spiritual energy went out of control, it wouldn't necessarily concentrate all its energy into the blood pupil, causing it to fully mutate. As for who the Ace of Spades really was remained unknown to Fang Xiu, but whatever he had done had left Fang Xiu quite satisfied. Fang Xiu began cleaning up the aftermath. He threw Lin Xiang's corpse into a meat grinder, turning it into dog food. With the dog food, he got in the car and drove away. After feeding the stray dogs, Fang Xiu casually abandoned the car somewhere and left. Lin Xiang's car was nice, a luxury vehicle worth $1 million, but Fang Xiu couldn't afford to keep it, as it might attract the attention of the Bright Club. The bronze candlestick was also the specter gadget of the Bright Club's leader and was lent to Lin Xiang. Fang Xiu could easily imagine that once the Bright Club found out, they'd send someone for revenge and to retrieve the bronze candlestick. To nip potential threats in the bud, he should take the chance to eliminate the Bright Club. That was the trouble with worldly affairs: killing one person often meant having to kill all related ones. There was a saying Fang Xiu strongly agreed with: the underworld wasn't just about fighting and killing, it was about worldly affairs. So, he should eliminate them all, cutting off his worldly ties. However, the time wasn't right. The leader of the Bright Club was a second-tier psychic, and he had a significant number of subordinates. Among the various private organizations in Greenvine City, they were considered one of the most influential. Such power wasn't something Fang Xiu could contend with at the moment. At the same time, at the Black Rose Bar. From the outside, it appeared as a regular bar with average business and not many patrons. But only those within the psychic circle knew of its prestigious reputation. The Black Rose was the underground black market of Greenvine City and a crucial hub where most regular psychics traded spiritual energy materials and information. Here, as long as you had money, you could buy many precious materials, like spiritual coins, spiritual incense, and even specter gadgets. Beyond buying and selling, the place also facilitated various information trades, such as information on specters, personal information on psychics, and even contract killings. Fang Xiu pushed open the doors of the Black Rose Bar and slowly walked in. He had learned about this underground market from Lin Xiang. His arrival didn't draw much attention from the patrons, but he could feel a sense of scrutiny coming from all around. At that moment, Fang Xiu was concealed under a large black hood, his head bowed, and his face obscured by shadows, making it impossible to discern his features. He walked up to the counter, where a young man dressed as a bartender was intently polishing a glass. "Welcome to the Black Rose. What can I get for you?" the bartender asked with a smile. Chapter 57, The Black Rose. "I need a black rose with 24 petals, Fang Xiu said calmly from under the black hood. The attendant slightly stiffened and hesitated, saying, "I'm sorry, sir, we don't have that kind of drink here." Fang Xiu shook his head. "I'm not asking for a drink, I want a flower." The attendant's demeanor instantly became respectful. "Please, follow me." With that, he led Fang Xiu to a room behind the bar. There was a door secured with a code. After the attendant scanned his fingerprint, the door opened with a bang, revealing a long corridor. The hallway was dim, with just enough light to make out the path. "Please proceed. Someone inside will assist you." Fang Xiu nodded and entered. The door closed behind him. As he reached the end of the corridor and took a turn, he was met with an elevator. Next to it stood two burly men dressed in black, their waists bulging, clearly concealing weapons. "Sir, please present your membership card." Without hesitation, Fang Xiu produced Lin Xiang's membership card. The card was anonymous, so he confidently displayed it. The Black Rose was particular about client confidentiality. They issued membership cards only to qualified individuals, without mandatory registration. According to Lin Xiang, there was a mighty force behind the Black Rose, likely not local, with branches in many cities. After verifying the membership card, one of the men said, "Sir, entering the trading market requires a routine check. No conflicts are allowed inside. Please be noted." Fang Xiu nodded and let them scan him with their devices. Of course, they were only checking for firearms, bombs, and the like. Anything psychic in nature, they wouldn't dare to touch. After the check, Fang Xiu entered the elevator, which then descended. It was clear that, like the investigative bureau, the underground market was literally underground. When the elevator doors opened, Fang Xiu walked into the trading hall. There weren't many people, just a scattered dozen or so, but the place was vast, roughly the size of a soccer field. And this was just the main hall, not including separate rooms. Of those scattered few, except for a very rare number who wore no disguise, most were masked to some extent, with some even donning grand masks. This wasn't surprising to Fang Xiu. Psychics were already rare, and there might be fewer than 100 in all of Greenvine. The fact that there were a dozen people in this trading market was evidence of its influence. Just 2 steps in, a young woman with a striking face, an elegant figure, and dressed in black professional attire approached him. She greeted him with a respectful yet radiant smile. "How may I assist you, sir?" "I want someone killed," Fang Xiu said flatly. The woman's expression remained unchanged, seemingly unfazed by Fang Xiu's request. She continued with her smile, "Very well, sir. Please, come this way. Fang Xiu was led to a discreet meeting room. After pouring tea, the woman excused herself. Shortly after, a man dressed in a sharp suit, wearing a delicate silver mask, appeared. Good day, sir. I'm the manager of operations. My name is Cheng. So, who do you wish to eliminate? How much for the leader of the Bright Club? Upon hearing this, a flicker of emotion passed through Cheng's eyes, but his professional demeanor didn't let it show. He explained, the leader of Bright is a second-tier psychic, and one of the best at that. To target him, you'll need at least a second-tier psychic. Assassinating him means waging war against the entire Bright, which means you'll need significant manpower to handle his subordinates. The resources involved would be immense. Local assassins might not suffice. If you're serious, we'll need to call in people from outside, and that won't be cheap. How much? Fang Xiu pressed. For someone of that caliber, we don't take money, only spiritual coins or material. Roughly, it would be about 5,000 spiritual coins. This didn't surprise Fang Xiu. After all, the head of a psychic force, with a lot of subordinates, couldn't be cheap to take down. How much for Tan Guangyuan of the Bright? Tan Guangyuan might not be a second-tier psychic, but he's a core member with considerable strength. His assassination would cost at least 1,000 spiritual coins. Fang Xiu remained silent, wishing he could have more coins in his pocket now. What about Li's highway? That's cheaper, only 200 spiritual coins. Oh! Fang Xiu was slightly surprised, why so cheap for him? Sir, your questions are now delving into valuable information. Unless you're sure you want to eliminate Li's highway and pay a deposit of 100 spiritual coins or separately purchase the intel, I cannot reveal more. Thud. Fang Xiu placed a black briefcase on the table. A clinking sound emanated from inside, unmistakably the sound of coins clashing. Cheng inspected the contents of the briefcase and, upon verifying the exact amount of 100 spiritual coins, he responded with a beaming smile. Since you've placed an order, consider this piece of information a complimentary gift. Although Li's highway is a core member, his ability is sensory in nature, meaning he isn't strong in direct combat. Hence the lower price. Another thing to note, Li's highway is the cousin of the leader of Bright Dot. Underscore another cousin? Doesn't matter. I'll kill this cousin, too. Underscore. Fang Xiu then asked, when will the hit take place? That's a trade secret, and I'm afraid I can't disclose it. However, we should be able to give you feedback within a week. You can download the Killed Yet app. It's an in-house developed mini-program, and you can monitor the assassin's activities and track your order in real time. Or you can gather intel from external sources. Given that Li's highway is a significant figure, news of his death shouldn't be hard to come by. Once the deed is done, you have a month to gather information. If the assassination is successful, you'll need to pay the balance within that month, Cheng explained with a smile. And if the job isn't completed? If the assassination fails, we offer two options. First, we refund half of the amount paid for the task. Alternatively, you can add more money, and we'll hire a more skilled assassin. Fang Xiu nodded, let's draft the contract. Cheng quickly prepared a contract. You can sign with your real name or a pseudonym. Fang Xiu was slightly taken aback, a pseudonym is allowed. Cheng nodded, you're a psychic. Try sensing the contract. Fang Xiu immediately picked up the contract and felt faint specter energy fluctuations emanating from it. Chapter 58, New Kill Order. Cheng's eyes flashed with surprise. Recognizing it as the Specter gadget indicated that the guest in front of him might possess a Specter gadget, or at least had hands-on experience with it. Otherwise, he couldn't have identified it so accurately. The guest has a keen eye. Indeed, the contract is powered by the Specter gadget. But rest assured, its force is harmless. It only ensures the contract's effectiveness. If the assassination succeeds and you don't pay the balance within a month, the contract will burn, turning into a wisp of specter essence around you, making it easier for us to trace you for the payment." Fang Xiu nodded, ready to sign, when Cheng's phone chimed with a system alert. He checked it, followed by an automated announcement. "You have a new kill order. Please check." After a brief glance, Cheng apologized to Fang Xiu with a smile. "Sorry, a new order came in. Please continue." Fang Xiu glanced at him, then wrote the number 6 on the contract. Without a word, he turned and left. Cheng respectfully stood up, bowing slightly. "Safe travels, sir. We welcome you back anytime." After leaving the Black Rose Bar, Fang Xiu wandered around for a while, using his blood pupil to ensure he wasn't followed. Then he returned home. Spending 200 spiritual coins wasn't a big deal for him. After all, it was money easily found. He could always ask Yang Ming for more later. Eliminating Li's highway was worth it. With his sensing ability, he was like the eyes of Bright Club. Removing such a threat might give Fang Xiu some peace for a while. Fang Xiu was never one to wait. If he had already offended Bright Club, he'd act first. Why wait for retaliation? So he skipped the middle steps and went straight for revenge. Why hire an assassin? Simple. He got the idea from reading novels. He'd read many stories where villains hired killers to target heroes and realized he could do the same. With this in mind, upon learning about the black market, Fang Xiu immediately sought out an assassin. If it weren't for a lack of funds, he'd have offered money for the assassination of the leader of Bright Club. That way, he could permanently claim the bronze candlestick. Whether the assassination succeeded wasn't important. Even if it failed, it would cause trouble for Bright Club, buying Fang Xiu some time. The next day, Fang Xiu reported to the investigation bureau. As a rookie psychic, he would typically undergo a series of training and only execute tasks upon passing. Zhao Hao had also joined the investigation bureau, under the arrangements of Wang Dihei. Both he and Fang Xiu started their training together. In the morning, there were theory classes, where specialized instructors taught them about the various characteristics of specters, ways to deal with specters, and how to better control their spiritual energy. The afternoon was dedicated to practical exercises, firearms, cold weapons, and hand-to-hand combat. Though firearms were not very effective against specters, it was essential to learn. After all, the enemies faced by the investigation bureau were not always specters, they could also be humans. So, Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao trained rigorously for a week. During this time, through the bureau's channels, Fang Xiu learned about Li's highway's death and made the final payment. One day, in the director's office, Wang Dihei was talking to Yang Ming. Headquarters actually decided not to transfer Fang Xiu and let him continue working in Greenvine. Yang Ming was surprised. Correct. According to headquarters, Fang Xiu is still a first tier. His foreseeing abilities can't be maximized yet. They said we should wait until he reaches second tier, Wang Dihei replied solemnly. Yang Ming seemed slightly puzzled. Isn't that good news? Fang Xiu staying here could be of significant benefit. Why the long face? Wang Dihei sighed. Do you really think headquarters left Fang Xiu here because they think he can't be very useful right now? Take Bai Qi case, for example. If not for Fang Xiu, we in Greenvine would have lost a top member. Is that not very useful? Yang Ming's expression turned grim. Director Wang, are you suggesting that headquarters is keeping Fang Xiu in Greenvine because it's safer for him here than at headquarters? Wang Dihei nodded. Exactly. The situation nationwide is getting worse. Headquarters is facing internal and external threats. Even within, it's not safe. That's why they chose not to transfer Fang Xiu for now. A flash of anger crossed Yang Ming's face. With the increasing specter incidents, it's true that headquarters bears the greatest burden. But it's also where the highest concentration of top psychics are. It should be the safest place. Why would it be dangerous? Wang Dihe looked deeply into Yang Ming's eyes. Sometimes, the enemy is not only external. In these turbulent times, some people have different ambitions. Some corporate groups and even families have secretly cultivated their own psychics. Some have even colluded with foreign psychic forces. Yang Ming slammed his hand on the desk, furious. Spectre invasions are a global disaster. In the face of such catastrophe, how can anyone dare to engage in such treacherous activities? Power struggles have always been a part of history, Wang Dihe sighed. Let it go, don't get too worked up. Our priority now is to strengthen ourselves and train Fang Xiu. How's the investigation into Ace of Spades coming along? Yang Ming composed himself, saying, we have some preliminary leads. Ace of Spades is indeed backed by a large organization called the Pokers. This group is very secretive and likely not based in Greenvine. Their route may very well be near headquarters. Wang Dihe thought it over for a moment and said, continue to investigate the poker organization. By the way, how is Bai Qi condition? He's mostly regained his mobility but is not ready for combat. It seems his injuries were indeed severe. I initially planned to send him to handle the Green Mountain Mental Hospital Specter Zone. Looks like we'll have to send someone else. Yang Ming looked puzzled. Green Mountain Mental Hospital is just a grade D Specter Zone with no signs of spreading. Why the urgency? Wang Dihe scoffed. Willow Hill is Greenvine City's affluent area, home to the rich and powerful. The developers behind it are several big-name bosses. Naturally, they're pressuring the Bureau to resolve the issue quickly to prevent damage to their assets. Chapter 59, Blackwater Village. Fine, stop complaining. Those developers pressured me through their connections. Besides, the Green Mountain Mental Hospital is part of the Spectre incidents, it has to be dealt with sooner or later. I plan to send Yang Kunpeng's team. Yang Kunpeng is a seasoned psychic, he should have no problem handling a grade C Spectre zone. What about Fang Xiu? He's been to Green Mountain Mental Hospital before. Is he going with them? Wang Dihe shook his head. Fang Xiu is a valuable asset. Besides, he's still a rookie. He should be gaining experience from grade DS for now. Once he accumulates enough experience and his spiritual energy levels up, then we can talk about grade C zones. Yang Ming smirked. Aren't you being overly protective? What's the difference between C and D? Wang Dihe's face darkened. Idiot. For a third-tier psychic like you, C and D may seem the same. You have the power of luck, you're indestructible. So, you don't care. If you or Bai Qi were leading, then Fang Xiu could go to Green Mountain Mental Hospital or even a more dangerous Spectre zones. But neither of you can be deployed right now, so it's better to be safe than sorry. A man should go through trials of blood and fire, not be coddled. Get out. Go bring Fang Xiu to me. Wang Dihe roared, sending Yang Ming out of the room. Yang Ming reluctantly scratched his ear and left to fetch Fang Xiu. In Greenvine City's downtown, a group of men and women gathered on the rooftop of a tall building. From the way they were dressed, it was obvious that they were elites. The leader was a tall man in his 20s, clad in a custom-made white suit. He held an expensive red wine glass in his hand and sipped it with a stern expression. The others, too, wore a somber expression and remained silent. Suddenly, the man in the white suit broke the silence. Lin Xiang has disappeared, the candlestick is missing, and my cousin has been assassinated. Who the hell did this? Smash! He violently threw his wine glass onto the ground, shattering it and spilling wine everywhere. Seeing the man in the white suit lose his temper, the faces of the others turned uneasy, some even showed a hint of fear. This is a deliberate attack on me. On Bright Club. Investigate. Dig deep. At that moment, a sultry woman in a burgundy long dress and high heels sauntered over. She sashayed her slim waist and sat on the man's lap. "Come on, cool down," she said, offering him a wine glass marked with her red lipstick. He took the glass, downed it in one gulp, and threw it to the ground again. Swearing loudly, he said, "Did you eat fish? Why is there such a fishy taste?" The woman giggled. "You know me. I don't like fish. I was just with some other guy and forgot to rinse my mouth, that's all." The man in the white suit froze for a moment, his face contorted in rage, as if he'd eaten something disgusting. He abruptly tried to push away the woman, but she had already anticipated his move, skillfully dodging with a playful laugh. "You wretched woman, you! Come on, don't be mad. You'll scare me, and I really do love you, you know." The man in the white suit grew angrier. "You dare to say you love me while you've been kissing others? Don't make it sound so nasty. Whatever happened with them was just for show. My real feelings are for you." At this point, the man in the white suit seemed truly infuriated. He stood up abruptly, his face intimidating, his eyes fierce, like a tiger coming down a mountain. Seeing him truly angry, the woman quickly changed her tune. "Darling, leave this mission to me. I promise you'll be pleased within a week." She turned and ran toward the door, pausing to blow a kiss at him. Seeing him about to get angry again, she quickly dashed out with a giggly laugh. At the investigation bureau, Fang Xiu entered Wang Dihei's office. Wang Dihei looked serious. "Fang Xiu, I've called you here for an important mission. If it's unrelated to Specter, I'm not interested," Fang Xiu replied calmly. "Don't worry, the main focus of our bureau is to combat Specter. Your assignment is to investigate and resolve the Specter situation in Blackwater Village. This is a very important and dangerous mission, Fang Xiu. It's initially rated as a grade C, but the rating was temporary, meaning it might even go higher," Wang Dihei said gravely. At the same time, he secretly thought to himself that the rating could also go lower. In fact, the initial C rating for Blackwater Specter incident was downgraded to D after it was found that only one villager had died without further danger spreading. Wang Dihei chose his words carefully, fearing Fang Xiu's youthful bravado might make him underestimate a D mission, especially considering his strong resentment towards Specters. Blackwater. Fang Xiu looked somewhat puzzled, as he had never heard of the village. "It's normal you haven't heard of it. It's a remote mountain village in the Greenvine area. Due to its inaccessibility, it's scarcely populated, so not many people know about it," Wang Dihei said. Then, he began to explain, "Blackwater Village has a river with the same name, named for its dark waters. In recent years, many villagers have drowned in it. Initially, people thought these were just ordinary drowning cases, but according to the villagers, there's a water specter in the river that grabs your feet while you're swimming." More bizarre incidents occurred later. One villager woke up to find himself half submerged at the riverbank after going to sleep at home. Had he not woken up in time, he would have drowned. Without a pause, he continued, "Given these numerous accounts of Spectre-related activities and the actual deaths, the Investigation Bureau has provisionally determined that a Spectre lives in Blackwater. The Spectre is codenamed Diver. Your mission this time is to investigate and resolve the Water Spectre incident. Since it's your first mission and your abilities are top secret, Shen Lingxiu, who is in the know, will lead the team. You, Zhao Hao, and another rookie psychic will carry out this mission." "Understood," Fang Xiu nodded. He was eager to take on this assignment, having not encountered a Spectre for a week now. He relished the thought of driving a scalpel into a Spectre. Chapter 60, Don't even try to pretend. With Fang Xiu's current skill set utilizing only 5% of his psychic energy, equipped with the scalpel and the bronze candlestick, the blood pupil, along with his ability to inflict pain, mundane grade D missions had ceased to hold any allure for him. Plus, since he had hired some assassins, he was now in desperate need of cash. There were extra rewards for handling Spectre problems at the Psychic Investigation Bureau. Dealing with a grade D Specter netted you 10 spiritual coins, a grade C with 100 spiritual coins, and a grade B with 1000 spiritual coins. It only went up from there. Fang Xiu had a special deal. He had asked for it, and Wang Dihe agreed, so he got double the reward. So, if he handled a grade C Specter problem, he'd get 200 spiritual coins. He could then assassinate someone else from Bright Club. He thought that if he kept making money, he could one day buy the life of the leader of the Bright. And if he had 5,000 spiritual coins, he'd probably be stronger than that leader anyway. Before you go on your mission, the Bureau is giving you a partner to handle the small jobs, like Shen Lingxiu's partner Li Wenhao you've met. Every official psychic gets paired with a regular agent, Wang Dihe suddenly said. _A partner. Fang Xiu didn't refuse. Having someone handling small stuff would be great. Seeing Fang Xiu didn't mind, Wang Dihe picked up his office phone and called someone. Kexin, get to my office, he said. Fang Xiu could hear the sounds of chairs moving from the phone. It sounded like someone had just stood up. Ah, okay, sir, coming right over, a soft, slightly pained female voice said. After hanging up, Wang Dihe said, Kexin might seem a bit all over the place, but she is very dedicated when it comes to work. She graduated from a prestigious university and does a great job here at the Bureau. Wang Dihe started to say more, but Fang Xiu stopped him. As long as she's not in the way, that's all I need, he said. A bit later, Fang Xiu heard quick footsteps coming closer. They slowed down just before getting to the office, followed by the sound of someone adjusting their clothing and a faint pep talk. Come on, Kexin, you can do it. Even if psychics are tough, if you put in effort, you'll get noticed. Keep going. She took a deep breath. Knock. 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 Someone was knocking on the door. Come in. With a creak, the office door swung open, and a small young woman with pale skin and dainty features stepped in. She stood about 160 centimeters tall and wore a business suit that was a bit too big, making her already tiny size seem even smaller. Her large black pupils stared straight ahead, and her mouth held a somewhat stiff, nervous smile. She was obviously trying to seem professional, but her eyes clearly showed she was inexperienced. In short, she was a tiny woman in every way except for her large eyes. Hello, Director Wang, she said respectfully, while her eyes quickly glanced over at Fang Xiu. Wang Dihe nodded and introduced her. Kexin, meet Fang Xiu. You'll be working with him from now on. The young woman quickly turned to Fang Xiu, bent over in a 90-degree bow, and nervously but politely said, Hi, Mr. Fang. My name is So Kexin, and my badge number is 1327. Before she could say anything else, Fang Xiu was already on his feet, looking at her without much expression. Skip the pointless details. Just send me your phone number later. Unless I contact you first, don't call me unless it's something important. Hey! So Kexin looked up, her large eyes showing a mix of confusion and hurt. Fang Xiu didn't bother giving her more attention and started walking toward the door. You're acting, he mumbled as he walked past her, isn't too bad. But cut it out next time. He left the room, not caring about the surprised look on So Kexin's face. After he was gone, So Kexin held back her hurt feelings and softly asked, Director Wang, does he not like me? Wang Dihe consoled her, Kexin, don't worry about it. Psychics are just hard to get along with. You'll have to get used to it. So Kexin pushed aside her sad feelings, clenched her small fist, and declared, I'll definitely do my best. Not long after he stepped out, Fang Xiu got a text from So Kexin. It had her phone number, her name, and a brief message. Mr. Fang, maybe you have some misunderstandings about me, but it's okay. One day, I'll prove myself to you with my job skills. Please take care of me going forward. After saving her number in his phone, Fang Xiu paid it no further attention. Even though So Kexin seemed to fit the mold of a naive and innocent young lady on the surface, Fang Xiu wasn't buying it. He believed So Kexin was way smarter than she was letting on. First off, So Kexin had graduated from a prestigious university and had special training at the Investigation Bureau. She was no rookie. Even if it was her first time working with a psychic, she shouldn't be excessively nervous. Next, as a partner, she should have some understanding of psychics and their heightened senses. But she still chose to give herself a pep talk right outside the door, which seemed more like it was meant for someone to hear. It wasn't out of the question that So Kexin really had that personality, but it didn't make a difference to Fang Xiu. All he wanted in a partner was for them not to act independently and become a hindrance. The next day, a black SUV rolled out of the Investigation Bureau, heading straight for the hilly Blackwater area. At the wheel was Shen Lingxiu, and riding along were Fang Xiu, Zhao Hao, and a plump man. Today, Shen Lingxiu ditched her work clothes and wore a sporty white outfit, highlighting her already slim and attractive figure. If it weren't for her somewhat aloof expression, she could easily pass for a youthful and athletic girl. Fang Xiu and the others were also dressed casually. Chapter 61, Teleportation. Zhao Hao looked at Lu Shui's 300-pound build and struggled to actually call him handsome. But then Lu Shui said, "Since we're all on this mission, let's share what our abilities are. I'll start. I've got spatial abilities." The phrase spatial abilities instantly made Zhao Hao gasp. Anybody with a little common sense would know that powers linked to space were super powerful. "Handsome, are you seriously a spatial psychic?" Zhao Hao asked, amazed. Lu Shui grinned. "Yep, I'm a spatial psychic. I can teleport." Hearing this, Zhao Hao couldn't hide his jealousy. "Teleporting? Wow! That's so cool. I thought my ability was awesome, but yours is even more amazing. What's your ability?" Lu Shui wondered. Zhao Hao paused, shooting an awkward look at Shen Lingxiu, who was at the wheel. For some reason, he didn't seem eager to say it. Noticing this, Shen Lingxiu snorted, "If you've got such a power, no need to be shy. As team leader for this mission, I'll list everyone's abilities to make sure we all know. Fang Xiu has perception skills, Zhao Hao has a sex-related ability, and our chunky friend Lu Shui already told us his. Me, I control fire." When she said sex-related ability, Zhao Hao went beet red. Lu Shui looked at him like he was some kind of freak and exclaimed, "Man, you're really something." Then Lu Shui started laughing. "Seriously, a sex-related ability? How do you plan on fighting specters? You gonna sleep with them?" The moment the words "sleep with specters" were said, Zhao Hao's face turned an even deeper shade of red. Just then, Shen Lingxiu cut in, "Chunky, quit your laughing. You're messing with my tunes. Besides, what's so awesome about your power? You can only teleport like 10 centimeters an hour. Nothing to brag about." Lu Shui's laughter suddenly stopped, his face showing both frustration and anger, but he didn't dare to say anything back. However, another laugh joined in. "Haha, teleporting 10 centimeters? That's not even half as far as I can reach." The one laughing was Zhao Hao. Annoyed, Lu Shui shot back, 10 centimeters was before. I've gotten better. Now I can go 20 centimeters in half an hour. Haha, 20 centimeters? The second I use my ability, I can go farther than that. You're so full of it. I don't believe you. Enough. Shen Lingxiu yelled, making both of them shut up. If either of you says one more thing, I'm kicking you out of this SUV, and you can jog to Blackwater yourselves. Both Zhao Hao and Lu Shui instantly clammed up, not daring to chuckle or make a sound. They had been part of the Investigation Bureau long enough to know Shen Lingxiu's formidable abilities and no-nonsense attitude. Setting aside her personality, just in terms of her psychic powers alone, Shen Lingxiu was a top-tier senior psychic. Her spiritual energy was already ignited at over 10%, a level that could easily overpower rookies in the psychic field. Coupled with her destructive fire ability, her strength was anything but insignificant among first-tier psychics. As Shen Lingxiu's mood soured, the inside of the car fell dead silent, except for the soft background music that continued to play. Meanwhile, Fang Xiu was deep in thought the whole trip, eyes closed. However, he felt slightly baffled. A grade C Specter event, and they're sending just one seasoned, first-tier psychic along with 3 newcomers? In the agency's assessment, Zhao Hao and Lu Shui were basically non-combatants, and I was not considered much better. Is this really the way to handle a C mission? Or is the agency so understaffed that they have no other option? Several hours later, their ride finally pulled into Blackwater Village. Encircled by steep mountains and hazardous terrain, a lengthy river meandered through the settlement. This was the Blackwater River. Possibly due to some geological factors, the river's waters looked dark and unfathomable, appearing black when viewed from afar. As they arrived, the dimming sky and the setting sun created a spooky glow over Blackwater. The Blackwater River looked even more mysterious, resembling a black python twisting around the mountain. Once they reached the outskirts of Blackwater, Shen Lingxiu opted to proceed on foot, as the mountain roads were too dangerous for the vehicle. The team collected their bags and cameras and began to walk. Shen Lingxiu had used her connections at the bureau to pose as a TV crew, even coordinating with Blackwater's village chief to set up a news story. After roughly an hour of trekking, they entered the territory of Blackwater. By this time, the surroundings were shrouded in complete darkness. Shen Lingxiu took out her phone to make contact with Blackwater's village chief. Shortly thereafter, a young man assisting an older man slowly came into view. They were holding lanterns that gave off a subdued light. The flickering luminescence seemed to sway with their movements, casting a surreal pattern of light and shadow on their faces, enhancing the eerie ambience of the mountain village. "Are you Miss Shen from the TV station?" the elderly man asked, his voice quivering. Undeterred by the surrounding darkness, Shen Lingxiu stepped forward, confirming, "Yes, I'm Shen Lingxiu. You're Chief Wang, I assume." By this point, the elderly man had moved close enough for the lantern's soft glow to illuminate everyone, fully revealing the facial features of the 2 villagers. Chief Wang had dark, weather-beaten skin and a somewhat stooped posture. His face was a roadmap of fine lines, edged by years of experience, and his eyes were slightly cloudy, hinting at his advanced years. Strikingly, his head was absent of any white hair, rather, his hair was dark and glossy, almost as if it had been oiled. The young man supporting him shared some physical traits with Chief Wang. He too had dark, glossy hair and a suntanned complexion. But his face was wrinkle-free, albeit slightly rough. When he saw Shen Lingxiu, his earnest but awkward smile became even more uneasy. Had it not been for the covering darkness and his naturally dark skin, he probably would have turned a shade redder. Standing next to Chief Wang and his grandson, Shen Lingxiu looked almost ethereal. Her refined features and smooth, porcelain-like skin gave off the impression that she hailed from an entirely different universe. It was as if a radiant star had made a landing in this remote, disadvantaged mountain village. "My name is Wang Yugui, and this is my grandson, Wang Fugui. Fugui, go ahead and greet our visitors," Chief Wang instructed. His voice was robust and filled with a welcoming chuckle. The young man, now identified as Wang Fugui, awkwardly scratched his head before finally saying, "Hello Miss Shen, and greetings to everyone else here." Chapter 62, An Easy Mission. Shen Lingxiu nodded. "Pleased to meet everyone. Allow me to introduce our crew. They are Fang Xiu, Zhao Hao and Lu Shui from the TV station. Chief Wang, I assume you're already aware of why we're here, am I right?" Chief Wang grinned as he nodded. "Absolutely, I'm well aware. The city aims to boost tourism, and you've come to film the natural beauty of Blackwater to help market it. This is a positive turn for our community. We're delighted to host you all for the coming days. Sorry if we've brought you any inconvenience. This is our job, so it's no inconvenience. We'd appreciate your full support, Chief. Absolutely, without a doubt. However, since it's already evening, let's schedule the filming for tomorrow. We don't have any hotels, so you'll be guests in my home. I can't guarantee it will suit your city tastes. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they followed Chief Wang to his residence. In comparison to the brick and tile dwellings of the other locals, Chief Wang's home was noticeably cozier. Comprising several one-story buildings, it had the feel of a modest courtyard house. Gifeng, our visitors from the city have arrived. Get some food ready, quickly. Upon hearing Chief Wang's call, a robust middle-aged woman emerged from the house. She appeared slightly bewildered by the sudden influx of city guests and seemed uncertain about what to do with her hands. This is my daughter-in-law, Wang Gifeng. My son is working in the city, so it's just us three living here. Make yourselves comfortable. Gifeng, go slaughter a chicken and stir-fry some mushrooms and wild vegetables for our guests. Wang Gifeng swiftly exited, seemingly eager to evade the awkwardness and get started on dinner. Zhao Hao immediately spoke up, Chief Wang, there's really no need to go to such lengths. We had some food in the car earlier, so we're not hungry. Shen Lingxiu added, exactly, Chief Wang. We'll pass on dinner. We've been on the road all day and we're pretty worn out. We'd like to get some rest soon. Oh, understood. My apologies for the misunderstanding. Gifeng, hold off on the meal preparation. Boil some hot water instead. Fugui, guide Miss Shen and her crew to their sleeping quarters. Sure thing, Grandpa. After some organized scurrying, Fang Xiu and the others settled into spaces within Chief Wang's residence. Given the spacious nature of the home and only 3 inhabitants, there was ample room for everyone to have their own private area. Later that evening, when Chief Wang and his household returned to their rooms for the night, Fang Xiu and the team convened in one of the rooms. Has anyone noticed anything out of the ordinary? Shen Lingxiu asked. Lu Shui shook his head, nothing unusual had stood out to him. Zhao Hao, on the other hand, said, back when I was working in the city, I thought I had it rough. But comparing my situation with that of Chief Wang, my difficulties now appear insignificant. The Wangs aren't exactly rich, but they were willing to cook chicken for us, Lu Shui suddenly pointed out. That's the real reason you said we ate in the car earlier. You didn't want to put them out financially. Zhao Hao nodded in agreement. Once we're done with our assignment, I'm thinking of making a donation to Blackwater. With her arms crossed, Shen Lingxiu said evenly, you're not doing well yourself and struggle with the unpredictable nature of spiritual energy, yet you can't stand to see others go through tough times. Zhao Hao appeared slightly self-conscious but countered, you also opposed eating the chicken, didn't you? My objection was based on caution, weary on a mission and unaware of the Specters' location. It's more prudent not to accept food from strangers. Besides, while chicken may be a precious commodity to them, they have other assets, Sheng Lingxiu said. Then, this is Blackwater, a secluded mountain village rich in natural resources. They've even built a brand name around their wild mountain chickens, selling them in urban markets for several times the price of ordinary chickens. This made Zhao Hao feel even more uncomfortable, akin to a poor person contemplating donating to the rich. So, those high-priced Blackwater wild mountain chickens in the supermarkets are from this very village? Lu Shui asked, astonished. Shen Lingxiu nodded, making Zhao Hao feel even more embarrassed. If nobody has discovered anything suspicious, let's get some sleep. Tomorrow, we head to Blackwater River. According to the information, it's the most likely location related to the Spectre. Also, since you 3 are newcomers, it's best to sleep in the same room and take turns keeping watch. Remember, when it comes to dealing with Spectre events, The absence of abnormalities is the biggest anomaly, Shen Lingxiu cautioned. Zhao Hao asked Shen Lingxiu, what about you? Aren't you going to stay in the same room with us? She scoffed dismissively, after someone becomes a psychic, their personality can be influenced by specter powers, often intensifying negative emotional traits. Given the specific type of power you've awakened, it's obvious how you've been affected. Zhao Hao hurriedly retorted, what are you implying? I didn't suggest that we all sleep together for any reason other than safety, given the specter situation in Blackwater. Do you actually believe yourself? Shen Lingxiu responded, her tone dripping with skepticism. Without another word, she turned and left. Usually, when on a mission involving specter incidents, Shen Lingxiu would never choose to be alone in a room. In fact, she might not even sleep, given the potentially fatal risks. But this time was different, she was in the know. This specter incident wasn't a grade C task, as they'd said, it was actually a D. It was possibly even one of the easiest ones among the DS. Wang Dihei was currently placing significant importance on Fang Xiu and didn't want to expose him to too much risk. Yet, for the sake of skill enhancement, Fang Xiu still needed field experience. So, this particular specter incident was handpicked by Wang Dihei as a training exercise specifically for Fang Xiu. And Shen Lingxiu? She was essentially the babysitter. With her current power level, a grade D mission wouldn't offer any real benefits in terms of her skill advancement. So, she was here purely to take care of things. Wang Dihei had sent her to protect Fang Xiu and the others. Fang Xiu had enormous potential and could not be put at risk. As for Lu Shui, even though his teleportation ability only covered a distance of 20 centimeters, the agency believed that once he advanced to the second tier, he would become a force to be reckoned with. Zhao Hao, on the other hand, was there mainly to make up the numbers and was included largely because of his relationship with Fang Xiu. Fweoval. All of this contributed to Shen Lingxiu's growing sense of irritation. Chapter 63, No Spectre at All. After Shen Lingxiu walked away, Zhao Hao drooped his head, his face edged with regret. Hey, Chunky, why doesn't she believe me? I was just trying to help. Zhao Hao had given up calling Lu Shui handsome when it didn't really suit the man, now opting for Chunky. Maybe next time, clean your drool before talking. And stop calling me Chunky. I was in the investigation bureau before you. Call me handsome or sir. Who do you think you are, you idiot? What do you mean by clean my drool? You think you're some kind of saint? Zhao Hao immediately flared up. Haha, you were eyeing her collarbone the whole time. You think we can't see? She was practically bundled up, only her neckline was a bit exposed, and you couldn't take your eyes off of it. If you guys slept in the same room, who knows what you'd do? That's nonsense. If you knew where I was looking, that means you were staring too. Fang Xiu watched them fighting with a blank expression. Right then, he fully grasped the meaning of useless teammate. Turning his back on them, he made his way to his room to get some rest. Hey, where are you going, Xiu? Aren't you staying with us? Don't we have to keep watch tonight? Ignoring the voice, Fang Xiu continued walking. He wasn't so much worried about keeping watch as he was about the likelihood that specters wouldn't show up if there was a crowd. Plus, something else had caught his attention today: people's hair. The village chief and others seemed to have incredibly healthy hair. Wang Gefeng and Wang Fugui were relatively younger, but the village chief was close to 80 and had no grey hair. Fang Xiu had wondered if they might have dyed their hair, but that seemed improbable. In this remote mountain village, nobody cared about hair dye, everybody knew each other, particularly someone elderly like the village chief. Moreover, obtaining hair dye here would be difficult, one would have to trek for hours to the nearest town. What raised Fang Xiu's suspicion most was the fact that since arriving in Blackwater, he had not encountered a single specter. He couldn't definitively say there were no specters in Blackwater. He hadn't combed through the whole village, and the visibility was poor outside. Yet, this alone was enough to make him feel uneasy. In the city, specters were all over the place, and even on the journey to Blackwater, though rare, they did exist. But since reaching Blackwater, he had seen absolutely no specters. There was only one other time Fang Xiu had experienced this in the Spectre Zone of Green Mountain Mental Hospital. Is Blackwater also a Spectre Zone? That thought perplexed Fang Xiu. His phone still had a signal, which was unlike his previous experience in Green Mountain Mental Hospital, where he lost all connectivity. This deepened his suspicions about the villagers' unusually healthy hair. He knew in his gut that something in Blackwater was amiss. Given his cautious nature, even the smallest irregularity seemed amplified. With his mind awash in these questions, Fang Xiu drifted into sleep. He wrapped himself in 2 blankets. Despite having psychic abilities, he was still a mortal, not some invincible superhero. Late into the night, around 3 in the morning, the noise of water flowing reached Fang Xiu's ears. He sensed an increasing dampness in the air, and the temperature seemed to drop around him. Whoosh! Fang Xiu's eyes shot open. Has it finally shown up? He murmured to himself before sitting up abruptly to survey his environment. He was greeted by pitch darkness. He couldn't see a thing. Oddly enough, it felt as though the bed beneath him was shifting. Snapping into action, he swiftly grabbed his phone and activated the flashlight. The powerful beam cut through the enveloping darkness, revealing what was under his bed. It wasn't the firm limestone floor he remembered, but river water, to be exact. His bed was actually afloat on the Blackwater River. The sound he had heard was indeed the Blackwater River's currents. In the flashlight's beam, he saw a few dim figures. Upon closer inspection, they were Shen Lingxiu, Zhao Hao, and others all in deep slumber. Chapter 64, Blackwater. As the light flooded in, the ever-alert Shen Lingxiu woke up instantly and she abruptly sat up in her bed. Her blanket slid off, but she was fully clothed, so there was no awkward exposure. At most, her collar was a bit disheveled from sleep, revealing much of her fair collarbone. It was a pity that Zhao Hao, who was particularly fond of that feature, was asleep and missed it. Who's there? Shen Lingxiu couldn't make out Fang Xiu's face as he shone a flashlight at her. It's me, Fang Xiu replied calmly. When did you get into my room? Shen Lingxiu seemed quite displeased. Look around before you speak. Fang Xiu waved the flashlight, illuminating the dark river surrounding them. Realizing where they were, Shen Lingxiu's face turned ashen. Is this Blackwater River? What the hell happened? Did a specter appear? Her urgent voice woke up Zhao Hao and Lu Shui, who were sharing the same bed. The two jolted awake and almost fell into the water when they recognized their surroundings. What the heck is this place? We were sleeping just fine in bed, how did we end up in a river? This doesn't make any sense. Lu Shui was pale as a ghost, clinging onto Zhao Hao like a lifebuoy. Lu Shui, don't move around. With your weight, you'll tip us over. Zhao Hao was also terrified, holding on to Lu Shui tightly. Ignoring the pair's emotional embrace, Fang Xiu calmly surveyed the scene. He noticed that the bed was slowly drifting toward the center of Blackwater River. Shining his flashlight toward it, he faintly saw a dark whirlpool, like the gaping maw of an abyss, ready to swallow them whole. Seeing the whirlpool, the rest panicked, thinking of all sorts of dire possibilities. That whirlpool's gonna swallow us, let's get out of here. Run? Where to? I can't swim. Don't worry, I can. What good does that do? The specter might be underwater. If you go in, you're not coming back up. Listening to Zhao Hao and Lu Shui argue back and forth, Shen Lingxiu felt like her head was buzzing. Shut up, all of you. No one gets in the water. Paddle with your hands. She ordered. So Zhao Hao and Lu Shui started paddling, but not Fang Xiu. He just stood there, observing silently. In his eyes, paddling was a foolish act. A specter capable of silently transporting everyone to the Blackwater River wouldn't let them paddle away that easily. He was pondering, if they had been silently moved by the specter, or they had actually been residing on Blackwater River all along. Before long, Lu Shui's panicked voice rang out. It's useless. We've been paddling for so long, but we haven't moved an inch. It's as if something under the water is pulling the bed. As his words echoed, everyone's expression shifted slightly. Staring at the inky blackness beneath the bed, a nameless fear surged in their hearts, something akin to thalassophobia. It was like in the depths of the sea, there was no light, only endless black water everywhere. Not only are we not moving, we're actually accelerating towards the whirlpool in the center of the river, Shen Lingxiu said gravely. We absolutely can't get close to that whirlpool. Once in the water, our combat effectiveness will be severely reduced. This specter has the ability to control the water, making the river its turf. We'll unquestionably lose. Besides, my powers are flame-based. In water, I'd be highly restricted, only capable of protecting myself. Shen Lingxiu's explanation nearly made Zhao Hao and Lu Shui wet their pants. Zhao Hao instinctively turned his eyes toward Fang Xiu. Xiu, what do we do? Zhao Hao asked. After all, he only had survived Green Mountain Mental Hospital and become a psychic by following Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu calmly scanned the increasingly distant shore and finally set his eyes on a fairly robust tree. He opened the backpack on the bed, which was pre-packed with ropes, military shovels, handguns, and other tools. He grabbed a rope and a military shovel, connected them, and hurled it powerfully. The shovel, trailed by the rope, arced gracefully through the air and landed precisely on the tree trunk, wedging between the branches. Being a psychic, his control had reached an extraordinarily precise level, capable of feats that would require intensive training for ordinary people. Everyone, grab onto my bed. At Fang Xiu's command, their faces lit up. The three hurriedly moved closer to Fang Xiu's bed. Thankfully, the distance wasn't great and the rope was there to help. Everyone quickly gathered together. Fang Xiu then started pulling the rope with force. Under the counterforce, they finally started moving toward the shore. Shen Lingxiu looked at Fang Xiu as he pulled the rope and a flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes. She realized that not everyone in her team was as useless as Zhao Hao and Lu Shui, who couldn't help and just screamed. Fang Xiu's composure surprised her. Not everyone could make accurate judgments in a perilous situation, most would panic. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. They were getting further and further away from the whirlpool in the center of the river. Just then, something bizarre happened. The whirlpool began to slowly fade away. Shen Lingxiu, who had been vigilantly watching for any surprises, immediately noticed. The whirlpool's gone. Gone. Fang Xiu felt a twinge of suspicion. If the whirlpool was conjured by Specter, then its disappearance likely signaled the Specter's location. But now, the whirlpool was gone, it probably means the Specter was planning something new, maybe coming at them. Just as this thought crossed his mind, they abruptly felt themselves sinking. To be more precise, the bed was sinking. Shen Lingxiu's face turned ashen. This Specter is pulling the bed. She quickly shone her flashlight into the dark water below, but the abyss seemed to swallow the light itself. Barely visible were strands of hair, darker than the river water, undulating beneath the surface. Shen Lingxiu flipped her hand, and a hot, bright flame appeared. With a forceful toss, the flame hit the water. Sizzle! Steam billowed as the river water boiled. Yet the bed continued to sink, now more than halfway submerged. It seemed that the water was going to swallow them whole. Shen Lingxiu looked increasingly grim. Even above water, she couldn't hurt a finger of this specter, let alone beneath the surface. Is this where we meet our end? She thought to herself. Shen Lingxiu didn't give in, continuously summoning more flames and hurling them into the water. But the elusive specter dodged with ease, seemingly unafraid of her attacks. All she had done was waste a lot of spiritual energy. Finally, the bed sank completely, and everyone was submerged. The moment they hit the water, a bone-chilling cold spread throughout their bodies. If they weren't psychics, they would have been frozen stiff. I can't swim. Lu Shui struggled frantically, swallowing gulp after gulp of icy water. Zhao Hao acted swiftly to save him, but attempting to rescue a drowning person as an amateur could be dangerous, especially when that person was heavy-set. In his panic, Lu Shui latched onto Zhao Hao, making it impossible for him to stay afloat. Both started to sink, choking on water. With a chop to the neck, Fang Xiu knocked Lu Shui unconscious. Only then could Zhao Hao finally break free to the surface. Damn it! This fat guy almost killed me, Zhao Hao gasped for air, supporting the unconscious man with one arm. Shen Lingxiu sensed something was off. Why isn't the specter attacking? Fang Xiu answered her question. It's waiting. Chapter 65, Count on me. Fang Xiu explained, once you're weakened, your earlier haphazard attacks weren't entirely useless, they had a bit of a deterrent effect. Water and fire clash, and this specter clearly doesn't want to fight head-on with you. It's just biding its time. This Blackwater River is frigid to the bone. Even for a psychic, it's hard to stay in the water for long. The cold will drain a lot of your energy and weaken you until you can't fight back, then it's the specter's turn to strike. Damn it! Shen Lingxiu gritted her teeth. As a person who is already sensitive to cold, being fully submerged in the river was torment. Having already spent her spiritual energy attacking the water, she now felt chilled to the bone. Her normally fair face turned ghostly pale, and her lips lost their color. She never expected that, as a seasoned psychic, she would mess up during a grade D mission. She began to suspect something was off. Could a specter capable of moving a lake really be a grade D? Is it special abilities, or is it really that powerful? Shen Lingxiu, make a fire, Fang Xiu suddenly said. Shen Lingxiu was taken aback. My flames may be hotter than ordinary ones, but if you think I can boil this river dry, that's not happening. I'm not asking you to dry up the river. Just raise your hand and make some flames. It'll provide some warmth. The cold water is draining your stamina, we need to conserve energy with the situation still unclear. Shen Lingxiu hesitated for a moment. Am I supposed to be a human torch? Or a personal heater? Nonetheless, she followed the advice. Raising her pale, waterlogged hand, a burst of intense, warm light blossomed, dissipating some of the cold. Ah, it's so warm, like soaking in a hot spring, Zhao Hao made an ill-timed joke. Shen Lingxiu shot him a cold glare. Usually, if you feel warm in extreme cold, it means you're close to freezing to death. What? Zhao Hao was scared enough to press the unconscious Lu Shui against himself, trying to absorb some warmth. Maintaining the flame, Shen Lingxiu's face regained a bit of color, but her expression became grimmer. With my current spiritual energy, I can only keep this flame up for maybe 10 minutes. After that, my spiritual energy will be drained. What will we do when the specter shows up? Fang Xiu calmly looked at her. Doesn't matter. I'll take care of it. You'll take care of it. Shen Lingxiu was highly skeptical. In her eyes, Fang Xiu's ability was to foresee the future, a powerful skill, no doubt, but useless in direct combat. But Zhao Hao completely trusted Fang Xiu. From their time in the mental hospital, Fang Xiu always remained composed, even when facing the most menacing specters. It was as if he had everything under control. Xiu, do you see a way out? Zhao Hao initially wanted to ask if Fang Xiu had seen the future, but remembering his confidentiality agreement, he cautiously rephrased his question. Fang Xiu gave a faint nod, offering no explanation. Fantastic, Xiu. We're counting on you. Zhao Hao's demeanor changed. He acted as if they were already out of danger. In reality, however, Fang Xiu hadn't seen the future, nor had he even seen what the specter looked like. But that didn't matter. His actual motive for having Shen Lingxiu create flames was to deplete her spiritual energy. He guessed that the water specter's reluctance to show itself was due to fearing their combined strength. So who would the specter be wary of? Fang Xiu mulled it over. It must be B Shen Lingxiu, a seasoned psychic with fire powers. As time passed, the flame in Shen Lingxiu's palm dimmed, nearing dying out. She was about to snuff it out to save some fighting strength, but Fang Xiu stopped her. Keep it burning. Shen Lingxiu glanced at Fang Xiu's calm face and ultimately chose to believe him. This was also due to the various mysterious feats Fang Xiu had demonstrated before at the Investigation Bureau. Facing someone who could seemingly predict the future, people are generally inclined to believe. Finally, Shen Lingxiu couldn't hold on anymore. I can't go on. My spiritual energy is depleted. As her words fell, the flame in her palm instantly went out, plunging their surroundings into darkness. All that could be heard was the sound of flowing water. Everything else was eerily quiet. Something's in the water. Zhao Hao suddenly exclaimed in horror. Fang Xiu and the others immediately looked in the direction Zhao Hao was pointing and saw that the black river seemed to be teeming with even darker shapes that were snaking around like water serpents. What do we do now? Shen Lingxiu looked nervously at Fang Xiu. Devoid of her spiritual energy, she was now a sitting duck, with her hopes for survival entirely pinned on Fang Xiu. Whether it was an illusion or not, Shen Lingxiu felt that there was an intense, repressed excitement in Fang Xiu's eyes. It wasn't an illusion, Fang Xiu was genuinely excited. He hadn't encountered a specter for more than a week now. At this moment, he felt like a parched traveler who had just spotted a seductive oasis. Without a second thought, he dived into the water. Shen Lingxiu and the others were immediately shocked. They couldn't believe that Fang Xiu would act so boldly. Underwater, all Fang Xiu could see was darkness, with shapes resembling water serpents moving swiftly toward him. Fang Xiu immediately activated his blood pupil. Countless blood-red veins appeared in his right eye, densely interweaving until the white of his eye was covered in red, leaving only a pitch-black pupil. Using his blood pupil, Fang Xiu finally saw what those black serpentine shapes were. They were strands of slick, pitch-black hair. The hair resembled what he had seen on the village chief and others before. Equally thick, equally glossy. It seemed like the hair wanted to entangle Fang Xiu and drag him underwater. But Fang Xiu wasn't about to give it a chance. A flash of silver light appeared in his hand, and he was now holding a scalpel that emitted a chilling specter power. Swish! Swish! Chapter 66, Body Underwater. The strength of the hair was unknown, but it couldn't possibly resist the blade of a specter gadget. Once the strands were cut, they snapped back to the riverbed like severed tentacles, disappearing without a trace. Fang Xiu was annoyed. He loathed these kinds of specters. Not only were they elusive, but they also retreated after a single blow, depriving him of the pleasure of slaughtering them. Without a second thought, Fang Xiu dove deeper, agile as a fish with his activated psychic power. Guided by his blood pupil, he followed the direction the hair had retracted. At last, upon reaching the bottom of the lake, he saw the specter's true form. It was a female corpse. She was dressed in white, her skin pallid and her face unrecognizable due to swelling and decay. Even her eyeballs were gone, leaving only dark, empty sockets. Her long, sleek, black hair floated at the river's bottom, constantly writhing. From a distance, it resembled a thick nest of snakes. Excitement glinted even brighter in Fang Xiu's eyes, and his blood pupil faintly shimmered. He charged directly toward the female corpse. Perhaps angered by his actions, the corpse suddenly opened her lipless mouth and emitted a muffled roar. Her hair, like tens of thousands of water snakes, surged toward Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu was restricted in his movements underwater. It was impossible for him to cut all the hair with just a scalpel. However, he remained calm and showed no panic. A bloody light radiated from his right eye. Under its glow, the female corpse seemed as if hit by a hammer, letting out a shrill scream. The hair that had been attacking him suddenly retreated in fright, like an octopus pulling in its tentacles. Seizing the moment of her agony, an increasingly thrilled Fang Xiu aggressively swam toward her. By now, he started to feel a bit oxygen-deprived, a light dizziness setting in, but he didn't stop. The specter was right before him, he needed to make her feel pain. Sensing the approaching danger, the corpse extended her swollen, pale hand, lunging at Fang Xiu menacingly. But Fang Xiu didn't care. His excitement was almost tangible in his eyes, and the calm expression on his face had vanished, replaced by an involuntary, twisted grin. The next moment, the female corpse managed to grab Fang Xiu's neck. Her grip was as cold and unyielding as iron. The sensation of piercing pain and suffocation hit him. Far from halting him, however, it only inflamed his grim and terrifying expression even further. Swish! Fang Xiu swung the scalpel in his hand fiercely, the sharp blade cutting down from the forehead of the female corpse, slicing effortlessly and continuing its downward path. The forehead, between the brows, the nose bone, and the mouth hole, these areas instantly split open, forming a wound several centimeters deep. Fang Xiu even saw the rotten brain and white bones within the wound. With just that one strike, amplified by his pain-inflicting abilities, the female corpse couldn't even muster a scream. Her whole body convulsed as if electrocuted. Her hands, which had been choking Fang Xiu's neck, instinctively released their grip. Seeing the corpse in agony only fueled Fang Xiu's excitement. Without giving her any time to recover, he slashed again, this time, a horizontal cut. This second cut intersected with the first, forming a cross on the corpse's face. If you've ever sliced a watermelon, you know that after you make a horizontal and a vertical cut, the flesh will open up like a blooming flower. That was exactly what happened to the corpse's head at that moment. Concerned for her well-being, Fang Xiu intentionally refrained from using his full pain-inflicting abilities. He wanted her to suffer slowly. But the moment the second cut was made, the convulsing body of the corpse froze, seemingly becoming just a lifeless corpse. Fang Xiu almost couldn't believe that the specter was this fragile. Before he could even react, the corpse's hair sprang to life, detaching from her head and forming into a floating black ball that whooshed away at an incredible speed, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, a cold flash burst in Fang Xiu's eyes. He realized that the body was not the real specter, it was the hair. He wanted to give chase, but he was at his limit. The suffocating feeling was becoming increasingly unbearable, and the dizziness clouded his mind. Reluctantly, he resurfaced. Splash! Fang Xiu burst out of the water. Shen Lingxiu and the others anxiously looked over. They were relieved to see Fang Xiu, but their faces filled with concern at the sight of the dark red handprint on his neck. Xiu, are you all right? What about the specter? Zhao Hao asked urgently. Fang Xiu didn't answer right away but took several deep breaths to regain his composure. It got away. The real body of this specter seems to be her hair. Hair? Let's not talk about this now. While the specter has fled, let's see if we can make it to shore. Shen Lingxiu said urgently. Everyone nodded and swam toward the shore. This time, the shore didn't retreat as before, it stayed in place. Soon, Fang Xiu and the others managed to drag Lu Shui, who was like a dead fish, ashore. After reaching the land, they didn't stop to rest but ran quite a distance away. Only after they were far from the water's edge did they take a moment to catch their breaths. Save him first. Shen Lingxiu ordered, immediately beginning to perform chest compressions on Lu Shui. She didn't stop until Lu Shui spat out several mouthfuls of ice-cold river water. However, Lu Shui still hadn't regained consciousness, and his face was as pale as a sheet. We need to give Lu Shui a mouth-to-mouth. Who's going to do it? Shen Lingxiu's eyes shifted between Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao. Fang Xiu remained expressionless, while Zhao Hao looked visibly horrified. He glanced at Lu Shui's chubby lips and felt that eating feces might be a better option. Why don't you do it? Zhao Hao retorted. Shen Lingxiu sneered, ever heard of the concept that men and women should not even touch hands when giving or receiving things? Why should I be the one to do it when there are two grown men here? So it's fine if it's guy to guy. Zhao Hao shook his head vehemently, every hair on his body bristling with refusal. At this moment, Fang Xiu started walking toward Lu Shui. A strange look crossed Shen Lingxiu's eyes, and Zhao Hao looked even more horrified. He wanted to say something but held back, fearing that Fang Xiu would ask him to step in. Just as everyone thought Fang Xiu was about to administer mouth-to-mouth. Smack! Fang Xiu delivered a resounding slap across Lu Shui's face. Lu Shui let out a miserable scream and abruptly sat up. Ow! Who hit me? He's awake now. Zhao Hao was dumbstruck. Shen Lingxiu's expression turned unpleasant, and she glared menacingly at Lu Shui. Were you pretending to be unconscious? Chapter 67, Modern Technology vs. Specter. Did you really pass out? Shen Lingxiu simply couldn't believe it. You fainted from a lack of oxygen, and you woke up from a single slap without needing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Zhao Hao watched them and couldn't help but add, wow, Shui, trying to scam my first kiss, are you? Lu Shui felt utterly wronged, nobody believed him, no matter what he said. Only Fang Xiu knew the truth. Lu Shui really did faint. He woke up from a slap because Fang Xiu channeled a bit of his pain-inducing ability. The intense pain effectively shocked him awake. After a few rounds of bickering, Shen Lingxiu had had enough and put a stop to it. Enough, Lu Shui. We can talk about this later. Right now, we need to focus on how to deal with the water specter in Blackwater River. Fang Xiu, what exactly happened when you went underwater? Why did you say that the specter is actually the hare? I saw a female corpse underwater, Fang Xiu began. The thing that attacked us earlier was the hair of that corpse. After I dealt with the corpse, the hair seemed to come alive and detached itself. It ran away. So, my guess is that the hair is the real form of the specter, and the corpse is just a puppet it controls. Shen Lingxiu thought it over. Dealt with the corpse? Even if the corpse isn't the real specter, it's being controlled by one. This specter can control Blackwater River, so it must be powerful. How did you manage to handle the corpse? I have my ways, Fang Xiu replied, offering no further explanation. Shen Lingxiu gave Fang Xiu a doubtful look. She wondered if perhaps this water specter simply had a unique ability but was weak in direct combat. Yet, something felt off. Noticing Fang Xiu didn't want to elaborate, she dropped the subject. Let's head back for now. Once my spiritual energy recovers, we'll come back to Blackwater River once it's daylight and deal with the water specter. Fang Xiu remained unmoved and asked, so, what's your plan for handling the specter tomorrow? Shen Lingxiu thought for a moment and said, if even a rookie psychic like you can repel it, it's clear that the specter isn't strong in fighting directly. The issue is its advantage in Blackwater River, which makes it hard for my fire abilities to work. The best approach is to lure the water specter onto land. Once someone manages to lure it out, I can easily take care of it with fire. After she spoke, she found Fang Xiu looking at her as if she were an idiot. It infuriated her. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you have a better idea? It's hard for me to believe that you're an experienced psychic from what you just said, Fang Xiu replied calmly. Although his tone wasn't mocking, his words were. He took out an encrypted phone issued by the Investigation Bureau and started dialing. Who are you calling? Let me guess, you're reaching out to the bureau for backup, asking other psychics to help. Shen Lingxiu said mockingly. I'd put the phone down if I were you. The bureau is already short-staffed, and they won't send psychics for a specter that hasn't shown direct harm. However, Fang Xiu ignored her. Soon, the call connected. So Kexan's sleepy and soft voice came from the other end of the line. Mr. Fang? Why are you calling so late? Fang Xiu cut her off. Inform the higher UPS to send me a special ops team. Make sure they bring the highest powered water pumps they have, as many as possible. To Blackwater. Special ops teams consist of professionally trained soldiers. They are ordinary people but highly capable. Although they don't possess spiritual energy, they are generally used to assist psychics in tasks such as crowd control, reconnaissance, and rescue operations. Hey! So Kexan, who was still half asleep, didn't catch on right away. Mr. Fang, what are you saying? Water pumps? Weren't you on a mission? What do you need water pumps for? You don't need to know why, just do as I say. If there are any questions, go talk to Wang Dihei. Tell him I said to do it. With that, Fang Xiu hung up. He turned back to Shen Lingxiu and the others, only to find them staring at him, mouths agape. Xiu, you're not planning on draining Blackwater River, are you? Zhao Hao asked in shock. Fang Xiu nodded, saying, from what we've seen, this specter is smart and cunning. It avoids direct confrontation. So, luring it out would require someone to serve as bait. Otherwise, it won't fall for it. In that case, the best course of action is to drain Blackwater River, leaving it with nowhere to hide. We have the backing of the Investigation Bureau and can mobilize huge resources. Why not take advantage of that? Why go for the dangerous underwater fight? Besides, although Blackwater River is long, it's only deep in the middle. The rest is too shallow for hiding. We just need to block the upper and lower parts of the river and drain the middle. At this point, Shen Lingxiu felt too embarrassed to meet Fang Xiu's calm gaze. She looked away, speechless. She thought Fang Xiu was calling for backup from other psychics. She didn't think he'd use modern technology to deal with the water specter, an approach she had never considered. Yet she couldn't deny it made perfect sense. Mobilizing a special ops team and some water pumps would certainly be resource-intensive, but it's far less risky and far more effective than sending psychics to risk their lives. After all, the life of a psychic is far more valuable. Shen Lingxiu had fallen into a mindset common among psychics. Although they might not openly say it, almost all psychics subconsciously considered themselves superior to ordinary people. In the same vein, they firmly believed that the only ones capable of dealing with specters were psychics. Therefore, when faced with a specter, their first instinct was always to solve it using psychic abilities, rather than involving regular people. Fang Xiu was different. He didn't have the arrogance common among psychics. Or, to put it another way, he simply didn't care for such matters, he only cared about the specter. As long as he could make the specter suffer, he would use all means necessary. Also, we can't return to the village chief's house tonight, he added. Why not? Lu Shui asked, shivering. At this point, everyone was drenched, and the mountain was quite chilly at night. Fang Xiu explained, didn't you notice something off about the villager's hair? The village chief should be around 70 to 80 years old, yet his hair is as black and shiny as a young man's. His grandson and daughter-in-law also have the same crazy good hair. Xiu, the chief could have just dyed his hair, right? Lu Shui started calling Fang Xiu by his first name since learning he single-handedly fended off the specter. Fang Xiu calmly looked at him and said, the hair of the village chief and his family is identical to the hair of the corpse I saw at the river bottom. If you want to risk death, you can go back. Hearing this, Lu Shui couldn't tell if he was more scared or cold, and involuntarily shivered. He chuckled nervously, well, camping doesn't sound so bad then. Faced with Fang Xiu's arrangements, everyone chose to comply, even Shen Lingxiu didn't object. She was supposed to be the team leader, but now the one giving orders was Fang Xiu. The power dynamics had quietly shifted. Chapter 68. The next morning, Fang Xiu received a phone call. The Special Operations Squad had made it near the mountain region close to Blackwater. However, due to the difficult mountain roads, they couldn't drive further, so they were walking toward Blackwater and expected to arrive in about an hour. After setting up a meeting point, Fang Xiu went to the village with the others. He also wore sunglasses that he had readied ahead of time. He wanted to test a theory. He hadn't seen other villagers yesterday because it had gotten too late, but today, he was eager to inspect their hair closely. Strolling through the village, they immediately drew the attention of many villagers. Most of them were already out working, some were farming, others were looking after livestock. Fang Xiu and the others' outfits made it clear they were not from around here, they were city dwellers, which drew a lot of eyeballs. Yet, the villagers appeared more curious than unfriendly, probably because the village chief had told them that they were journalists. As the villagers eyed them, they were also doing the same. What caught Fang Xiu's attention was that all the villagers, without exception, had hair that was jet black and lustrous. "Xiu, what's the deal? Have all these people been munching on black sesame seeds from childhood or what?" Zhao Hao asked, his voice quivering. "How could any black sesame seeds be that potent? I've noticed some elderly villagers, and their hair is just as black and glossy, no sign of any grey strands," Lu Shui chimed in. While the others were preoccupied with the villagers' hair, Fang Xiu scanned the area. No specters. Absolutely none. Fang Xiu now felt confident that there wasn't a single specter in the whole of Blackwater. But why? If we're in a specter zone, which would make the specters invisible, then why is there still cell service? Is it because we are using encrypted phones from the Investigation Bureau? Taking out his own phone, Fang Xiu could see that it also had reception, although the signal was weaker due to the mountain area. Fang Xiu was baffled. The mystery surrounding the specters was huge, and he felt like he had only begun to peel back the layers. Many strange things remained unexplained. At that moment, he walked up to an elderly man basking in the sun. This senior looked much older than the village chief, his face a maze of deep creases. He was contentedly puffing on his tobacco pipe while soaking up the sunlight. "Excuse me, sir, may I ask how you keep your hair so dark and glossy? For someone your age, it looks more vibrant than that of young people." The old man shot Fang Xiu a confused look. "Why would a city folk like you mock an old man like me? My hair turned grey a decade ago. It's not dark or even glossy." Upon hearing his words, Shen Lingxiu and the others were immediately taken aback. They stared intently at his rich, shiny black hair, a shiver running down their spines. Fang Xiu, however, kept his cool and calmly said, "I'm sorry. I must have been mistaken." After offering this apology, he turned and walked away with Shen Lingxiu and the others. When they were far enough away, Zhao Hao couldn't resist asking, "So, was that old guy's hair actually black or grey? Am I seeing colors wrong? Because it looked pretty black to me." "I thought it looked black too," Lu Shui chimed in. "These villagers are certainly not normal, they must have been affected by the specters," Shen Lingxiu declared. "People who are influenced by specters often exhibit strange traits like being frail, emotionally unstable, and mentally exhausted. But there are other symptoms as well." Fang Xiu glanced at her and calmly asked, "How can you be so sure that it's the villagers who are affected and not us?" The rest were shocked hearing that. Zhao Hao and Lu Shui looked noticeably paler. Just then, they heard voices in the distance. "Miss Shen, so you're here." The individual approaching them was none other than Wang Fugui, the grandson of the village chief. Out of breath, he asked, "You are all early birds, aren't you? I came to invite you to breakfast but found your rooms empty. The group's eyes immediately zeroed in on Wang Fugui's lustrous black hair, their expressions turning strange, particularly Zhao Hao and Lu Shui, who now seemed more guarded. Fortunately, Shen Lingxiu, a seasoned psychic, didn't let any emotions show. Yes, our work often requires us to wake up early, she replied. Do you plan to start filming soon? I could guide you to some beautiful spots. We'll decline for the moment, we intend to do some solo exploration today and will reach out if we need your assistance. Wang Fugui looked somewhat disappointed but relented. The mountains can be quite dangerous, you know, what with wild boars and such. Having a guide might be helpful. It's all right. We're experienced in fieldwork and have ample survival skills. We've been to more remote places than this. For now, we'll explore on our own and touch base with you later in the day. Seemingly unaccustomed to rejecting offers, Wang Fugui finally nodded in agreement. However, steer clear of the central area of Blackwater River, he cautioned. Maintaining her poise, Shen Lingxiu asked, Oh? Why should we avoid that place? Wang Fugui's expression shifted to one of fear, as if he were recalling something terrifying. Anyway, please don't ask further. My grandfather doesn't want to spread superstition, but there's more than one person in the village who claims that something strange happens there. So, better steer clear. Shen Lingxiu nodded in understanding, and shortly afterward, Wang Fugui took his leave. Not too long after that, Fang Xiu's phone buzzed. Agent Fang, Team 10 of the Special Operations Squad has reached the designated area. Understood, we'll be there shortly, Fang Xiu replied before hanging up. Chapter 69, Sudden Change. Once they got to Blackwater River, Fang Xiu and his team moved quickly. Up ahead, they spotted a group in black tactical uniforms and armed with submachine guns. These guys were big and stood up straight, obviously well trained. But right in front of this special operations squad stood a guy and a girl dressed like they were going on a hike, wearing windbreakers, trekking boots, and carrying hiking poles and backpacks. They seemed to be having a heated discussion with the special operations squad. What's the deal with kicking us out? You don't own this place. We're just soaking in the view. Exactly, this isn't some tourist hotspot, but even if it was, we could just get tickets. We're on a specific mission. No one without authorization can come near. Please leave right now, said a member of the Special Operations Squad. Just then, Fang Xiu and his team showed up. One of the squad members jogged over and gave them a salute. Agent Fang, Team 10 of the Special Operations Squad at your service. Fang Xiu gave a nod. Just as he was about to say something, the hiker and his companion came up to him. The guy was tall, built, and had a rugged look, while the girl was also tall, had a tan, and looked like the outdoorsy type. Are you the one in charge here? Who are you to rwbnve.co? Fang Xiu cut her off mid-sentence, get them out of here. Got it. The Special Operations Squad didn't waste any time. Two of them started leading the man and woman away. The guy looked like he wanted to put up a fight but thought better of it when he saw how many of them there were and the guns they had. The girl, on the other hand, was making more noise than anyone else. This isn't over yet. You know who I am? My dad knows the public security chief, so you'll. They slowly disappeared from view, still being led away. Zhao Hao shook his head, wow, some people. I used to think those videos online were fake, you know, folks thinking they can go toe-to-toe with armed forces. Yet here they are, brave enough to get in the faces of a fully armed squad. One of them said they're adventurers who like off-the-grid spots. They showed up not long after we got here, a squad member chimed in. Fang Xiu nodded again, did Director Wang send you guys? The guy nodded and showed his ID, yeah. Director Wang sent us to back you up. Fang Xiu wasn't shocked, that was his privilege as a psychic possessing special power. Any other newbie with common powers wouldn't get this level of trust without a formal briefing. For him, one phone call did the trick. Everything good to go. All set and ready. Okay, let's kick this off. At Fang Xiu's orders, the Special Operations Squad got down to business. They moved quickly and skillfully. Some were digging holes and channeling water with their shovels, others were placing bunches of plastic pipes, and a few were setting up pumps and generators. There were even team members specifically tasked with making sure the area was secure from any outside interference. It was clear they'd done their homework on rerouting the river water into adjacent low-lying areas. Before long, the noisy hum of machines echoed around them. Assisted by numerous pumps, the water level in the river started to drop fast. Zhao Hao and Lu Shui were both super impressed. Is this what it's like to be a pro? These guys really know their stuff. Absolutely, if regular weapons were any good against specters, we wouldn't even need psychics. A few hours down the line, the riverbed was finally seen. They could see mud and scattered pools of water, as well as fish struggling in the muck and even some turtles. Throughout all of this, Fang Xiu and his team were on high alert for any water specters that might show up, but none did. There's a woman's body in the mud. Zhao Hao yelled, pointing at the riverbed. Lying half submerged in the mud was a headless female body. Man, who could have done this? They've sliced her face into 4 sections. Fang Xiu didn't reply. Instead, he activated his blood pupil. While everyone was focused on the grim scene, he scanned the muddy terrain with the sunglasses covering his eyes. A few seconds later, his eyes fixed on a small puddle in the middle of the dried riverbed. Deactivating his blood pupil, he pointed his finger toward the puddle. Shen Lingxiu, hit that puddle with your fire. Without hesitating, Shen Lingxiu did as told, fully aware that Fang Xiu had the power of foresight. She figured he must have known where the specter was hiding. She opened her hand, and a blazing fireball materialized, instantly heating up the area. She launched the fireball with force, aiming straight for the puddle Fang Xiu had pointed out. Boom! The fireball burst, sending a wave of hot air across the vicinity. The water in the puddle instantly boiled away, and the surrounding wet mud began to dry and crack. Right at that moment, a piercing scream erupted from the depths of the puddle. After that, a mass of hair, squirming and giving off a burnt scent, shot up from the ground. A specter's showing up! Zhao Hao yelled, quickly ducking behind Fang Xiu for cover. The hair levitated, swirling around in a frenzy. Some strands, still on fire, were thrown off, similar to how a gecko sheds its tail. Angered, the hair started to spread outward like a rapidly expanding spider web. It grew to 5 meters, then 10, then 20, seemingly wanting to trap everyone there. That was when Shen Lingxiu decided to act, fueled by a desire to get back at the cold lake water she had been submerged in the previous day. Boom! Boom! Intense, fiery flames formed in her palms, and she launched them mercilessly at the writhing hair. Just then, Fang Xiu caught the sound of bullets being loaded into chambers. He squinted, directing his gaze at the Special Operations Squad. A gut feeling told him something wasn't right. He wondered why these well-trained soldiers, who knew full well that firearms didn't work against specters, would be loading bullets without being told to. Zhao Hao and Lu Shui also chimed in, hang back and let Shen Lingxiu handle this. Her powers are the perfect counter to this specter. But in the next heartbeat, something shocking happened. Completely ignoring everyone's advice, the Special Operations Squad lifted their guns and pointed them at Fang Xiu and his team. Whoa, whoa, whoa! What's going on? Aren't we on the same team? Zhao Hao screamed, panic-stricken. Chapter 70, Killing Attempt. What? Shen Lingxiu was horrified. She took her focus off the nearly burnt specter and turned, aiming her fire at the members of the Special Operations Squad. But she found herself frozen, unable to actually go through with it. In that split second of her hesitation, the Special Operations Squad pulled their triggers. Bang! 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 Bullets surged out, flames dancing around them, zeroing in on Fang Xiu and his companions. If it had been just a single pistol or only one shooter, maybe Fang Xiu could have dodged. But when up against a team wielding submachine guns, he was left with no alternative but to brace for impact. He also chose not to use his blood pupil ability, as it was designed to target one person only. In a matter of moments, Fang Xiu and the others were riddled with bullets, collapsing into puddles of their own blood. When Fang Xiu opened his eyes again, he found himself back in Blackwater, amidst villagers carrying on with their daily activities. He then heard Zhao Hao's quivering voice. "Xiu, what's the deal? Have all these people been munching on black sesame seeds from childhood or what? How could any black sesame seeds be that potent? I've noticed some elderly villagers, and their hair is just as black and glossy, no sign of any grey strands," Lu Shui chimed in. Fang Xiu pieced together the time frame he was in casually walking through Blackwater. Soon enough, the Special Operations Squad would show up. Together they'd drain the river, uncover the hair specter, and Shen Lingxiu would take it on. Ultimately, they'd get shot by their supposed allies. So this hair specter can manipulate people. Fang Xiu wondered. He thought back to the headless female corpse that had been under the specter's control. He never expected that the specter could manipulate so many people simultaneously like the entire Special Operations Squad. Why didn't she directly control us? Is it because we're shielded by spiritual energy? Fang Xiu felt something was wrong. Is the timing of that couple's arrival a bit too convenient? Who goes to such a remote and barren place for fun? After thinking it over, he decided to take control of the situation. As time rolled on, circumstances developed until they were once again by the Blackwater River. The Special Operations Squad was in position, but this time, they had compagnon a man and a woman, both wearing windbreakers. "What's the deal with kicking us out? You don't own this place. We're just soaking in the view." "Exactly, this isn't some tourist hotspot, but even if it was, we could just get tickets. We're on a specific mission. No one without authorization can come near." "Please leave right now," said a member of the Special Operations Squad. Watching the familiar situation play out, Fang Xiu guided his group forward. One squad member ran over quickly and saluted. "Agent Fang, Team 10 of the Special Operations Squad at your service." Fang Xiu nodded but stayed silent. Just then, the man and woman from before walked up. The woman started to question him arrogantly, just like before. "Are you the one in charge here? Who are you two?" Studying the man and woman carefully, Fang Xiu didn't notice anything unusual. Still, his philosophy had always been, when in doubt, act. Whoosh! A swish of silver, and the woman's voice abruptly cut off. Even the area seemed to fall silent. Shen Lingxiu, the Special Operations Squad. Everyone was staring, shocked at Fang Xiu and the woman. A scalpel was now shoved into the woman's pale neck, held in place by Fang Xiu. No one saw it coming. Fang Xiu had attacked and killed without any warning. The woman was barely into her question when she was silenced forever. Ignoring the stunned expressions, Fang Xiu searched the woman's face for any signs or tells. Her expression was mysterious, a blend of disbelief, confusion, and fear. With a huff, Fang Xiu yanked out the scalpel. A gush of blood erupted from the woman's neck. He was no rookie, he knew to hit a major artery for a quick death. As the blade came out, the woman gave a muffled groan, her eyes losing focus before she collapsed. Fang Xiu slightly frowned. Did I act so fast she couldn't react? Or was I mistaken, and she's just a regular person? Fang Xiu. What the heck just happened? Shen Lingxiu's voice, thick with shock and anger, shattered the silence. They seemed off, was all Fang Xiu offered as an explanation. He just killed her. The man who'd been with the woman finally snapped out of it, screaming in terror as he turned to flee. Whoosh! Another quick flash of silver. Now, the man had a hole in his neck as well. He was gone. By now, Shen Lingxiu had already cautiously put some distance between herself and Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu, I'm really starting to think you've gone off the deep end with your spiritual energy. You owe me an explanation. When I say they seem off, you can bet something's fishy, Fang Xiu replied. Zhao Hao seemed to catch on and hesitantly asked, Xiu, did you pick up on something? Fang Xiu nodded. Shen Lingxiu looked doubtful, but she had a bunch of questions she couldn't just ask here. After all, Fang Xiu's abilities were top secret. Fang Xiu wasn't bothered by the doubt. He knew he'd soon go through a reset. Killing the two was just a way to cross them off the list of suspects. They showed up at very suspicious timing, and he wasn't totally sold on the idea that the Spectre was controlling the Special Operations Squad. Sure, there were other ways to check out his suspicions, but killing them was definitely the quickest route. Whether or not the couple was messing with things, offing them now would soon make it clear if the Special Operations Squad was still under someone's control. Next, Fang Xiu turned to the Special Operations Squad and commanded, "Drop your weapons, now." Chapter 71, The Best Way to Steer Out of Abnormality. A few hours later, the bottom of Blackwater River was seen once again. Shen Lingxiu, hit that puddle, Fang Xiu instructed. With a skeptical look at Fang Xiu, Shen Lingxiu got down to business. Bright flames erupted from her hands, and she shot them right at the puddle. Just like before, the hair specter was blown out of the water. But this time around, Fang Xiu wasn't focused on the specter. Instead, he was keeping a close eye on the Special Operations Squad. While Shen Lingxiu battled it out with the specter, the Special Operations Squad sprung into action. Their hands and feet moved in a weird, jerky way, like puppets on strings. But after a quick couple of seconds, their actions suddenly became coordinated. One by one, they lunged at Fang Xiu and his crew like hungry predators. "Watch out! We're losing control of ourselves." The Special Operations Squad was quick, but Fang Xiu, who was ready for them, was even quicker. Going up against a group of unarmed Special Operations Squad members was no big deal for him. The scalpel with a creepy cold edge twirled in his hand like a graceful butterfly. He darted through the squad like some kind of shadow. In an instant, multiple streaks of silver light crisscrossed, drawing fine lines of blood on the legs of several Special Operations Squad members. At first, the lines were barely visible but quickly turned darker and redder, gushing blood. Then, the people with the cuts fell over. Even after losing the ability to stand, they didn't seem to feel any pain. They kept crawling, trying to attack Fang Xiu and his friends. "Shen Lingxiu, wipe out the specter now. They're all being manipulated." "I've got this," Fang Xiu calmly said, moving through the crowd like a ghost. Each time he showed up, more Special Operations Squad members would drop. Upon hearing that, Shen Lingxiu's eyes lit up with fury, the flames in her hands seeming to burn even hotter. She conjured two bright, blazing fireballs in her hands and lifted them above her head, fusing them into an even bigger fireball. "Go to hell!" With a shout from Shen Lingxiu, the enormous fireball, looking like a tiny sun, crashed down on the specter. Kaboom! The hair specter was swallowed up by the fireball and reduced to ashes. "It's over." A glimmer of happiness appeared in Shen Lingxiu's eyes. However, Fang Xiu was quick to squash her excitement. "The control hasn't been broken. Either this isn't the thing controlling them, or it's not actually dead." "What?" Shen Lingxiu stared in disbelief, realizing that the Special Operations Squad was still attacking. Fang Xiu tackled almost the entire squad by himself, while Zhao Hao and Lu Shui were pursued by just two squad members. Even though Zhao Hao and Lu Shui had activated their spiritual energy, Boosting their strength to superhuman levels, they were too kind to hurt their own comrades and were short on battle experience. It left them at a disadvantage against well-armed squad members. Eventually, Shen Lingxiu joined the fight. But instead of using her fire powers, she chose to knock everyone out using just her fists. A few moments later, the entire Special Operations Squad was out cold. Fang Xiu surveyed the unconscious squad members, lost in his thoughts. If it isn't the couple or the hair specter pulling the strings, then who was controlling the Special Operations Squad? He had defeated the specter, but the real truth seemed even more hidden, creating more questions than answers. While Fang Xiu was deep in thought, Shen Lingxiu observed him, visibly puzzled. She suddenly remembered Fang Xiu's earlier command for the Special Operations Squad to disarm themselves. Had he predicted this outcome? Shen Lingxiu's mind drifted to his ability to foresee the future. Without his advanced planning, they would have been toast against a fully armed Special Operations Squad in close quarters. What Shen Lingxiu didn't realize was that she had already experienced death once. So, Fang Xiu, what's our next move? Shen Lingxiu broke the silence, clearly acknowledging him as the decision-maker. Tie them up for now. We'll discuss it once they come to, Fang Xiu directed. Everyone followed his instructions. Luckily, the squad had brought ropes, so supplies were plentiful. About half an hour later, some squad members started coming to their senses. What's happening here? Why are we all tied up? Do you guys remember anything? Fang Xiu stepped closer to ask. They all shook their heads, clearly in confusion. ROL.C. It seemed that they had no idea that the control on them had been lifted. Fang Xiu wondered if it was because the specter had been taken out, or maybe because the real puppeteer could only sustain the control for a limited period. However, currently, there wasn't enough evidence for Fang Xiu to draw any conclusions. Another half hour passed, and by this time, most of the squad members were awake, yet none could remember recent events. Seeing this, Fang Xiu told them to tend to their own injuries and sent them away. For the moment, they were too unreliable, there was no telling when they might flip again. In the meantime, Shen Lingxiu made a phone call to report the incident and asked for a detailed examination of the affected squad members. Once everything was sorted out, Fang Xiu declared, "Let's head back to the village." What? We're going back? Didn't we already take care of the specter? Lu Shui blurted out. It's not over yet, Fang Xiu said, his voice steady, as he led the group back toward Blackwater Village. Once inside Blackwater Village, Fang Xiu checked the villagers and their black hair, deep in thought. Shen Lingxiu voiced her concerns. In theory, if the villagers' weird hair was the work of the specter, it should have gone back to normal now that we've taken care of it. Don't even bring it up, the more I look at these people, the more they creep me out, Zhao Hao said, nervously taking cover behind Lu Shui. Whoa, don't hide behind me. If you're freaked out, what do you think I am? Lu Shui blurted out. Shen Lingxiu shot a disdainful look at both of them. She couldn't fathom how, despite being new psychics like Fang Xiu, their performance was terrible, they were nothing but burdens now. You two should team up and call yourselves Team Scaredy Cats. Just at that moment, Fang Xiu suddenly asked, "Does the Bureau have any effective strategies for handling these kinds of unusual circumstances?" Shen Lingxiu pondered for a second and answered, "First, we could conduct a thorough search of Blackwater for any leads. After that, we could call in the agency. They have experts with specialized tools who can assess the villagers and figure out what's causing these anomalies." Fang Xiu shook his head, saying, "That'll take too long. The entire process could stretch on for days. And contemporary equipment might not even pick up a specter's presence. Let's choose my way instead." As he said this, Fang Xiu began to walk toward an old man. A feeling of unease suddenly washed over Shen Lingxiu. She quickly asked, what exactly is your way? Without breaking his stride, Fang Xiu retorted, the best way to deal with abnormalities is to kill all the abnormalities until what remains is, in your opinion, normal. By this point, Fang Xiu had arrived where the old man sat. He was lounging in a homemade rocking chair, basking in the sun and enjoying a smoke from an old pipe. This was the very same elder Fang Xiu had chatted with earlier. Standing before him, Fang Xiu blocked the sunlight, casting a shadow across the elder. The old man, who had been momentarily resting his eyes, opened them and appeared somewhat puzzled by the young man standing in front of him. Young man, what brings you here? Sir, I need to ask you something. I'd appreciate it if you'd be honest with me, Fang Xiu said. Chapter 72, Hell of Hair. Can I ask if your natural hair color is black or white? Fang Xiu asked coolly, eyes fixed on the old man's head of dark hair. The old man seemed truly surprised. I've had white hair for the last decade. Fang Xiu burst into laughter then. A grin spread across his pale, calm face, showing off his bright teeth as he slowly said, ever been dead before? The old man was shocked, then angrily said, what kind of nonsense is that? You! Stop! Shen Lingxiu's shout of warning rang out from not too far away. A flash of silver zipped through the air, and the sharp scalpel cut the old man's throat. The old man's eyes popped wide open, his body trembling, his expression one of pure shock. Zhao Hao and Lu Shui were completely taken aback. Just like when he had killed that couple, and now the old man, Fang Xiu seemed like a ruthless devil, quick to kill over any disagreement. Shen Lingxiu stormed over, clearly furious, as she blasted Fang Xiu, what are you doing? You just killed a regular guy. You! She didn't get to finish. Fang Xiu interrupted her, he's no regular guy. Fang Xiu gestured to the old man's neck, and Shen Lingxiu's eyes followed, and she froze. Rebve.co. Instead of blood, black hair spilled out from the cut on the old man's throat. Hair! She blurted out. Just then, the atmosphere got heavy, and the whole village drowned in a terrifying silence. It was as if someone hit the mute button. Everything went dead quiet. Villagers on the street just stopped, frozen like statues. Everyone, watch out! Shen Lingxiu immediately knew something was off, urgently signaling them all to stay alert. But the old man Fang Xiu had just cut was lifting his head, his eyes void of life, making unearthly noises, as the chopped hair at his neck started to reconnect. Fang Xiu made another quick cut at the neck, stopping the healing and the transformation, disrupting the dark magic. The head came off this time, the neck ending in a stubble of black hair. This time, the hair stopped growing. Fang Xiu had used his pain-inflicting power, and under its effect, the hair didn't just stop, it began dying off. But Fang Xiu wasn't relieved. After all, the village was full of people. There were at least 100 folks in Blackwater village, and right now, the ones nearby were already closing in. And from every direction, more villagers kept coming. Right now, the villagers didn't look simple or kind, instead, their faces were filled with an eerie chill. The shiny black hair on their heads started growing out of control, twisting like thin, dark snakes. Even Shen Lingxiu, a seasoned psychic, couldn't hide her despair when she saw the sheer number of villagers. Shoot! All these villagers are Specter slaves. The info we got was off. A Specter that can handle this many Specter slaves isn't just AD, it's got to be at least C+, maybe even B. Overwhelmed, Shen Lingxiu let slip the harsh truth. But Fang Xiu wasn't bothered about the grades, as he had just solved a mystery, why there hadn't been a single Specter he could detect in Blackwater. The whole village was devoid of life. Those Specters, no matter what shape they took, were all after one thing, people. They hung around where there were people to be found. Blackwater village was isolated in the mountains and sparsely populated. Now, with every villager turned into a Specter slave, it meant for miles around, there wasn't a soul alive. Naturally, that meant no specters hung around this place because there weren't any resources available for them anymore. That was why there was no specter zone in Blackwater Village and no specters to be found. Suddenly, the villagers let out a wave of otherworldly roars and surged toward them like a horde of zombies. Shen Lingxiu looked serious. Biting down on her lip, she said, "We can't take them straight on. I'm going to burn a path for us soon. Stick close behind me to break out." "Fang Xiu, I'm guessing the scalpel you've got is a specter gadget, right? That blade's really sharp, and it can slice through hair. These hairs are tough, my fire takes a good few seconds to burn them up. Right now, you and I are the only ones who can fight these specter slaves. I'll lead, and you handle any stragglers. Lu Shui, Zhao Hao, you two follow Fang Xiu, get moving." With that, Shen Lingxiu launched 2 fireballs into the crowd. Boom! Boom! The fireballs hit, scattering the villagers in their path, some catching fire and burning intensely. They had a momentary opening, and the group pushed toward it, but they barely moved before the villagers swarmed in again. Boom! Boom! Shen Lingxiu didn't stop, hurling fire at any villager that got close. Despite her incredible power, she could only take out a few at a time, and this intense fighting was draining her energy fast. Zhao Hao and Lu Shui were scared, but they pulled out their guns and kept firing at the approaching villagers. Unfortunately, the handguns didn't do much against the specter slaves. Even a bullet hole would close up with hair in moments, leaving them undamaged, only slowing them down for a short time. They had only gotten a few feet back when more and more villagers closed in on them. Worse yet, Shen Lingxiu was almost out of spiritual energy. The fireballs she created got smaller, her skin turned paler, and despair started to show in her eyes. Just then, a scream cut through the chaos. It was Zhao Hao. Hair, as if alive, crept on him and wrapped around Zhao Hao's throat. The hair tightened suddenly, choking him with such strength he was yanked down and pulled toward the mass of villagers. Zhao Hao grabbed at the tightening hair at his neck, his eyes wide, his face going red. "Xiu, save!" With a quick flash of silver, the hair around Zhao Hao's neck was cut through. Whoa! Zhao Hao sucked in the air, narrowly escaping death. But they weren't safe yet. In the next second, more hair rose up, aiming at Zhao Hao like blades, forming a huge net that swallowed him whole in seconds. Fang Xiu kept slicing with his scalpel, but it was too small, and there was too much hair. Cutting strand by strand, he couldn't keep up. Not even a full-time hairdresser could handle this much hair in days. Chapter 73, Kill Myself Before Specters Did. Another yell cut through the silence. It came from Lu Shui. His legs got caught up in a mass of hair, yanking him down hard, leaving a trail of blood behind that stretched out for half a meter as he scrambled to grab onto the earth. "I don't want to die. Help!" But his call for help got cut off when he was yanked into the crowd of villagers. Tons of black hair burst out, looping over him, even poking through his mouth, nose, ears, and any opening. Shen Lingxiu was in a tight spot too, her spiritual energy all used up, her fire gone, with nothing left but her physical strength. But without her spiritual energy, it was like she was a great fighter who'd lost their secret edge, not even able to take down a nobody, and she got hauled off into the villagers just like Lu Shui and Zhao Hao. Black hair wrapped around her, slipping like snakes into her mouth, nose, and every gap in her body. Now, only Fang Xiu was left standing. He wasn't the strongest, Shen Lingxiu was better in a fight with her powerful fire that could wipe out a bunch of villagers, but it used up too much energy and didn't last. Fang Xiu, though, with his sharp scalpel and the weird strength of pain, seemed to hold up a little easier. To get rid of these specter slaves, just a little hit of his pain-powered ability did the trick, because the agony it caused was just too much. But Fang Xiu's time was running out without his crew to back him up. He couldn't handle attacks coming at him from every angle, and even if using pain didn't burn much energy, he had only awakened 5% of his spiritual energy, which wasn't going to last as long as Shen Lingxiu's had. He had one last ace up his sleeve, but it wasn't the right moment to play it, since the main bad guy hadn't shown up yet. Using it now wouldn't fix the Specter problem. Even with things looking grim, Fang Xiu stayed cool. Feeling his spiritual energy nearly gone, he put the scalpel to his forehead and pushed it in. As long as I kill myself fast enough, no Specter's gonna take me out, Fang Xiu thought, sticking to his game plan. He did that mostly because the way Shen Lingxiu and the others went out was pretty rough, especially since, apart from eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, they got into other places too. As the blade went into his head, a brutal pain hit him, and a second later, Fang Xiu blacked out. "Xiu, what's the deal? Have all these people been munching on black sesame seeds from childhood or what? How could any black sesame seeds be that potent? I've noticed a few elderly folks, and their hair is just as black and glossy, no sign of any grey strands." The voice of the deceased Zhao Hao and Lu Shui echoed once more. Fang Xiu's attention snapped back, his look deep and tranquil, like a vast, mysterious abyss. He took in the sight of the local villagers who hadn't changed yet, piecing together a hypothesis in his mind. It appeared that these villagers would go on with their everyday routines until someone noticed who they really were. This time, he held back from attacking the villagers since it was pointless, they were just Specter slaves. Wiping them out wouldn't put an end to the Specter trouble. To get to the root of it, he had to track down the Specter's original form. Clearly, the being in the lake was a decoy, just another Specter slave like the villagers, controlled by hair. Yet, Fang Xiu wondered, with the army of Specter slaves able to take us out with ease, why the Specter would bother drawing us to Blackwater River and sending the Specter slave underwater to act. Was the Specter tricking us, leading us to think the woman's body was the key? So that once she was taken out, we'd believe the job was done and head back to report our win. But then, there came another puzzle, what was up with the Special Operations Squad being under its control. At their first meeting, the squad was wiped out by their own guns. If the Specter wanted them dead, it had plenty of chances, especially when they stayed at the village chief's place. It didn't need any complex traps. Also, the way the Specter controlled the villagers and the squad was different. It used hair for the villagers, making each one a host, but not for the squad. The pieces weren't fitting together right. Fang Xiu had a hunch there was a clue in this mess, but with so few facts, he couldn't make the call. By common sense, they should probably start with the drowned woman. Who is she? What led to her death? Why does the Specter keep her moving underwater? Answering these might shed light on where the Specter was hiding. But Fang Xiu wasn't about to play it by the book. Solving mysteries was a detective's work. Facing a Specter, his job was to eliminate, not investigate. Fang Xiu pulled out the bureau's secure phone and started dialing. "So Kexan, tell the Special Operations Squad to turn back right away, hit the nearest gas station, buy up all the fuel, and bring it here." After the command, he hung up. Shen Lingxiu and the others gave him puzzled looks. "Xiu, why do you need all that gasoline?" Zhao Hao asked, intrigued. "It's got a purpose," Fang Xiu said with a steady tone. With the plan set, Fang Xiu repeated what he had done, but this round, he didn't finish off a man and a woman, he drove them off instead. As for the Special Operations Squad, Fang Xiu instructed them to set up the water pumps, dig trenches, and then he told them to get out fast so they wouldn't fall under control. He had watched a few times and had a basic idea of how to empty out Blackwater River and knew how to work the machinery himself. After draining the river, the hair Specter showed up again, and Shen Lingxiu fought it hard. At the same time, Fang Xiu was checking the gasoline and diesel. The Special Operations Squad had followed orders perfectly, bringing almost 100 barrels of fuel. By the time Shen Lingxiu was done fighting, she had turned the hair mess to ash. "We're done here, time to head back," she said. "ENL.M. It's not finished," Fang Xiu shook his head, "that was just a piece of the specter. The real one is still in Blackwater." Shen Lingxiu was surprised and asked carefully, "You can feel it?" "Yes, and there's more. Every single person in Blackwater is under the Specter's control, there aren't any survivors. The only thing left is to find the original Specter to end this whole thing for good." Chapter 74, I Don't Care About Death? What? Shen Lingxiu and others were immediately filled with horror. "Are you sure there's been no mistake in what you've sensed?" "I don't make mistakes with my senses. Fang Xiu, if what you're saying is true, then this specter must be around Class B. We're not equipped to deal with that. The smartest move is to inform the Investigation Bureau and hold out for backup," Shen Lingxiu advised with seriousness. Fang Xiu gave her a look. "How many psychics are on staff at the Bureau?" "A mere 10, or at most 20. And how many of them are just beginners? Considering how stretched they are, handling all the specter happenings in Greenvine City, how soon do you really think help will get here? But even if help isn't on the way right now, we should head back. I'm not about to let you put yourself in danger." Upon hearing this, the clueless Lu Shui sneakily looked from one to the other, even nudging Zhao Hao to say, "Don't you think there's something odd about these two?" Shen Lingxiu seems to be concerned about Fang Xiu beyond the usual. Zhao Hao, privy to what was really going on, stayed silent, just giving an eye roll. Of course, Fang Xiu wasn't going to listen to Shen Lingxiu. Despite the power of the specters in Blackwater, he was confident in his grip on the situation. When it came to facing a specter, if it was a type with such an overwhelming power that Fang Xiu'd have no chance even if he could try over and over again, like his wife, he'd choose a tactical withdrawal. Otherwise, he was prepared to battle to the end. Having been killed twice already by the Spectre of Blackwater, he was determined to settle the score this time. "Zhao Hao, take Lu Shui and stay back. Shen Lingxiu and I need to have a word in private." "Got it, Xiu." Zhao Hao answered, pulling Lu Shui away with him. Lu Shui's face broke into a knowing "I told you so" grin, convinced of his hunch about their hidden romance. With the two of them gone, Fang Xiu shared in a steady tone, "There's no need to alert our superiors, I've predicted what will happen." Shen Lingxiu's face showed her astonishment. "What do you mean what will happen?" "The kind of victory where we deal with the Blackwater trouble once and for all." "That's so?" Shen Lingxiu questioned, her mind going back to how Fang Xiu had done in the test before joining them. Fang Xiu was never one to shy away from a fight with a specter, even at the risk of his own life. When have my predictions ever missed the mark? True, they haven't, but... No buts. Life is valuable, do you really think I'd throw mine away without good reason? Her thoughts echoed Shen Lingxiu's image of Fang Xiu as someone who stayed level-headed in crisis, not someone to act on a whim, always thinking his plans through before he made a move. Even as someone experienced with psychic stuff, she sometimes felt like her mental toughness wasn't quite up to Fang Xiu's level. Just then, Shen Lingxiu's quick glance caught a massive drum of gasoline. A light bulb went off in her head, and she burst out, "You didn't get that gasoline to burn down the village, did you?" Fang Xiu gave a small nod, his tone even as he confirmed, "Yes, Blackwater shouldn't exist anymore." With that, Fang Xiu didn't wait for Shen Lingxiu to make up her mind, he just turned and walked off. "Hey, you!" Shen Lingxiu started to say something but stopped. Mostly because Fang Xiu's moves were consistently too unexpected. This was her first encounter with a psychic tackling a specter situation quite like this. If the specter was hiding in the water, then drain the water. If the village was overrun with specter slaves, then burn the place down. These strategies were, no doubt, startling to Shen Lingxiu. Somewhere else, in a hidden part of the forest by Blackwater, The pair, a man and a woman who were previously in windbreakers, were now down on their knees on the ground, their faces expressionless, eyes dull. Where they had once looked human, they now seemed more like two dolls being manipulated. Standing before them was a captivating lady in a mink coat, with a deep wine-red dress beneath. The dress in wine-red trailed to the ground, yet it was split high up the side, flashing a pale, smooth leg from time to time. The woman in the dress watched the two kneeling people thoughtfully. "I put a lot of work into planting agents in the Special Operations Squad with you two dolls, hoping I could get them to off Fang Xiu and the rest in the confusion. But that Fang Xiu just let the squad go back. Did he do it by accident? Or did he smell something wrong? Either way, Fang Xiu's no simple guy. If he's got the bronze candlestick, that probably means he's killed Lin Xiang. Being a rookie psychic, yet he could take down Lin Xiang, there's got to be some trick with him." While talking, the woman in the dress let out a sigh. "Geez, my luck's pretty bad. I figured I could finish, but now I've got to hang around in these woods who knows how much longer. Why can't Fang Xiu and his crew just roll over?" She posed the question to the pair on their knees, but they were as still as statues, offering no answer. "Now I'm getting really ticked off, come here and help me cool down." "Yes, master," they responded mechanically, and then the woman got up, heading towards the lady in the wine-red dress. Crash! The woman actually dropped to the ground, supporting herself on hands and knees, her back flat like a bench, creating a sort of human chair. The woman in the red dress carefully adjusted the material over her hips, fitting the dress perfectly to her form, then lightly took a seat on the human bench. Settled in, she allowed one smooth, perfectly shaped leg to show, sliding out from the high cut of her dress like a sculpted piece of ivory. Just then, the man previously kneeling started to shift. He raised his head and began to crawl toward her, resembling someone moving through a dog door. The clock swiftly turned to 9 in the evening. Fang Xiu and his group were concealed at the edge of Blackwater, shrouded by the darkness. He had opted not to make a move in daylight to stay unseen, choosing instead the night, betting on the villagers being asleep in their houses. Mountain life doesn't offer much for nighttime fun, leading folks to go to bed early and wake with the sun. By 9, the streets were pretty much deserted. "We should split up and cover the village in gasoline," Fang Xiu directed. "Got it, Xiu." Zhao Hao and the rest took 2 gasoline drums each and stealthily started their task. Fang Xiu was right there with them, dousing the area in gas. This Spectre loved a show, doesn't it? It's about to witness a spectacular fire. An hour later, at 10 o'clock, they had sprinkled gasoline around every home in Blackwater. The mountain chill was a blessing. The gasoline would stay put without evaporating too fast. Chapter 75, I Decide the Winner. Fang Xiu paused for a moment but then chose to put her faith in Fang Xiu. She reached out with her delicate, pale finger, and with a gentle poof, a small flame sparked to life at her fingertip. With just a quick snap, the little fire jumped onto the gasoline. The fuel caught fire in a flash, and a massive blaze roared up into the sky. The hungry flames rapidly consumed everything: trees, houses, chicken coops, piles of logs, showing no mercy in the fiery rampage. The high-reaching flames lit up Blackwater, making the night as bright as if it were day. The intense heat made Fang Xiu and his group instinctively back away. "Xiu, are you absolutely sure that all of Blackwater's people are Spectre slaves? If you're wrong, we've just done something terribly wrong," Lu Shui voiced his worry. Fang Xiu didn't answer, he just kept his eyes fixed on Blackwater village, the reflection of the fire dancing in his dark eyes. "Doesn't it seem too silent to you?" Zhao Hao asked, as if he had a sudden realization. "I mean, if these villagers were ordinary humans, wouldn't there be screams? Why isn't anyone running out of their houses in such a massive fire?" By now, Blackwater village was entirely engulfed in flames. Out of nowhere, a deep, muffled roar echoed through the fire, the sound so powerful that it made Fang Xiu and the others' ears ring even from a distance. Die! All at once, a sharp and deadly female voice pierced the air. Boom! A building on the northwest side of Blackwater blew up, scattering embers everywhere. A flicker of thrill gleamed in Fang Xiu's right eye. Lit by the blaze-filled sky, a young woman stepped out from the debris. Her build was slight, her skin coarse, and a large black birthmark marred her left cheek. She was dressed in a red floral shirt, resembling a farm girl, yet her waist-length, silver-white hair was startlingly odd. As she showed up, a bone-chilling specter power began to fill the air. It was so cold it seemed to overpower the heat of the fires, making the air several degrees cooler. Fang Xiu wasn't surprised by the sight of the strange silver-haired woman. If the brain behind all this had been the village head or someone like Wang Fugui, now that would have been a shock. After all, a true schemer would have stayed hidden, avoiding any action that might blow their cover. They wouldn't act like they were in a TV show where the bad guy keeps showing up, basically handing the hero a clue. I didn't want to kill you, but you dared to wreck my home. Now, you've left me no choice but to end you. The silver-haired woman's declaration was like a battle cry. Immediately, one after another, villagers came out of the blazing houses. They were all aflame, their skin scorched to a crisp, with hair that was also burnt but bizarrely kept growing back, only to catch fire again in a continuous loop. They were silent in their agony, resembling souls trapped in eternal suffering. Fang Xiu expected this. He knew regular fire wouldn't be the end of these specter slaves but would only injure them. Their hair seemed fragile but was actually as durable as metal cables. The specter slaves rallied around the silver-haired woman, positioning themselves as if they were the devoted protectors of their leader. Then, with a wave from the woman, a surge of potent spiritual energy pulsed in the air. Sounds of churning water roared from the direction of the Blackwater River. In the next instant, an unbelievable sight occurred. A gigantic tidal wave, towering more than 10 meters tall, appeared to be summoned and rolled from the Blackwater River towards the village. Whoosh! The huge wave crashed over everything, smothering the massive flames that had consumed Blackwater. The fire on the specter slaves was also extinguished. But by then, they didn't look human at all, only retaining a human outline. Their forms were composed entirely of hair, as dark as the night, resembling mummies not wrapped in cloth but in strands of hair. Shen Lingxiu couldn't hide her astonishment, having sensed the robust spiritual energy coming from the silver-haired woman. She's not just any specter, she's a psychic. And a second-tier psychic at that. The water manipulation we just witnessed was her doing, Shen Lingxiu said. At her words, the reddish glow that had been flickering in Fang Xiu's eye faded. She's a psychic? But then what's the deal with those hair specter slaves? Zhao Hao asked, taken aback. She is a psychic, yes, but her hair is specter material. I bet this hair specter is a parasitic type, having taken over her, Shen Lingxiu surmised. Upon understanding this, the reddish light in Fang Xiu's eye sparked back to life. He was piecing the puzzle together. The silver-haired woman had been the one beckoning them to Blackwater River on that first night, manipulating the water with her psychic abilities and controlling the female corpse with the power of the hair specter. Kill them! The command from the silver-haired woman set the 100 specter slaves in motion as they roared and surged toward the group. Help! Xiu, they have us outnumbered. Should we back off for now? Fang Xiu, you were confident we'd come out on top. So what do we do now? Shen Lingxiu asked, her voice filled with worry. Though she knew she was strong, Shen Lingxiu recognized that taking on a second-tier psychic along with hordes of specter slaves was no longer about self-belief but sheer survival. This kind of formidable force could pose a serious challenge even to the likes of the Investigation Bureau's head, Captain Yang Ming, or his second hand, Bai Qi. As the specter slaves rushed forward, Fang Xiu's composure didn't waver, he even cracked a dark smile. We have the upper hand. Shen Lingxiu was taken aback. Fang Xiu, this is no time for jokes. Just keep those specter slaves at bay. I'll handle the silver-haired psychic. In fact, the wisest move then would have been to choose death and reset the situation. With the specter's true identity known, Fang Xiu could devise a strategic plan, bide their time, and make a surprise attack, perhaps even bring in heavy weapons and strike her down unexpectedly. While heavy weapons are usually useless against specters, the silver-haired woman was human. This method would be the most effective. Yet, this was not Fang Xiu's choice. Such a tactic seemed too dull for him. His battle was not just with one specter but with all specters worldwide. Encountering powerful specters often, if he always took the easy way out, he would never be able to sharpen his spiritual energy on the brink of life and death. Thus, he could never get stronger. The silver-haired woman stood before him in her most powerful form, a second-tier psychic, flanked by a legion of specter slaves and a Class B specter. Fang Xiu, however, decided to engage in this battle. After all, his goal was to challenge the strongest. Only if he defeated this specter would he be able to continue his journey of bringing more pain to the specters around the world. Chapter 76, How Dare You Ignore Me? In the last encounter surrounded by specter slaves, Fang Xiu had no intention of fighting back hard, as the real specter hadn't appeared, and fighting would have been useless, unable to harm them at all. But now, things were different, the mastermind behind the scenes had shown up, and Fang Xiu was ready for a full release of his powers. As the specter slaves drew closer, Fang Xiu finally pulled out his scalpel and slashed at Lu Shui. "Ah! What are you doing?" Lu Shui cried out, clutching his bleeding hand. "Take this," Fang Xiu said, passing him a bronze candlestick. Catching it reflexively, Lu Shui asked, "What is this?" Shen Lingxiu, standing beside them, suddenly realized, this is a specter gadget. This specter gadget uses blood-containing spiritual energy as fuel. Once lit, it can defend against specters. "Lu Shui, you're a big guy. You have more blood, so you'll hold it," explained Fang Xiu. "This is why you suddenly cut me." Lu Shui was astonished. Despite his complaint, he gripped the bronze candlestick with his bloodied left hand. As soon as his blood touched the candlestick, it seemed to come to life. The bronze patterns began to move slowly, twisting into an ugly mouth that greedily sucked the blood from his hand, startling him. As his blood continued to flow, the candlestick ignited without flame, casting a sinister green light that enveloped them all. The light was chilling to the bone. By now, hundreds of specter slaves had rushed up to them. Zhao Hao, terrified, hid behind Lu Shui. "It's all on you now," they encouraged him. Lu Shui, trembling and pale with fear, was speechless. He gripped the candlestick so tightly his veins bulged. The moment the specter slaves entered the green light, a sizzling noise filled the air. The green light, like acid, corroded their bodies, causing their hair to twist, deform, and emit black smoke. Their movements slowed down significantly within the light, showing the damage it caused. Shen Lingxiu and the others were overjoyed at the effectiveness of the candlestick. However, Lu Shui couldn't share in their happiness as his face visibly paled, his plump lips losing color. "Be quick! I can't hold on much longer," he urged. With a flash of silver, Fang Xiu cut down the head of a specter slave with a swift, clean cut. Shen Lingxiu also sprang into action, her hands conjuring intense flames to bombard the specter slaves. This time, the battle was much easier for Fang Xiu and the others, thanks to the bronze candlestick. Under its influence, the specter slaves were not only slow, but also their hair, which they used as a weapon, became less resilient, turning them into easy targets. The specter slaves tried to unleash their abilities, manipulating their hair to attack as they had done before, with a blanket of hair assaults. However, under the effect of the bronze candlestick, the hair, which normally defied gravity, started to erode as soon as it left their bodies, making their attacks ineffective. The group steadily advanced toward the silver-haired woman. But their ease was short-lived as Lu Shui's blood was draining at a terrifying rate. The candlestick's nature was such that the stronger the specter, the greater the energy consumed. Although the individual specter slaves weren't very powerful, their sheer number was overwhelming. Lu Shui felt as if he had donated blood many times in an hour, feeling dizzy and seeing black spots. At this moment, Zhao Hao cut his own palm and took over the bronze candlestick, telling Lu Shui to rest. Fang Xiu, noticing their predicament, ordered Shen Lingxiu to clear the path. Although she didn't know what Fang Xiu planned to do, her only option was to trust and follow his lead. With a fierce expression, she spread her hands, and the temperature around her rose dramatically. They felt like they were in a furnace. In the next second, she conjured two immense balls of fire in her hands, which rose and merged above her head into a giant fireball resembling a mini-sun. The inferno around her made her look like a goddess of fire, her delicate features shining brilliantly in the dark night. Holding the mini-sun in one hand, she turned to Fang Xiu and said, "This is all I can do. Whatever you're planning next, it has to work." Just as she was about to hurl the mini-sun, shouting, "You damned specters, take this," a torrent of cold water poured from the sky, extinguishing her fireball and chilling her to the core. Caught off guard, Shen Lingxiu was slammed to the ground by the unexpected pouring water. Her once flowing hair now hung limply, her white sportswear stained with mud, and her delicate makeup smeared. Worst of all, she fell face first into the dirt, which, mixed with water, turned to mud, smearing her face as if she had applied a seaweed mud mask. It was then that the silver-haired woman spoke up in a dark tone, "You damned bitch, how dare you ignore me?" It seemed her ugliness made her particularly hostile toward Shen Lingxiu. There's a saying about water and fire being opposites, but whether water overcomes fire or fire overcomes water depends on which is stronger. Clearly, the silver-haired woman, a second-tier psychic, was more powerful than Shen Lingxiu. And because the woman was a psychic, the bronze candlestick couldn't block her attacks. How dare you?" Shen Lingxiu, furious and humiliated like never before, struggled to rise from the muddy water. Splash! Another ton of water descended from above, pinning her back down. The scene almost seemed comical for a moment. "I will kill," she started. Splash! Chapter 77, It's Time. The silver-haired woman suddenly laughed, finding amusement in seeing the beautiful woman in such a difficult situation. She was jealous of Shen Lingxiu and was so happy to see her humiliated. During this intense interaction, Fang Xiu didn't just stand by. He was busy fighting off the specter slaves that were swarming around them. Despite killing many of these creatures, he had only moved a few meters forward. The situation was horrifying. The green light from the bronze candlestick was like a giant glass cover, trapping Fang Xiu and his team. With Shen Lingxiu down, their ability to clear the specter slaves was greatly reduced. They were completely surrounded. Zhao Hao was severely injured and barely able to stand. Now, he was supported by Lu Shui. Fang Xiu watched calmly, aware that their team was reaching its limit. Shen Lingxiu was buried in the ground, and Zhao Hao and Lu Shui were losing too much blood. After killing several specters, Fang Xiu's spiritual energy was halved. He couldn't afford to use it carelessly because he needed to reserve it for activating his special ability, the blood pupil. His original plan was to use the candlestick and Shen Lingxiu's fire attacks to clear a path. This would allow him to get close to the silver-haired woman and use his blood pupil to cut her head down. However, she was still tens of meters away, too far for the blood pupil to work. The blood pupil, an evolution of Lin Xiang's mutation, was a powerful second-tier ability but required close distance. Fang Xiu hoped to use the blood pupil to cut the woman's head and then finish her off, making use of her moment of weakness. Killing a second-tier psychic like her could be done with a single strike, given Fang Xiu's ability. He had planned to enjoy the thrill of defeating the silver-haired woman and the specter slaves. However, plans often didn't keep up with changes. From the moment the mastermind behind the scenes appeared, the odds of victory started to tilt. Everyone initially thought the mastermind was a Specter, but it turned out to be a combination of a Specter and a Psychic, a much more formidable opponent. As Fang Xiu weighed his options either to reset by dying or use his last resort, now a confident, sunny, and charming voice came from behind him. "Xiu, please move aside." Fang Xiu frowned slightly, surprised to find an unfamiliar person suddenly behind him. Turning around, he saw a man about 1.85 meters tall, with well-defined facial features, pale skin, slicked back hair, and a physique like a model, smiling confidently at the Specter slaves surrounding them. The man's smile, though light, was full of confidence and brightness. It seemed to dispel the gloom and terror around, possessing a convincing power. He looked like a cheerful, sunny guy. It was said that a slicked-back hairstyle could either enhance someone's charm or worsen their appearance, and this man definitely belonged to the former category. His slicked-back hair added to his charisma instead of seeming cheesy. Fang Xiu was puzzled looking at this sunny, cheerful guy. He looked very similar to Zhao Hao, like an upgraded version of him. He even called him Xiu. Fang Xiu remembered Zhao Hao's ability after 11 p.m., he would become taller, more handsome, and muscular with slightly enhanced physical attributes, mainly increasing his sexual performance. This made Fang Xiu involuntarily glance at the man's lower body and notice it was indeed more prominent than Zhao Hao's used to be. Just this one look was enough for Fang Xiu to confirm that this man was Zhao Hao, whose sexual ability was so notable that people tended to overlook his other qualities. Now, seeing Zhao Hao's transformation, it was clear he wasn't lying, he really was well suited for unconventional work. His ability should be called the magic mic transformation rather than just sexual prowess. "Are you Hao?" Fang Xiu questioned. The sunny guy smiled. "Yes, it's me. Xiu, I know you're surprised, but don't be yet. There's more surprising stuff coming up." With that, Zhao Hao casually handed the bronze candlestick to Lu Shui. Then, he confidently stepped past Fang Xiu, hands in his pockets, a proud look on his face, walking alone toward the Specter slaves. Despite being surrounded, he walked as if he was the one surrounding them. Soon, Zhao Hao stepped out of the protective range of the candlelight. The Specter slaves, sensing their prey, rushed toward him like sharks smelling blood. Finally, Zhao Hao took his hands out of his pockets, cracking his knuckles with a clear sound. Facing the oncoming Specter slaves, he smiled proudly and said, "It's time." Before his words even fell, Zhao Hao disappeared from his spot like a ghost. He charged into the group of Specter slaves like a tiger pouncing down the mountain. Zhao Hao swiftly spread his arms, instantly grappling the Specter slaves on either side with his iron-like grip. With just one charge, he knocked down more than 20 of them. Each Specter slave possessed strength far beyond a normal human, their hair-like bodies as tough as steel wires. Such strength is usually only manageable by psychics with enhanced abilities, yet Zhao Hao did it effortlessly. With this charge, Zhao Hao reached the center of the Specter slaves. There, he was like a heavy tank, rampaging and striking without restraint. Each punch he threw exploded a Specter slave's head into a cloud of black hair, scattering in the wind. His kicks sent several Specter slaves flying like bowling pins. At this moment, Zhao Hao's combat ability was off the charts. Fang Xiu was reminded of the first time Zhao Hao had called him after awakening his ability. "My ability is to become handsome after 11 p.m., and my physical fitness improves, becoming more muscular. But the physical enhancement is just a side effect, the strongest part is my sexual prowess. I'll tell you what, you can put a 100 kilogram weight there, and it'll still hang. So, this is just the side effect?" No, Zhao Hao was totally wrong. Chapter 78, Help Me, Xiu. The saying goes, the more a person lacks something, the more they care about it. That was why Fang Xiu suddenly understood Zhao Hao's mindset. If just side effect physical strength was this formidable, then it only meant Zhao Hao's sexual power was even more capable. Maybe his bragging about his stamina and hardness was true. As for Zhao Hao's saying, "It's time," that was easy to grasp. His ability activated between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m., precisely the time he lay in bed fantasizing. Now, Fang Xiu wondered if the adult films on Zhao Hao's phone were really all he had. Can watching private tutoring, plumbers, and convenience store theft-themed movies awaken such powers. He really suspected Zhao Hao had other films hidden away, like Superman vs. Catwoman or Batman interrogating Harley Quinn. Lu Shui, standing nearby, was dumbstruck by Zhao Hao's display of power. He watched as Zhao Hao easily lifted a specter slave over his head and tore it in two. His eyes were wide with disbelief. "Zhao Hao is so powerful," Lu Shui murmured, dazed. "Did you see the whole process of Zhao Hao transforming?" Fang Xiu suddenly asked. Lu Shui swallowed hard and nodded. "Just now, he was weak and scared in my arms. But as soon as it hit 11 p.m., a white light flashed over him, and he seemed to become a different person, full of confidence." Fang Xiu cut him off. "I only want to know one thing. Zhao Hao's transformation making him taller and more handsome is explainable by his powers. But can anyone explain his slicked back hair? Does this power magically produce hair gel?" Actually, that's not hair gel. That's saliva. I saw Zhao Hao spit in his hand and then slick his hair back with it after transforming." Fang Xiu rolled his eyes, speechless. Nearby, Zhao Hao, still fighting, seemed to hear something. He nearly stumbled and fell, but quickly pretended as if nothing had happened and continued fighting. However, his movements became more forceful and showy. Watching him, Lu Shui felt a mix of dizziness and inferiority. "Am I the only useless one in the team? No, at least I have more blood." Comforting himself with this thought, the chubby Lu Shui clenched his bronze candlestick, trying to extract more blood, glowing and heating it up. Then, he blacked out from blood loss. As he fainted, the candlestick rolled out of his hand, sparing him from being drained to death. At this point, the bronze candlestick was no longer needed because Zhao Hao had attracted the attention of all the specter slaves. This commotion naturally caught the attention of the silver-haired woman. She frowned upon seeing Zhao Hao's impressive display. Her shift in focus gave Shen Lingxiu, who was trapped in the mud pit, a chance to strike. Enraged, she climbed out and launched a flame at the silver-haired woman, yelling, "Go to hell!" However, the silver-haired woman, without even glancing at Shen Lingxiu and focusing entirely on Zhao Hao, casually summoned a thick column of water from the sky, putting out Shen Lingxiu's flames. This also shattered Shen Lingxiu's illusions about her own power, knocking her back into the mud pit and breaking several of her bones. Shen Lingxiu then rolled her eyes and fainted. The silver-haired woman never looked at Shen Lingxiu during this entire episode. The battle between second-tier water and first-tier fire was a clear mismatch. After dealing with Shen Lingxiu, the silver-haired woman turned to Zhao Hao and waved her hand. The hair Zhao Hao had torn from the specter slaves began to rise, twisting like tiny black snakes. Soon, all of it lifted into the air, forming a massive black web under the moonlight, enveloping Zhao Hao. The web was so extensive that it completely blocked Zhao Hao's escape, trapping him inside. Zhao Hao, however, remained calm and confident, even adjusting the web to avoid messing up his slicked back hair. "You think this little trick can hold me? You still don't grasp the gap between us," Zhao Hao boasted. With a burst of his tremendous strength, he tore a huge hole in the web. But then, the silver-haired woman smirked. Suddenly, the torn hair began to grow back at a visible pace, quickly repairing the web. Zhao Hao's expression turned cold as he frantically tore at the hair, but it kept regenerating, seemingly endless. "Damn it!" Zhao Hao cursed, not so much worried about being trapped but frustrated that his show was immediately countered. In his frenzy, he didn't notice the accumulating hair strands at his feet. These strands began to move like tadpoles, swarming towards Zhao Hao, aiming for his eyes, nostrils, mouth, ears, and every other opening in his body. Trapped in the web of hair, Zhao Hao couldn't dodge the swarm of hair fragments rushing at him, and he panicked. "Xiu, help me!" Suddenly, a flash of silver light descended from the sky, slicing through the hair net with lightning speed. It was Fang Xiu. Miraculously, the hair cut by Fang Xiu didn't regenerate. This was because he had used the power of pain. Zhao Hao quickly crawled out of the hair net, frantically brushing off the hair fragments. Once he was clear, he stood up, once again arrogantly smirking. "You've pushed me to this extent. You should be proud. But this ends now." Zhao Hao yelled, bending his legs slightly and then propelling himself forward with great force, leaving deep footprints in the ground. He shot towards the silver-haired woman like a cannonball. The silver-haired woman, seemingly infuriated by his contemptuous attitude, snorted coldly and flicked her head, sending her silver hair towards Zhao Hao like a fierce waterfall. Boom! Ah! Zhao Hao was sent flying back even faster than before, crashing through the forest, plowing through numerous trees, and leaving a long trail before finally coming to a stop in a heap of trees, stirring up a cloud of dust. Clearly, this was the true power of the silver-haired woman, far surpassing the Specter slaves that Zhao Hao had easily defeated. Chapter 79, The Puppet Master. A bone-chilling silver light, with the moon's glow, came down from the sky. The silver-haired woman instinctively looked up to find Fang Xiu diving down, wielding a scalpel imbued with Specter power, aimed directly at her. The bright moon served as a backdrop, its pale light blending with the gleam of the scalpel, both reflecting in the woman's eyes. This was the moment Fang Xiu had been waiting for. Despite not recognizing the scalpel, the silver-haired woman, a second-tier psychic, could sense the power within it. Her silver hair reacted instantly, stretching out like a thick tentacle at high speed towards Fang Xiu's arm. Fang Xiu's right hand, holding the scalpel, was tightly clamped by the hair, immobilized completely. The strength of the silver hair far exceeded that of the black hair. To prevent Fang Xiu from using his left hand, another strand of silver hair quickly wrapped around it. Now, both of Fang Xiu's hands were restrained, and he was suspended in mid-air. The silver-haired woman smiled triumphantly, ready to enjoy Fang Xiu's fear and panic. But to her surprise, Fang Xiu looked down at her like a victor, his face shadowed by the moonlight. In the shadow, a blood eye suddenly lit up, emitting a sinister and ominous vibe. "Look into my eyes." A chilling voice echoed in the woman's ears. As their eyes met, a wave of spiritual energy burst from the blood eye, shooting straight into the woman's gaze. The woman's brain was hit hard, a ringing noise overwhelmed her, and she rolled her eyes back, fainting. With her unconscious, the silver hair released Fang Xiu. As he fell from the air, he thrust the scalpel towards the woman's neck. But just then, several sounds came from afar. Whoosh! 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 3 silver-throwing knives, arranged in a triangle, flew towards Fang Xiu. Unfazed by the sudden attack, Fang Xiu even smirked slightly. So they've finally decided to show themselves. He quickly redirected his scalpel, cutting through the air at an incredible speed. Clang! 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 The 3 knives were instantly split in half. The force of the knives, however, knocked him back several meters. Then, from behind a nearby hill, 2 women and 2 men slowly emerged. The leading one was a woman in a wine-red long dress. Following her were the traveler couple and a muscular, broad-shouldered man over 2 meters tall, his body concealed under a black hooded cloak. The woman in the wine-red dress didn't say anything and immediately issued a command: "Kill him." Upon receiving the order, the traveler couple immediately pulled out pistols and started shooting at Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu couldn't withstand bullets. He swiftly dodged and took cover behind a large rock. At such a distance, and with only 2 pistols, it was difficult to hit a psychic who had activated 5% of their spiritual energy. It seemed, However, the woman's intention wasn't really to shoot Fang Xiu, as even when he took cover, she didn't order her subordinates to stop firing. Only when the bullets ran out did the traveler couple stop, standing emotionlessly like puppets, as if waiting for new orders. Fang Xiu rose slowly from behind the rock, looking towards the woman in the wine-red dress, now understanding her true intention. She's here for the silver-haired woman. The silver-haired woman, who had fainted earlier, was now nowhere to be seen, apparently carried away by the tall, muscular man. Quick! Bring her to me! The woman in the wine-red dress eyed the silver-haired woman brought by the muscular man with an uncontrollable ecstasy in her seductive eyes. Finally, as the silver-haired woman was brought to her, the woman in the red dress, with her long, pale hands and bright red, diamond-studded nails, reached out in a frenzy. She placed her hand on the silver-haired woman's forehead, and a wave of spiritual energy flowed into her, like a parasite invading her brain. What happened next was even more shocking. The silver-haired woman, previously unconscious, stood up on her own. However, her eyes were lifeless, and her body was rigid, like a puppet. The silver-haired woman knelt before the feet of the woman in the wine-red dress. "Wang Ernie greets you, master," she said, then voluntarily leaned in to kiss the exposed foot in a gesture of submission. The woman in the wine-red dress burst into ecstatic laughter, her face flushed with excitement, as if basking in the afterglow of her triumph. A second-tier psychic. A Class B Specter. Now they are all mine. With such powerful forces, once I return, I will be an S. The President. Ha ha ha. Have you finished laughing? A calm voice interrupted the woman's hysterical laughter. Ah. The woman slowed her laughter, looking seductively at Fang Xiu. Then she playfully blinked at him. "Fang Xiu, is it? You don't seem surprised to see us. People from the Bright showing up isn't really surprising to me," Fang Xiu replied calmly. The woman in the wine-red dress appeared even more intrigued. "You know me?" she asked with interest. "Wang Yanyan, the puppeteer, a core member of the Bright." Fang Xiu stated her identity calmly. He had information gathered from Lin Xiang, including Wang Yanyan's appearance, personality, abilities, and status. Though he had never met the puppeteer before, her recent display of abilities allowed him to make a confident guess. Fang Xiu had suspected the involvement of someone like Wang Yanran since the Special Operations Squad was controlled. The method used to control the villagers by the silver-haired woman was clearly different from that used on the squad, who had no hair in their bodies. Additionally, the silver-haired woman was powerful enough to control all the specters in the village to kill them at the village chief's house that night, but she didn't. Instead, she went to great lengths to lead them to Blackwater River. It wasn't hard to deduce that from the beginning, the silver-haired woman had no intention of killing them. Considering her attachment to Blackwater, treating it like home, it was not difficult to infer her motive. Her likely goal was to create a decoy, let them kill it, and then went back, thinking they had complete their mission. However, Wang Yanyan came here and complicated matters, escalating the situation. Chapter 80, Can't Possibly Lose. "I can't believe I'm so famous now," Wang Yanran chuckled. "Fang Xiu, I really should thank you. If it wasn't for you and a few others fighting desperately, and you finally knocking Wang Ernie unconscious, I wouldn't have had the chance to control a second-tier psychic. By controlling Wang Ernie, I gained control of her hair specter. You really helped me a lot. As thanks, I'll give you the highest honor. Come kiss my feet and be my puppet. Then you can live." Facing Wang Yanran's insult, Fang Xiu remained calm and said lightly, "You talk too much, and you made me wait so long. I thought you wouldn't dare to show up." "Oh." Wang Yanran's eyebrows slightly furrowed. "Waiting for me? Are you saying that your recent tough fight with Wang Ernie was all an act, just waiting for me to appear and reap the benefits? What else?" For some reason, looking at Fang Xiu's calm expression, Wang Yanran suddenly felt a surge of anger rising from her heart. Handsome, I thought you knew the situation. But you can't seem to see what's really going on here. You're the only one left with fighting power on your side. On my side, I have 2 psychics with more than 10% of their spiritual energy awakened, 1 second-tier psychic, a Class C Specter, and dozens of Specter slaves. With such a powerful team on my side, you're bound to lose. Saying this, Wang Yanran seemed to lose interest in Fang Xiu, and with a wave of her hand, she ordered, "Kill him." At her command, the remaining dozens of Specter slaves roared and rushed toward Fang Xiu. The tall, muscular man beside her also roared, and his muscles instantly swelled. Rib. His clothes burst open, revealing iron-blue muscles that shone with a metallic luster. He charged at Fang Xiu like a gigantic tank. Also attacking was Wang Erni. Countless silver hair strands transformed into a sky-covering arrow rain, shooting straight at Fang Xiu. Although Wang Yanran seemed reckless, she was actually cautious. Even with her team, which was sure to win, Fang Xiu's unusual calmness still made her uneasy. So, she went all out right from the start, aiming to nip any danger in the bud. Then, a scene of despair unfolded. Under the cold moonlight, Fang Xiu stood alone on the ground, his slender shadow stretched long. Surrounding him were enemies surging like a tide. The Specter slaves made of black hair strands, the muscular man with metallic gleaming muscles, and the sky-covering silver hair strands shooting toward him. As for his teammates, Shen Lingxiu was lying in the muddy water, Zhao Hao was thrown tens of meters away and lost, and Lu Shui passed out due to excessive blood loss. Facing this situation, even a second-tier psychic would be in despair and give up. Fang Xiu, however, just laughed. The next moment, he controlled his spiritual energy to detonate the Specter power in the scalpel, which was stored from cutting countless Specters. Boom! Terrifying and patterned Specter breaths rose from the scalpel, turning into strands of black smoke, howling out. Each strand of black smoke seemed to contain a terrifying Specter roaring. These black smokes, like giant black pythons, coiled around Fang Xiu, churning, and then crazily surged into him through his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears, dyeing all of them black. With the continuous merging of Specter power, his mind became more twisted, his power stronger, and his laughter increasingly distorted. A terrifying, hideous laugh echoed throughout the place, sounding like a ghost from the netherworld coming to claim lives. Is this it? How can I possibly lose? When the Specter power from the scalpel entered Fang Xiu's body, his suppressed mind was finally unleashed. Calmness had always been his cover to protect himself from being discovered by those Specters. Madness, on the other hand, was his true nature. Suppressed and hideous laughter squeezed out from his throat. At this moment, he seemed like a completely different person, with black energy swirling around him. Within the black mist, numerous Specter shadows condensed, and his right eye shone crimson, turning his former calmness into madness. Seeing this, Wang Yanran was instantly shocked. Quick! Stop him! He's mutating! But it was already too late. With the terrifying laughter, Fang Xiu moved. Holding the bright silver scalpel in one hand, his figure vanished from the spot like a ghost. Swoosh! On the dark ground, a silver lightning seemed to light up. This lightning streaked across the field, and when Fang Xiu reappeared, he was already on the other side of the battlefield. The silver light pierced the Specter slaves. One by one, they became rigid, as if on pause. The next moment, a dozen Specter slaves' heads clattered to the ground. After their heads fell, the hair forming their bodies instantly scattered on the ground, twisted and withered. Then, the silver arrow rain arrived, dense and overwhelming, seemingly sealing off all escape. However, Fang Xiu's figure turned into black afterimages, continuously moving swiftly and elegantly through the silver arrow rain. His movements were graceful and rapid, his expression mad and ferocious, like a dark dancer under the moonlight, forcefully finding a sliver of life in this overwhelming attack. Even while dodging the arrow shower, Fang Xiu's scalpel whirled continuously in his hand, reaping the lives of Spectre slaves like the scythe of the reaper. In just a short moment, the Spectre slaves were almost completely eliminated. What? How is this possible? Wang Yanran was shocked. He dares to let such immense and chaotic Spectre power enter his body. He's planning to go down with me. Madman! He's a madman! Everyone, attack! Wang Yanran sent Wang Erni into the fight, determined to eliminate Fang Xiu. Even the ordinary trekking couple joined the attack, armed with handguns. However, they approached quickly and died just as fast. Fang Xiu didn't even spare them a glance. With a kick, he sent 2 shards of stone flying like bullets, embedding them into their foreheads. The 2 fell to the ground, eyes wide open in anger and shock. Soon, Wang Erni joined the battle. Her power was at full strength, her silver hair whirling and growing incredibly fast, reaching dozens of meters in length in an instant. The next moment, billions of silver hair strands intertwined, solidifying into a giant, conical silver spike, like a scorpion's tail, viciously piercing toward Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu's right eye blazed with blood red, a ferocious smile appearing on his lips. Facing such a terrifying strike, he didn't dodge or evade but raised his scalpel to meet it head-on. The contrast of the scene was dramatic. On one side was a giant silver spike tens of meters long, and on the other, a small scalpel less than 20 centimeters in length. The 2 were completely mismatched in scale. But then, a jaw-dropping moment occurred. Clang! A loud metallic clashing sound echoed. Astonishingly, the small and thin scalpel easily blocked the giant silver spike, preventing it from advancing an inch. The scene was like an ant lifting an elephant, a tiny insect shaking a mighty tree. Chapter 81, Too weak. This is impossible. To unleash such powerful Spectre strength is not something a first-tier psychic can do with his weak body. The Spectre power should have transformed him into a monster immediately. Why hasn't he mutated yet? At that moment, Fang Xiu moved. He swiftly swung his scalpel, slicing off the tip of the silver spike in a flash, scattering silver strands all around. He continued to slash, as if he intended to chop the entire silver spike into pieces, much like a chef slicing potatoes. Wang Erni seemed enraged, waving the silver spikes from all directions at Fang Xiu. However, this only resulted in shorter and shorter hair. The sound of the scalpel clashing against the silver strands grew more intense. Too weak! Too weak! Why can't you entertain me more? A distorted voice came from Fang Xiu. His face was shrouded in darkness, looking horribly twisted, with a blood-red eye shining. He wasn't a spectre, yet definitely more terrifying than one. He swung his blade faster and faster, almost reaching Wang Erni as she yelled, "Iron Slave, kill him now!" A muscular man roared like a tiger, lunging at Fang Xiu. At first, Fang Xiu was too fast for him, a tank-like fighter, to catch up. But now, with Fang Xiu's speed reduced from cutting the hair, Iron Slave saw an opportunity. However, when Iron Slave reached Fang Xiu, raising his huge fist to crush his skull, Fang Xiu didn't even glance at him. In a flash of silver light, a line of blood appeared on Iron Slave's neck. He then fell, eyes wide with rage and veins bulging. He began to convulse as if in extreme pain. Did something just come over here? Fang Xiu wondered in the smoke, continuing to cut hair. Wang Yanran watched in shock. Iron Slave was a psychic puppet of hers, with 15% of his spiritual energy awakened. He also had a steel skin ability. His skin was as hard as steel, impossible for normal weapons to cut through. Because of this ability, Iron Slave's defense, vitality, and strength were incredibly impressive. Now, however, Fang Xiu had easily defeated him without even a glance. In fact, Fang Xiu's ability was a perfect counter to Iron Slave, a typical tank fighter with high defense, a long health bar, and great strength. Fang Xiu was more like an assassin, with high attack power, low health, and quick speed. Normally, a confrontation between two such types would last for a while. But Fang Xiu's attack power was extraordinarily high. His scalpel, having sliced through numerous specters in the psychiatric hospital, was exceptionally sharp. With his scalpel, Iron Slave's steel skin was like a hot knife through butter. That was why Iron Slave met such a clean and swift end. As Fang Xiu continued his onslaught, Wang Ernie's silver hair got shorter and shorter, and the distance between them closed. Suddenly, Wang Ernie screamed, emitting intense spiritual energy waves. The ground shook, and the sound of waves hitting the shore came from the direction of the Blackwater River. 100-meter-long dragon, formed entirely from river water, roared behind Fang Xiu. It was as if Fang Xiu had eyes on his back. He didn't even turn his head. He lightly tapped the ground and soared into the air, elegantly arcing under the night sky, avoiding the water dragon and landing gracefully. Wang Ernie swung her arms, and the water dragon turned sharply toward Fang Xiu. With a sinister smile, Fang Xiu charged toward the water dragon. Just as they were about to collide, he leaped lightly, narrowly avoiding the dragon's attack and landing atop its head. He continued his assault, effortlessly moving along the dragon's body as if walking on solid ground. Illuminated by the bright moonlight, his scalpel trailed a long silver afterimage in the night sky. In just a moment, he had moved from the dragon's head to its tail, clearly targeting Wang Ernie near the tail. Wang Ernie, now a puppet, showed no emotion on her face. But Wang Yanran, watching from afar, was terrified. She had witnessed the power of the scalpel, which had instantly killed Iron Slave. Despite Wang Ernie being a second-tier psychic, her physical strength was no match for Iron Slave. If Wang Ernie were to get close, it would surely be another one-hit kill. This was something Wang Yanran couldn't accept. After all, Wang Ernie was her newly acquired, powerful puppet. Losing her to Fang Xiu would be a heartache she'd carry forever. Moreover, if Wang Ernie, her strongest fighter, died, her own death wouldn't be far behind. Therefore, as Fang Xiu rapidly closed in, both Wang Yanran and Wang Ernie took action. Wang Yanran lifted the slit of her wine-red long dress, revealing a row of shiny silver throwing knives strapped to her fair thigh. The throwing knives were made from mined steel. Although not 100% pure, each knife contained at least 50% mined steel. The reason for using mined steel was that Wang Yanran's puppet ability allowed her to control not just people but objects as well. However, objects couldn't conduct spiritual energy. Only when infused with mined steel, which could conduct spiritual energy, could they be controlled. These throwing knives were her only combat weapon aside from her puppets. Due to the nature of her abilities, she had never been strong in direct combat. Several throwing knives, tracing elegant arcs and controlled by her puppet ability, shot toward Fang Xiu from different directions, curving in mid-air. At the same time, Wang Ernie acted. Her silver hair strands explosively grew and shot toward Fang Xiu like steel needles, covering the sky. Fang Xiu was surrounded, with every possible escape route blocked by attacks. Those hair cut off his retreat route and seemingly sealed his life. However, the next moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. Fang Xiu moved, his figure ghost-like, darting and weaving through the narrow space. The dark energy swirling around him turned him almost into a black shadow, making his form nearly invisible. Miraculously, all attacks missed him. Whether it was the sharp throwing knives or the piercing hair needles, they all narrowly missed. It was as if he could predict their trajectories. No matter how dense or fast the attacks were, he elegantly found gaps, dancing through them with ease. Chapter 82, I Can Do Anything. How can this be? Wang Yanran exclaimed in disbelief. It wasn't the first time she had said these words, but she couldn't help but yell them again, astonished by Fang Xiu's continual shocking attacks. You're too slow. Is this all a second-tier psychic can do? It seems like the 200 spiritual coins I spent on hiring a killer were a waste, Fang Xiu's twisted and suppressed voice echoed during a break in the attack. Seemingly bored, Fang Xiu suddenly swung his scalpel, which burst into a dazzling silver light, outshining the moon for a moment. Then, the silver light transformed into a sword-like beam, piercing the sky and cleaving through all attacks, creating a clear path. Fang Xiu, like a phantom, darted through the gap, his figure flashing in the night sky. When he reappeared, he was already behind Wang Erni, his bright silver scalpel deftly positioned at her throat. No! Wang Yanran was horrified at the sight. But Fang Xiu, with a sinister smile, watched her coldly and then made a light cut. A wound appeared on Wang Erni's neck, but instead of blood, dense silver hair emerged. Clearly, as the host of the hair specter, she had long been transformed beyond human. Human or specter, the pain was equal for all. With a thud, Wang Erni collapsed to the ground. As she fell, the roaring water dragon dispersed, turning into a shower that fell to the earth. The fluttering silver hair rapidly retracted to its original form. After dealing with Wang Erni, Fang Xiu didn't look relieved, only dissatisfied. Why are there no screams? No wails of agony? A moment later, as if realizing something, he tilted his head and stared intently at Wang Yanran with his bloody red eyes. His voice, twisted and suppressed, said, "I understand now. It's because you turned her into a puppet. Well, then you will have to experience the pain in her place." Under the cold moonlight, Fang Xiu, enveloped in black mist, slowly walked toward Wang Yanran. His steps were slow, but each one seemed to press heavily on Wang Yanran's heart, tightening it with every step. Wang Yanran finally understood the feeling of falling from heaven to hell. The euphoria of having gained a second-tier psychic and a Class B Spectre puppet had vanished. Now, she just wanted to survive. She also realized why Fang Xiu had said he was waiting for their arrival. He had indeed been waiting for all the puppeteers behind the scenes to show themselves before capturing them all at once. Still, there was one thing she couldn't understand. Fang Xiu was filled with such immense and chaotic spectre power, as if he was possessed by dozens of specters simultaneously. And yet, Fang Xiu still retained his sanity and hadn't mutated. As Fang Xiu drew closer, Wang Yanran didn't choose to run. She knew all too well that with his ghostly speed, escape meant certain death. Instead, she considered that begging for mercy might offer her a slim chance of survival. This strategy, especially effective with men, had worked for her in the past. After all, few could resist a delicate beauty pleading for her life. She had encountered men with stronger wills, who would superficially agree to spare her in exchange for a moment of pleasure, planning to kill her afterward. But by then, it was too late for them, as they had already become her puppets. Psychics, though difficult to enslave, were most vulnerable during such intimate moments, making it the perfect time for her to invade their spiritual energy. Not running? Fang Xiu now stood beside Wang Yanran, his tall frame blocking the moonlight and casting a shadow over her. The wisps of black mist rising from his body entwined around him, with countless specters writhing and roaring within. Frightened by this sight, Wang Yanran was unsure if her usual tactic would work on this man. He was unlike any she had met before. Her long, fair legs suddenly bent, and she knelt in the mud, creating a stark contrast between the black mud and her white skin. Her alluring face was filled with fear, her eyes red and seemingly brimming with tears. "Please, don't kill me. I was only following orders from the head of Bright Club," she pleaded. Fang Xiu's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. I just want to infuse my pain into you, that's all." Pain. Infusion. Wang Yanran paused, wondering if he was using a new slang term for something else. Could this be my chance? She quickly grabbed Fang Xiu's trouser leg, her face wearing a pleading look mixed with subtle seduction. Then she said with a pleading and flattering smile, "I'd be willing to do anything for you as long as you spare my life." Lifting her neck, her sensual face was a picture of vulnerability mixed with a hint of temptation. Kneeling, especially with her head raised and wearing a deep wine-red long dress, revealed her fair skin and enticing cleavage. However, Fang Xiu remained completely unmoved by Wang Yanran's attempts at seduction. Instead, his right eye glowed a more intense crimson, and the smile on his lips grew even more sinister. "Okay, this is what you deserve," Fang Xiu remarked, lifting his scalpel. The shadow it cast on Wang Yanran's face resembled a mantis raising its forelegs, ominous and threatening. Wang Yanran's complexion changed drastically as she realized her mistake. The pain and infusion Fang Xiu referred to were not what she had thought. The scalpel was already at her throat. "No, please, don't do this, I beg you. I was wrong to attack you. I'll do anything you want, just spare me. I can bring you pleasures like you've never experienced before. I'm skilled in many ways, it's sure to satisfy you. You can try first, and if you're not satisfied, you can kill me at any time," she pleaded, even daring to lick Fang Xiu's fingers. Wang Yanran locked eyes with Fang Xiu, her gaze full of tenderness and allure. She had been told many times that her eyes were her most attractive feature, capable of captivating any man. She believed even Fang Xiu wouldn't be an exception. Indeed, under her gaze, Fang Xiu's previously fierce expression began to soften, and the black mist surrounding him slowly dissipated. He looked intently into Wang Yanran's eyes, his own eyes revealing an unusual fascination, and even reached out to gently touch her smooth cheek. Wang Yanran was overjoyed, continuing her silent but powerful seduction. She knew that silence could be more effective than words at such a moment. "These eyes, they are so similar," Fang Xiu said all of a sudden. Chapter 83, Your misery has nothing to do with me. Wang Yanran, good at reading men's thoughts, quickly caught on. Similar to someone's eyes? Could it be a childhood sweetheart? A former girlfriend? Or perhaps his wife? Do my eyes remind you of someone? Wang Yanran asked, feigning innocence and curiosity. "Your eyes, they look so much like my wife's," Fang Xiu replied. Wang Yanran's heart jumped with joy, believing she had just stepped back from death's door. But before she could fully be happy, Fang Xiu's expression changed dramatically. He lowered his head and leaned closer to Wang Yanran, revealing a face contorted with hatred and terror. A suppressed, crazed voice whispered in her ear, "That's why you must die." Hearing that, Wang Yanran was paralyzed with fear, her mind flashing back to her first encounter with a specter. The sheer, indescribable terror of that experience was enough to drive anyone to despair. Yet now, she felt that fear again. But she couldn't understand why resembling someone's wife would bring such hatred. As the old saying goes, a night of marriage equals 100 days of grace. Can't he let go of whatever grudge he held? She concluded bitterly that men were truly no good. As Fang Xiu raised his scalpel, Wang Yanran's pupils dilated in uncontrollable terror, her thoughts a mess. The scalpel, now a streak of silver light, was inches from her neck. Time, which should have been fleeting, felt agonizingly slow. Her mind wandered back to her first Specter incident. Back then, she was treated like a princess by men, enjoying free drinks and fruit plates in any lounge, even getting paid for her company. But that life changed overnight when she accidentally wandered into a Specter zone. Trapped without food or escape, she encountered many men, their negative emotions amplified by fear. Like a sheep amongst wolves, she was toyed with mercilessly. Yet, she didn't give up. Surviving on scraps from these men, she managed to outlive them all as their strength waned. Eventually, she activated her power and became a psychic. Perhaps her desire to be in control, after being treated like a plaything, awakened her puppeteer abilities. Wang Yanran often wondered if things might have been different had she not been so vain in college, desiring luxury bags, which ultimately led her down a path that brought her face to face with specters during her night shifts. Her thoughts were abruptly cut off as a flash of silver light passed. The cold scalpel pierced her fair neck, and warm blood flowed along the blade. "Enjoy my pain." With Fang Xiu's sinister laugh, Wang Yanran's descended into unbearable pain. Moments later, she twitched and died. Perhaps Fang Xiu was unaware of Wang Yanran's tragic past, but even if he knew, it likely wouldn't have changed his actions. In his view, her suffering was irrelevant to his cause. The reason behind that was simple: those who kill must be prepared to be killed. After dealing with Wang Yanran, Fang Xiu turned at the sound of movement behind him. Wang Ernie's silver hair, which had fallen out, was moving rapidly on the ground like a spider. Surprisingly, it headed straight for Shen Lingxiu, who lay in a muddy pit. In a swift movement, the silver hair attached to Shen Lingxiu's black hair, transforming it from black to silver. As the silver hair took hold, Shen Lingxiu, previously unconscious, suddenly opened her eyes. They were filled with confusion, then rage, hatred, and anger. Her body twisted as she stood up, covered in mud, and a specter's energy began to emanate from her. The silver hair started to float and dance wildly, signaling the rise of a new host for the hair specter. With a ghost-like swiftness, Fang Xiu appeared before Shen Lingxiu and slapped her across the face, disrupting whatever transformation was taking place. The intense pain sent her into unconsciousness once again, and she collapsed back into the mud. The silver hair, which had been lively, fell limply. With a quick motion of his scalpel, Fang Xiu cut the silver hair and then grabbed it. Shen Lingxiu's previously long and black hair was now reduced to a buzz cuttle that was left uninfected. Fang Xiu had removed the hair as close to the scalp as possible to avoid any remnants of the specter power. The silver hair in Fang Xiu's hand writhed like a live octopus, its strands trying to wrap around his arm, seemingly attempting to climb onto his head. "You want to parasitize me? As you wish," Fang Xiu said with a smile, pressing the writhing silver hair onto his head. After feeling an itch on his scalp, Fang Xiu checked his reflection on his phone. His black hair had vanished, replaced by silver ones. He then sensed an evil specter power attempting to invade and twist his mind. However, when this power reached his consciousness, he remained unfazed, almost amused. Is this it? Fang Xiu then used his dark, ink-like spiritual energy to counteract the silver hair. As his power, filled with pain and endless hatred, surged into the hair, it reacted as if startled, puffing up dramatically. For a moment, Fang Xiu's hair stood this way and that. However, with a cold snort from Fang Xiu, the silver hair quickly retracted and shortened, adapting snugly to his head. Eventually, it reverted to Fang Xiu's original hairstyle and color. Having dealt with all his enemies, Fang Xiu sheathed his scalpel at his waist. The terrifying black mist and the howling specter shadows surrounding him gradually dissipated. Chapter 84, The Power of Silver Hair. The next second, there was a sudden burst. And then came the sound of exploding blood vessels. Fang Xiu's skin suddenly erupted with crimson blood. In just a moment, he was drenched in blood, and his bones also sounded like they were breaking. His whole body was in immense pain, like every part of him was being crushed. However, this pain didn't cause any change in Fang Xiu. His expression remained as calm as still water. It was as though nothing had happened, but his body couldn't hold up any longer and fell straight to the ground. Just when his face was a few inches from the ground, Fang Xiu's body astonishingly stopped in midair, as if some force was holding him up. He remained calm, seemingly expecting this. "Rise," he commanded. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. His body stood up straight again, defying gravity. If someone had walked in at that moment, they would have seen countless thin strands of hair wrapped around Fang Xiu's body. Yes, this was the ability of the hair specter. Though Fang Xiu couldn't move his body, his hair was still responsive. He controlled his hair, wrapping it around his body like a puppet on strings, except in this case, the puppeteer was himself. After standing up, he again controlled his hair. At a thought, numerous silver strands stealthily extended from his black hair. These silver strands, like needles, pierced into his body, beginning to mend his wounds and broken blood vessels. In just a short time, Fang Xiu's bleeding wounds had stopped. The hair didn't stop there. It worked diligently like a busy worker, splitting into countless strands and spreading out. Some strands went to the corpses of Wang Yanran and others to search them, some cleaned up the battlefield, collecting scattered pieces of throwing knives, while others went into the ruins of Blackwater, retrieving unburned money, gold and silver jewelry. These strands of hair were incredibly tough and strong, easily lifting dozens of spiritual coins with a single rap. After clearing the battlefield, the hair quickly retracted, storing all the spoils of war in a backpack picked up from somewhere, and then placed it onto Fang Xiu's back. Another strand then extended from his head, lengthening into his pocket, coiling around a cell phone, and handed it to him. Fang Xiu began to dial So Kexan's number. On each of his fingers, there was a nearly invisible silver strand of hair, manipulating his fingers to gently tap on the screen. Soon, the call connected. Mission complete. Send someone to Blackwater to pick us up and bring the medic, he said, then hung up. Looking around at the chaotic battlefield and his injured body, Fang Xiu knew his decision was right. He had waited until the last moment to reveal his trump card and use the Specter power in the scalpel. This power was so immense that using it felt like being possessed by countless specters, greatly damaging both mind and body. Although his mind could withstand it, his body couldn't. A brief surge of power left his body completely powerless. Had he used it earlier, like during the first attack by the Specter Slaven, even if he had dealt with them, it might have scared Wang Ernie. She was hidden in the shadows, and it could have deterred her from appearing. Then, once the effect wore off and his body collapsed, she could have easily taken him down. Then, if he had used the Specter power to deal with Wang Ernie, Wang Yanran hiding in the shadows wouldn't have revealed herself. So, to lure out all enemies, he chose to hide, waiting for a chance to defeat them all in one strike. Fortunately, his patience paid off. Next, Fang Xiu, controlling his own body, went to find Zhao Hao to check if he was alive. As for Shen Lingxiu and Lu Shui, there was no need to worry. Shen Lingxiu had fainted from the pain he inflicted, triggering her brain's protective mechanism, commonly known as being knocked out by pain, so she wasn't in mortal danger. Lu Shui had just lost too much blood and fainted, which could be considered a form of forced weight loss. Only Zhao Hao's situation was uncertain, as he had been flung away, and it was unclear where he had landed. However, Fang Xiu suspected he was probably all right. Zhao Hao, in his magic mic transformation, had shown incredible physical power, his combat strength nearly matching that of a second-tier psychic. If he hadn't faced a combination of a second-tier psychic and a B-grade Specter, the outcome might have been different. Even Fang Xiu hadn't expected Zhao Hao, the weakling, to have such great abilities. He was capable of challenging opponents beyond his level. But he didn't envy him, as this power came at the cost of being ordinary most of the time, needing a whole day to charge for just 2 hours of use. Quickly, following the trail of destruction through the woods, Fang Xiu easily located Zhao Hao. At this moment, Zhao Hao had already changed to his original, less capable self. He was pinned under several damaged trees, his right leg seemingly trapped. He was wailing in pain, his eyes red and brimming with tears. "Help! Xiu! Where are you? Help me!" he cried out. Due to the darkness, Zhao Hao hadn't noticed Fang Xiu approaching slowly from the shadows. However, Fang Xiu, with his enhanced vision, could see Zhao Hao's miserable state clearly pathetic and tearful. It was a stark comparison to his earlier confident and proud demeanor. If Fang Xiu hadn't known it was Zhao Hao, he might have doubted if it was the same person. During the day, Zhao Hao was calling for Xiu to save him, but at night, when the time came, he transformed into someone else entirely. Fang Xiu checked the time on his phone. It was only midnight, not yet 1 o'clock, and the 2 hours hadn't passed, yet Zhao Hao had already changed back from his transformation. It seemed Zhao Hao's claim of lasting 2 hours was under non-combat conditions. Originally, when he first tested his abilities at home, it was a test of sexual stamina, lasting for 2 hours. The specifics of that test were known only to Zhao Hao himself. While Zhao Hao was panicking, the trees pressing on him suddenly began to crack. He turned pale and trembled. Is it going to collapse? I'm done for. I don't want to die. I'm still a virgin. At that moment, Fang Xiu's voice came from the darkness. You haven't been one for a long time. Chapter 85, My hair. What do you mean? That was a specter. So it didn't count. Zhao Hao instinctively argued, then suddenly paused, his face lighting up with joy. Xiu! You're amazing! I knew you would come to save me. Xiu, I'm so... Stop! Don't say stupid things! Then, with a rumbling noise, the trees pinning Zhao Hao were flung away one by one. Due to the cover of the night, Zhao Hao didn't see how Fang Xiu cleared the trees, thinking he used his hands. In reality, Fang Xiu used his new hair. Soon, Zhao Hao was rescued, but one of his legs was twisted unnaturally, clearly broken. Your leg is broken, you shouldn't move. Just wait here, I've already contacted the bureau. They'll send someone soon. Zhao Hao, wincing in pain, finally said, Xiu, did you take care of that silver-haired witch? She's dead. Zhao Hao looked at him admiringly. Impressive, dude. Even my It's Midnight abilities couldn't handle her, but you took care of her so easily. You call your power It's Midnight? Yeah. Sounds cool, right? Fang Xiu didn't respond but thought it was less impressive than the magic mic transformation. He briefly explained the situation to Zhao Hao, then returned the way he came to find Shen Lingxiu and Lu Shui. With a forceful nudge at each powered by a little jolt of pain he successfully woke them up. Shen Lingxiu had several broken ribs, and Lu Shui had lost some blood, but their conditions weren't serious. After a brief explanation, Fang Xiu took them to meet Zhao Hao. They started a fire and waited for the rescue team from the bureau. However, the moment the fire was lit, Zhao Hao and Lu Shui froze, staring at Shen Lingxiu in shock. Shen Lingxiu frowned in displeasure. Why are you both staring at me? It's just some mud. She didn't realize the gravity of the situation, thinking they were staring because she was covered in mud from falling into a pit. She knew well how some men like to see women looking disheveled. It's not the mud, it's your hair, Lu Shui said, staring at Shen Lingxiu's cropped hair. Hair? Shen Lingxiu grew even more displeased. My hair's definitely a mess with all the mud, which makes me look unattractive, but why does he have to point it out? Just as she was about to get angry, a cool mountain breeze blew at them. Shen Lingxiu felt an unusual chill on her scalp, causing her to pause and instinctively reach up to touch her head. To her shock, she felt nothing where her once smooth, long hair used to be. Panicked, she quickly checked her head, finding her once soft hair now felt rough, like a man's short crop. She hastily took out a mirror and froze completely at the sight. The mirror slipped from her grasp, shattering as it hit the ground, just like the breaking of Shen Lingxiu's heart. It was silent for a moment, then too. Suddenly, an ear-piercing scream shattered the calm. My hair! Where is my hair? Shen Lingxiu, seemingly forgetting her broken ribs, jumped up. Her face was smeared with mud, but her rage was unmistakable. Her eyes reddened with intense anger, as if she was on the verge of bursting into tears from frustration. Calmly, Fang Xiu replied, the hair specter ate it. Her initial confusion quickly turned into renewed shouting. She seemed to vent her anger, upset that Fang Xiu had earlier said the hair specter was dealt with perfectly. Lu Shui and Zhao Hao watched in stunned silence as Shen Lingxiu raged like a furious tiger. The two were too scared to utter a word. Then, unexpectedly, Shen Lingxiu ran off without a word. The two men exchanged looks of confusion. After a while, Lu Shui asked, "Do you think she's so upset about her hair that she might do something drastic?" Zhao Hao was shocked. "No way, it's just hair. It can grow back. Is that really something to lose your life over?" Lu Shui shook his head. "You don't understand the importance of hair to a woman. I once saw a girl crying outside a hair salon because the stylist cut her long hair too short, turning it into a bob. She cried there all afternoon. In the end, the salon owner didn't charge her and even fitted her with extensions. That serious? Should we check on her, just in case she's really distressed?" "You're right, we should. They say a woman is most vulnerable when she's at her weakest. It could be an opportunity to offer comfort." Hearing this, Zhao Hao felt a surge of motivation, but unfortunately, his broken leg made it impossible for him to act on it. Zhao Hao bit his lip and said, "Handsome, can you help me over there?" Lu Shui rolled his eyes sarcastically. "Oh, now I'm handsome? Dream on." He then floated toward the direction Shen Lingxiu had gone, leaving Zhao Hao in frustration, unable to follow. Soon after, from the nearby woods, there came several agonizing screams. Not long after, the chubby figure appeared beside the fire. He looked even worse for wear, with a swollen face and seemingly even rounder than before. "Ow, it hurts. I was just trying to comfort her, and she hit me." Zhao Hao, trying to suppress his laughter, asked, "How exactly did you comfort her?" "I was just being my usual. I said, 'Lingxiu, even without hair, you're pretty. I've seen many with hair on the streets who aren't as good looking as you without it. Besides, what's wrong with no hair? It even saves you the hassle of washing it every day.'" Hearing this, Zhao Hao gave him a stunned thumbs up. "Brilliant! You totally deserved the smack." Lu Shui was baffled. "Why? Was it something I said?" "Of course, dumbass. I might not have had a girlfriend, but I know when comforting someone, you shouldn't keep reminding them of what hurts them. Just think, how many times did you mention Shen Lingxiu's lack of hair in your comforting words?" After a brief count, Lu Shui's already pale face from blood loss turned even paler. "It's over. I've ruined my chances completely." Chapter 86, I'm Invincible. Fang Xiu completely ignored the pointless chatter between them. His focus was entirely on the sudden appearance of Lu Shui. If his senses were right, Lu Shui had just teleported from a meter away. "Lu Shui, how far did you teleport just now?" Fang Xiu asked. Lu Shui was slightly startled, then said, "The same as before." He suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Soon, his face erupted with joy. "I just teleported 1 meter." He quickly checked his spiritual energy, his happiness intensifying. 5%. My spiritual energy has actually increased to 5%. I was only at 2% before. Is this the power of a Class B Specter? A 3% increase? No wonder so many people rush to join the Vice Captain on Class B missions. They're so rewarding. Vice Captain? Why not Captain Yang? Zhao Hao curiously asked. Lu Shui looked at him disdainfully and said, "Who would want to go on a mission with Yang? All the benefits go to him, and we're left with the bad luck." "Hey!" Zhao Hao was a bit stunned. Is Captain Yang really that bad? He doesn't seem like someone who would steal all the credit. You're naive. Who said Captain Yang is a bad person? Have you forgotten his ability? His ability is luck. If you're with him, all the good things will naturally go to him, and you'll be left with nothing but misfortune. Now that you mention it, Captain Yang sounds like a protagonist from a Gary Stu novel, always encountering adventures. Meanwhile, everyone around him ends up in terrible fates: brothers, relatives, Families, colleagues. Zhao Hao suddenly shuddered. We're his colleagues. Won't we also be unlucky? In a fantasy novel, that's like being his sect brothers, doomed to be destroyed because of him, and then he avenges us. Stop talking nonsense. It's not that serious. The worst that might happen is not having a seasoning packet with your instant noodles, dropping your phone in the toilet while using it, or pulling off the ring when opening a can. Zhao Hao's face turned pale. I think I'll keep my distance from Yang in the future. Hey, by the way, Xiu, how about your awakened spiritual energy now? Lu Shui asked, curious. 5%, Fang Xiu calmly replied. Same as me? What about you, how? Lu Shui didn't doubt Fang Xiu's words. After all, they had experienced the same Specter event. He had increased from 2 to 5%, and he thought Fang Xiu had gone from 1 to 5%, an extra 1% more than him. That seemed reasonable, given that Fang Xiu had been fighting continuously. Everyone's spiritual strength varies, which was like the capacity of the Danshin in Wuxia novels. If an average person's Danshin capacity was 100, a genius's capacity would be 1,000. Even if both had only 5% of their internal energy, there was a tenfold difference in essence. Also, what Lu Shui didn't realize was that Fang Xiu's 5% was an increase in spiritual energy, not his total. During the battle at Blackwater, Fang Xiu used the Specter power in his scalpel and even absorbed the power of the silver-haired Specter. This combination boosted his spiritual energy by a full 5%, reaching a total of 10%. It was well known that the higher the percentage of awakened spiritual energy, the more difficult it is to increase. 10% was the threshold that separates newbie psychics from experienced ones. This level was a small threshold. In terms of fantasy novels, it was like breaking through a minor realm. One could distinctly feel their body's potential being further unlocked, their senses becoming sharper, and their overall strength significantly improved. Thus, it was only natural that Shen Lingxiu was always so proud of herself as an experienced psychic. After all, there was a clear gap between new and experienced psychics, not only in physical fitness and senses but also in the endurance of using abilities. New psychics, with their limited spiritual energy, often found themselves exhausted after using their abilities a few times. Fang Xiu had experienced this limitation many times. His pain power was hardly sufficient initially. During his first encounter with the doctor, just one punch would use up his spiritual energy. Now, with 10% spiritual energy, Fang Xiu finds it much easier to wield his power, avoiding the awkward situation where a single basic attack drains all his energy. In fact, if someone else had undergone the same battle, their improvement would likely exceed 5%, too. First, they would be corroded by the countless Specter powers in the scalpel, followed by possession by a Class B Specter. Moreover, it was possession, not just combat. Typically, psychics passively absorb Specter power through life and death battles, thereby activating their psychic powers. However, possession offers a more direct and sustained contact, resulting in a greater absorption of Specter power. Under these circumstances, a 15% increase in the existing spiritual energy base wouldn't be surprising. Yet, Fang Xiu only experienced a 5% increase. This was because his spirit was different from ordinary people. Repeated brushes with death have transformed his spirit, elevating it beyond the ordinary human realm. Based on the analogy of the Danshin in Wuxia novels, if an ordinary person's Danshin capacity was 100 and a genius's was 1000, then Fang Xiu's Danshin capacity would be at least 10,000. Therefore, when the same amount of internal energy entered the Danshin, his percentage increase was the smallest. This explained why, after he absorbed Lin Xiang's spiritual energy, it only reached 5%. Lin Xiang was a psychic with 20% of his spiritual energy illuminated, one of the strongest in the first tier, so even considering some loss during the distortion process, the remaining energy shouldn't have been so little. I'm also at 5%. Zhao Hao said excitedly. Lu Shui was slightly surprised but soon understood, given that Zhao Hao had also fought in his transformed state for a long time. Increasing from 1 to 5% was reasonable. Although everyone's spirit is different, among ordinary people, the differences are generally minor. Therefore, Lu Shui assumed that his 5% increase was roughly equivalent to Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao. However, the exact details of this were unknown to anyone. Zhao Hao and Lu Shui excitedly chatted away, each boasting about their strength, Zone claiming to be invincible at midnight, the other bragging about limitless teleportation. Their excitement grew as they spoke, eventually not even considering Captain Yang a challenge. Zhao Hao even boldly claimed that at midnight, he would be unbeatable to those below the captain's level and could match the captain 1 for 1. Fang Xiu didn't join their bragging. Instead, he was quietly communicating with his hair. Previously, when he controlled the hair specter, he had vaguely sensed some fragmented memories from within the specter but hadn't had time to explore them. Now, while waiting for rescue and having nothing better to do, he decided to investigate. As he absorbed these memory fragments into his spirit, disjointed images appeared in his mind. He saw Wang Ernie when she had black hair, playing with a beautiful girl of the same age. Then, he witnessed this girl being driven to suicide by the villagers. Afterward, he saw Wang Ernie crying by the Blackwater River, her intense negative emotions attracting the hair specter. From these images, it wasn't hard to guess Wang Ernie's story. Her close friend was driven to suicide by the villagers for some reason. Then, Wang Ernie, with the help of the hair specter, avenged her by killing all the villagers in Blackwater, forming a clear and simple revenge story. However, when Fang Xiu fully absorbed and understood all the memories, he smiled. Chapter 87, The Village's Fault. Fang Xiu finally understood why the specter chose Wang Ernie as its host. Wang Ernie was born in Blackwater, an orphan due to the early death of her parents. She also bore a large birthmark on her face, which made her unattractive. Because of this, she faced discrimination from a young age and struggled to make friends with other kids. This continued until a beautiful woman arrived in the village. This woman was the corpse found at the bottom of a river, named Lin Mensi. Her family name alone indicated that she wasn't from Blackwater. Indeed, Lin Mensi had been abducted and brought to Blackwater to marry the village chief's grandson, Wang Fugui. Life in Blackwater was harsh for her. She attempted to escape multiple times, but being unfamiliar with the terrain, she was always caught, only to face more abuse. Yet, she never gave up, and her resilience made her an outcast. By a twist of fate, two isolated souls found common grounds in each other's life. Thus, Lin Mensi and Wang Ernie became close friends. Lin Mensi didn't judge Wang Ernie for her looks, believing her to have a beautiful soul, far superior to the other villagers. Wang Ernie treasured this friendship, her first and only friend, valuing it more than her own life. Over the year, Lin Mensi became pregnant several times but terminated the pregnancies, notably in a village without clinics or contraceptives. Then one day, Lin Mensi revealed to Wang Ernie that she had figured out an escape route and asked her to set a fire as a distraction. Wang Ernie questioned why Lin Mensi was so desperate to leave. Lin Mensi explained she had family and friends outside the mountains. This made Wang Ernie doubt their friendship, suspecting Lin Mensi was using her just like the others in the village, only befriending her to plan her escape and use her as a cover. Despite her doubts, Wang Ernie agreed to help. Lin Mensi smiled genuinely for the first time since Wang Ernie had known her. On the night of the escape, Lin Mensi unusually gave Wang Fugui all he wanted, until he fell asleep in exhaustion. That was when Lin Mensi made her escape. With many households owning dogs and night patrols in place to keep wild animals at bay, a large fire was necessary for her plan. Instead of setting the fire as planned, Wang Ernie secretly went to the village chief and betrayed Lin Mensi's escape plan. Wang Ernie's reasoning was simple: she couldn't bear to lose her only friend, Lin Mensi, and wanted to keep her by her side forever. Wang Ernie instructed the chief to keep her betrayal a secret and promised to act as a spy in the future. The village chief agreed, and he, along with the villagers and hunting dogs, began searching for Lin Menzi. Realizing her escape had been exposed when she saw the numerous torches in the village, Lin Menzi understood she'd soon be captured and face more abuse. She also realized that Wang Ernie, her best friend, must have betrayed her. Overwhelmed by this betrayal and her circumstances, Lin Menzi chose to end her life by jumping into the Blackwater River. Upon learning of Lin Menzi's death, Wang Ernie was devastated. She didn't believe she was at fault, as she only wanted to keep Lin Menzi close. In her mind, it was the villagers of Blackwater who had driven Lin Menzi to her death. With these twisted thoughts, Wang Ernie attracted the attention of the hair specter and became its host. Under the specter's influence, she naturally became a psychic. Becoming a psychic required two conditions: being in a state of near death or experiencing immense mental trauma, or coming into contact with a specter. Wang Ernie fulfilled both. The hair specter, a parasitic type, continuously corrupted Wang Ernie's already distorted mind, rapidly increasing her spiritual energy. Eventually, she transformed into a monstrous being, neither fully human nor fully specter, as evidenced by the silver hair revealed when her neck was cut. As a monster, her spiritual energy seemed to grow without limit, unlike regular psychics who needed constant life and death experiences. With the hair specter's assistance, she went up to a second-tier psychic. After massacring her entire village, she felt lonely and turned the villagers into specter slaves. This was the life of Wang Ernie. Fang Xiu, after learning about her story, grew more intrigued by the psychic community, a group distorted by the use of specter powers. As their strength grew, so did their entanglement with the specter world. Fang Xiu wondered what would happen when a psychic's spiritual energy reached 100%. Will they become a specter, he wondered. Perhaps the ultimate end of a psychic is to transform into a specter. Wang Ernie's rapid increase in spiritual energy highlighted a crucial point: the more a human psychic resembles a specter, the faster their spiritual energy grows. This suggested a grim reality for psychics: their transformation into something non-human seems inevitable, a truth that could be quite despairing for humanity. However, Fang Xiu was free from these concerns. He was indifferent to the nature of specters or who became one. His only belief was that in the struggle between himself and the specters, only one can survive, and he was determined not to be the one who perished. After an undefined period, Shen Lingxiu returned, oddly wearing a dirty, half-burnt hat that seemed like it was found abandoned. Despite its tattered state, she clung to it. Eventually, the rescue team from the investigation bureau arrived. With their assistance, the group successfully left Blackwater. Back at the headquarters of the investigation bureau, in the director's office, the news of the team's severe injuries had shocked Director Wang Dihei. He was particularly concerned about Fang Xiu and, upon learning that Fang Xiu was relatively unharmed, felt somewhat relieved. Chapter 88, 3,000 Spiritual Coins. The subordinate looked troubled and said, "Director Wang, we don't have the full picture yet. After all, they are injured and currently receiving treatment. I didn't ask for details. The only one with minor injuries is Agent Shen. Although she's physically fine, she seems deeply traumatized and unwilling to answer my questions. She just bandaged her wounds quickly and rushed home." Wang Dihei's expression tightened. Shen is an experienced agent and has dealt with many specter incidents. If even she's suffered such a trauma, this must be a serious incident. The subordinate hesitated and then added, "Well, it might not be much related to the specter incident. The thing is, it seems investigator Shen has lost her hair." Director Wang was startled. "What did you say? Shen is bald? How did she suddenly become bald?" "Never mind, I can't get any information from you. As long as they are safe, that's fine. Let them rest today, and I'll visit them tomorrow." The next day, Fang Xiu had just woken up in the hospital bed when he saw Wang Dihei arrive in a hurry. Seeing Fang Xiu covered in bandages, a look of concern appeared on Wang Dihei's face. He quickly approached and said, Hey, Don't get up. You're injured. We don't stand on ceremony here in the bureau. Just lie down. Before Wang Dihei could finish, Fang Xiu had already gotten out of bed and calmly looked at him, and then he turned and walked into the bathroom. Wang Dihei's outstretched hands froze in place. He thought to himself, "Don't get angry. Psychics are all weirdos like this. I'm used to it." After mentally preparing himself, Fang Xiu came out of the bathroom, and Wang Dihei seemed to regain his composure and posture as the bureau chief. He briefly asked about Fang Xiu's health, then began asking about the Blackwater village incident. Fang Xiu didn't hide anything. He directly told him about Wang Ernie, the Specter, and the puppeteer, Wang Yanran. Wang Dihei's expression grew more serious as he listened, especially when he heard about the Bright Club's involvement. He seldom looked angry, but this time he did. What? People from the Bright Club dared to openly attack the Investigation Bureau agents? What are they trying to do? Start a rebellion? What? You say you stole their Spectre gadget first and even killed a core member? Oh, then it's fine. What? You used the power of the Spectre gadget? How severe is the psychic contamination? Lin. Hurry and get a spiritual incense from the bureau. No, make it 2. Soon, Fang Xiu received 2 spiritual incense and 3,000 spiritual coins as a reward. Since the Hair Specter was a Class B, the reward for resolving such a specter was 1,000 spiritual coins. Fang Xiu's privilege of doubled rewards meant that he received 2,000 spiritual coins for resolving the incident. However, since the Blackwater village incident was not just a singular specter event but also involved a second-tier psychic and interference from civilian forces, the final reward was increased to 3,000 spiritual coins. The value of spiritual incense is also high. One stick has an official price of about 100 spiritual coins, but in the black market, the price can double or even triple. This item is life-saving. When a psychic is on the verge of losing control of their spiritual energy, they would be willing to spend all they have for just one stick. Fang Xiu really got lucky this time. The reward from the Investigation Bureau, along with the spoils from Wang Yanran, enabled him to afford an assassin to kill the Bright Club's chairman. However, as he had said before, when he could afford to take the life of the Bright Club's chairman, he would be ready to take on the job himself. He had already killed a second-tier psychic, so it should be easy for him to handle the chairman of the Bright Club, too, because the guy was also a second-tier psychic. His victory this time was partly because Wang Ernie was still inexperienced in combat, but he had faced more than just Wang Ernie in the fight. She had teammates, a real strong one. It was a 1-to-2 battle, yet Fang Xiu was the winner. Moreover, after this battle, Fang Xiu's awakened spiritual energy reached 10%, enabling him to harness more power from his scalpel, and with the help of the Hair Specter, his strength had increased. With his ability to try things again and again, he could definitely take the chairman of the Bright Club down. Fang Xiu knew that the Bright Club must be eliminated. After he killed Lin Xiang, Wang Yanran, and stole the bronze candlestick, he was already a wanted man of the Bright Club. If he didn't put the Bright Club down, they would come for him. Fang Xiu wasn't particularly interested in killing, his interest was in specters. Now, however, he didn't seem to have a choice. He could have been a good person who focused solely on killing specters for the benefit of humanity, but he was constantly pushed into a corner. To protect himself, he had no choice but to pick up the slaughter knife. Fang Xiu, I will give you a satisfactory solution regarding the Bright Club, but currently, our Vice-Captain Bai Qi is seriously injured, and Captain Yang Ming is on a mission. I will send them to the Bright Club in some time, said Wang Dihei. Fang Xiu calmly nodded, not really considering Wang Dihei's words, as he had already decided to take action himself. For now, don't do anything and focus on healing. I've arranged for some cell repair fluids from the bureau for you. A few injections and you'll be ready to leave the hospital in a week. The file for the Blackwater incident has been updated to grade B+, codenamed the Hair Specter. All these will be recorded in your file as honors that will stay with you for life. The Investigation Bureau will never forget any hero. Remember to rest well, play games, watch anime, and enjoy some light-hearted videos. Just relax. After that, Wang Dihei quickly clarified, worried about causing misunderstandings. Don't get me wrong. The rapid increase in your spiritual energy might seem like a good thing, but in the long run, it poses a risk. A sudden surge in spiritual energy means you've internalized a lot of specter power, increasing the risk of losing control. In your young people's terms, it's like cultivating too quickly and risking a chi deviation, which could lead to side effects. Fang Xiu showed no reaction to the mention of deviation. Wang Dihei, used to the quirks of psychics, made some awkward small talk before leaving. Soon after he left, Zhao Hao, hobbling on crutches and with a plastered foot, came in excitedly. "Xiu, you should have seen the nurse who gave me in for. She was so pretty, and her nurse outfit if only she wore white stockings. Ah, her hands were so soft and smooth. I deliberately moved around just so she would touch me more." Fang Xiu glanced at the needle marks on Zhao Hao's hands, realizing that his side effects had manifested. The old Zhao Hao was weird, but not to this extent. Then, Zhao Hao sneakily took out a piece of spiritual incense, about as thick as a little finger and dark red in color. "Xiu, Director Wang gave each of us a third of a spiritual incense stick, saying that our spiritual energy had grown too fast, and that might bring side effects. But I think he's overreacting. I feel fine. Hey, I heard this incense is valuable. I was thinking of selling it for cash to get a sports car and impress girls. What do you think?" "I suggest you keep it for yourself," Fang Xiu replied, shaking his head slightly. Zhao Hao's obsession with girls had indeed worsened. "Right, Xiu, do you have a spiritual incense? Since it was divided into 3 parts for us, do you get none? If you don't, I can give you mine," Zhao Hao offered. "I have some already," Fang Xiu responded. In fact, he had 2, but he didn't mention that. Bragging about such things wasn't necessary. "I knew it. You were the key to our survival, of course, you'd have spiritual incense. But take mine too, Xiu. Using the Specter gadget can worsen psychic contamination, and I don't want you to run out. Actually, I secretly lit my spiritual incense." Zhao Hao then whispered, "This incense doesn't suit me. Lighting it was so uncomfortable. It felt like being in a state of emptiness, like after lots and lots of sex. Everything felt meaningless, you know the feeling, right? Even when the nurse came to give me an injection, I couldn't get it up." Fang Xiu didn't quite understand why getting an injection could turn Zhao Hao on. Zhao Hao, seemingly eager to prove his point to Fang Xiu, took out a lighter and relit the spiritual incense. Soon, thin wisps of blue smoke began to drift around the hospital room. As they breathed, the smoke from the spiritual incense entered their nostrils. The scent was somewhat pungent. With the incense taking effect, Zhao Hao's originally lewd expression gradually turned serene and listless, as if he had lost all interest in life. On the other hand, Fang Xiu frowned. He felt as if his spirit was being contaminated. It was as though 20 monks were surrounding him, chanting and urging him to let go of his hatred. This only made him more irritable, even to the point of wanting to kill a couple of specters to lift his spirits. "Enough, put it out," Fang Xiu said. Chapter 89, Green Mountain Mental Hospital. Fang Xiu nodded in agreement. He realized that spiritual incense was indeed harmful, trying to corrupt his mind. He decided it was time to sell all his spiritual incense. Also, he began to consider dealing with the matters of Green Mountain Mental Hospital. He had always been curious about the items left by the hospital's leader, Zhou Qingfeng, and the true nature of this world. Freb Novo. Even now, he was unclear about who wrote the bloody message on the ceiling when he first arrived in this world, along with many other mysteries. Previously, Fang Xiu was too weak to be privy to these secrets, but now, with his newfound strength, he felt ready to uncover them. Meanwhile, at the investigation bureau, a major incident occurred. What did you say? Yang Kunpeng's spiritual energy is getting out of control. Wang Dihei, in his office, roared in disbelief. How could this happen? Green Mountain Mental Hospital is a grade C. Even if Yang Kunpeng's team was wiped out, how could he end up in such a state? He has been unconscious for 3 days, and now he's losing control of his spiritual energy? Didn't the doctors say he wasn't injured? It turned out that the day before Fang Xiu went to Blackwater Village, Yang Kunpeng's team had been sent to Green Mountain Mental Hospital's Specter Zone. Wang Dihei had issued 2 tasks that day, one to Blackwater and the other to Green Mountain Mental Hospital. Yang Kunpeng's team departed the same day, while Fang Xiu and the others went to Blackwater Village the next day. Yang Kunpeng's team returned from Green Mountain Mental Hospital the following day, but only Yang Kunpeng showed up, soon falling into a coma, regaining consciousness only today. A subordinate, frightened by Wang Dihei's outburst, reported, "Director Wang, according to Yang Kunpeng, the intel we had was incorrect. In the hospital's Specter zone, there were many specters roaming around, including the 2 we had been informed of." Yang Kunpeng said he saw at least 3 more. If not for his ability to become invisible, he would have likely died. 3 more specters. Wang Dihei broke out in cold sweat, recalling Fang Xiu's previous claim that there were dozens of specters in Green Mountain Mental Hospital, locked in wards. Initially, Wang Dihei and Shen Lingxiu had dismissed this, because such a gathering of dozens of specters was unprecedented. The headquarters had once mentioned that specters, with their diverse characteristics, rarely coexist peacefully, making it unusual for them to form groups. This was as improbable as solitary animals living together in the wild, defying common sense. Just like the saying 2 tigers cannot share one mountain, of course, unless they are a male and a female. Furthermore, Fang Xiu, being a new psychic and previously a regular person, had limited exposure to specters. Hence, they naturally assumed that the specters Fang Xiu saw in his visions were actually specter slaves, which, to the untrained eye, seemed indistinguishable from real specters. But now, Yang Kunpeng, an experienced psychic, had encountered 3 more specters in the Green Mountain Mental Hospital's Specter Zone, challenging this common understanding. This suggested that Fang Xiu's claims about the presence of dozens of specters, not just specter slaves, in the hospital might be true. This was an important revelation. If true, it would overturn the long-held belief that specters do not congregate, making Green Mountain Mental Hospital's Specter Zone in Greenvine City a unique case worldwide. Where is Yang Kunpeng now? Take me to him. Wang Dihei urgently demanded. He's in the interrogation room, Director Wang, but he's close to mutating. It's too risky for you to go. Has Yang Ming returned yet? No, not yet. What about Bai Qi? Is he fully recovered? Vice Captain Bai has come back to work, but he doesn't seem to be fully recovered. We can't worry about that now. Get Bai Qi to my office. And Fang Xiu, too. He's involved in this. Yes, Director Wang. 10 minutes later, Fang Xiu arrived at Wang Dihei's office, unsure why he had been summoned, especially during his recovery period. Upon entering, he saw a tall, handsome man with a pale complexion sitting across from Wang Dihei. The man was sitting upright, expressionless, exuding an aura that seemed to keep everybody away. Chapter 90, My Contribution to the Bureau. Fang Xiu, you were supposed to be resting and healing, but this is an urgent situation, and since you're directly involved, we had to call you in. Oh, let me introduce you. This is Vice Captain Bai Qi. And Bai Qi, meet Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu and Bai Qi exchanged glances, not saying a word. Fang Xiu was calm, and Bai Qi seemed quite indifferent. It made Wang Dihei feel a bit awkward. Suddenly, Bai Qi said, I don't like owing anyone anything. If you need something from me in the future, feel free to reach out to me. Fang Xiu nodded. He understood what Bai Qi meant. The guy wanted to repay him for saving his life. After all, without Fang Xiu's timely phone call, Bai Qi would have been long gone. As for Bai Qi indifferent demeanor, Fang Xiu wasn't surprised. With psychics, acting too normal is actually the most abnormal. Let's leave the small talk for later. We have an urgent situation. Here's what happened. I sent Yang Kunpeng to lead a team to the Green Mountain Mental Hospital Specter Zone, which was previously a Grade C zone. Grade C. Fang Xiu's eyes flickered with surprise. He hadn't expected the Investigation Bureau to classify Green Mountain Mental Hospital that low, especially since he had just resolved the B and Blackwater incident and still wouldn't dare to explore the hospital lightly. In his opinion, Green Mountain Mental Hospital Specter Zone was at least an A, maybe even an S. Seeing Fang Xiu's reaction, Wang Dihei showed a mix of embarrassment and guilt. This is my fault. I misjudged the information. I thought the dozens of specters you mentioned were specter slaves, so I classified the zone as Grade C. If I had listened to you, I wouldn't have sent Yang Kunpeng but rather Yang Ming, and maybe the outcome would have been different. Now, only Yang Kunpeng survived. Underscores this about Yang Ming's power of luck. Fang Xiu wondered. It wasn't that he underestimated Yang Ming, a third-tier psychic, but he had a feeling that Green Mountain Mental Hospital was no ordinary specter zone. If Yang Ming had gone, he probably would have died too. Yet, due to Wang Dihei's mistake, Yang Ming, who was supposed to go, didn't. Underscores this coincidence, or is it Yang Ming's luck ability at play? Can luck be that powerful? Well, given Yang Ming's already a third tier, his luck ability might really be able to clear huge disasters out of his way. Wang Dihei continued, according to Yang Kunpeng, he encountered 3 other specters in the Green Mountain Mental Hospital Specter Zone, in addition to Nightmare and Physician. This breaks all our previous assumptions. So, I'm guessing, Fang Xiu, the dozens of specters you mentioned might not all be specter slaves. Fang Xiu didn't offer any explanation, as what had happened couldn't be undone. He couldn't go back to the mental hospital to check. He gave it some thought, then asked, how did Yang Kunpeng survive? This was what concerned Fang Xiu the most. He was very interested in Green Mountain Mental Hospital, or more precisely, in what Zhou Qingfeng had left behind. Wang Dihei explained, Yang Kunpeng's ability is invisibility. He survived by using this ability to hide. Also, thanks to the emergency exit you provided earlier, he managed to escape. However, Yang Kunpeng is in a bad state now, on the verge of losing control of his spiritual energy. We need to talk to him to get the details. The reason I called you here is to meet with Yang Kunpeng and understand what happened. This way, we can make an accurate judgment about the Green Mountain Mental Hospital Specter Zone. All right, let's go, Fang Xiu replied calmly. Right now, the only thing that really interested him was specters, and among them, he was most concerned about 2 things, his wife and Green Mountain Mental Hospital. Knowing the urgency of the situation, Wang Dihei didn't say much and immediately led Fang Xiu and Bai Qi to the interrogation room. In the interrogation room, white smoke wafted through the air, enveloping the room in a tranquilizing scent. It was spiritual incense. Upon entering and smelling the spiritual incense, Fang Xiu instinctively frowned. On the table in the room, a stick of spiritual incense was burning. In front of the table, a row of steel bars enclosed a skinny young man who couldn't stop trembling. The man had bleached blonde hair, his pale face drenched in cold sweat, and his bloodshot eyes shifted restlessly. He was like a drug addict in deep addiction. Every now and then, he'd glance over his shoulder, as if constantly wary of an unexpected attack from behind. Seeing this, both Wang Dihei and Bai Qi frowned. His spiritual energy is so out of control that even spiritual incense can't suppress it, Wang Dihei said grimly, his voice tinged with regret. Bai Qi's expression grew colder. Given his current state, if the spiritual incense goes out, he'll likely mutate. Director, ask whatever you need to quickly. Once you're done, I'll take action. Wang Dihe understood what Bai Qi meant by his words, but it was a necessary measure when dealing with uncontrollable spiritual energy. Yang Kunpeng, Yang Kunpeng, Wang Dihe called several times before Yang Kunpeng finally snapped out of his daze. He looked up, bewildered, and upon seeing Wang Dihe, his face instantly showed a mix of relief and elation, as if he had seen a lifesaver. Director Wang, please save me. I've shed blood and earned honors for the Bureau. I don't want to turn into a monster. Wang Dihe's eyes flickered with compassion. Then he composed himself and said, Kunpeng, calm down. The Bureau will never abandon its agents. We will do everything we can to save you. Right now, you need to tell us everything you saw at the Green Mountain Mental Hospital Specter Zone. That's the only way I can help you. Yang Kunpeng nodded frantically, his face filled with terror as if he was recalling something horrifying. Specters. The place was full of specters. My team explored the mental hospital's Specter Zone. At first, we encountered the physician. It was strong, and it took a lot of effort from our team to deal with it. Then we went deeper, and then... He began to tremble violently, seemingly too afraid to continue. What happened then? Wang Dihe asked urgently. I saw many wards, the seals on the doors were weakening, and there were so many specters howling inside. Then the door of one ward opened, and a little girl came out, she had no face. Hearing this, Fang Xiu's mind raced .. Wards with seals? A faceless little girl? So, the wards had seals on them. No wonder the specters were confined and couldn't get out. Where did these seals come from then? Being a new psychic, there were many things Fang Xiu didn't know, including these so-called seals. Chapter 91, Not Dead Yet? Yang Kunpeng was visibly shaken as he recounted the harrowing events. She just reached out and ripped off one of my team members' face and then fixed it onto her own. The faceless team member suffocated to death since he couldn't breathe without his nose and mouth. She didn't seem to like that face and kept taking more, killing half of my team. The rest of us ran for our lives. She didn't chase us but kept fiddling with the faces she had collected. That little girl must be at least a Class B Specter, maybe even an A. We stood no chance against her. While escaping, we encountered another humanoid specter with its head on backward, growing out of its back. It broke several people's necks effortlessly, and our attacks seemed like mere scratches to it. Then there was a specter covered in red incense sticks, dark red candles sticking out of its flesh, emitting red smoke. The smoke was alive. As he spoke, Yang Kunpeng suddenly vanished right before everyone's eyes, only to reappear a second later. Continuing his story, one of my teammates inhaled that smoke and was in extreme pain. Then he disappeared and reappeared again, flickering in and out of existence like a glitchy movie. Bai Qi and Wang Dihe exchanged looks, knowing full well that Yang Kunpeng couldn't control his spiritual energy anymore, causing this instability. His ability was invisibility, and now he was unable to control it, hence the intermittent disappearing and reappearing. The red smoke was not smoke but tiny red insects. In the end, only 3 of us survived. Thankfully, we had some escape routes provided by Fang Xiu. At the emergency exit, we saw Nightmare, he said, his flickering becoming more frequent, clearly terrified. That Nightmare was no Class C Specter. It was an A. It had no physical form, so no attack could harm it. It was invincible, immortal. Fang Xiu, who had previously encountered Nightmare, wasn't surprised. Nightmare was indeed elusive and had no physical form, appearing only as black smoke with a pair of blood-red eyes, so it was possible that it was immune to attacks. However, Fang Xiu was also aware that Nightmare was just hard to kill at most, not immortal. Fang Xiu might even be able to prove it next time he was at the hospital. The line between dreams and reality blurred. Everything felt too real, it wasn't an illusion but another world. Self-harm was useless. Everyone has their own fears, even if you know it's fake, you can't overcome it. Fear can't be conquered. Upon hearing this, Wang Dihei and Bai Qi instinctively looked toward Fang Xiu. He had previously categorized the Green Mountain Mental Hospital as Grade C partly because Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao, who were ordinary humans at the time, managed to escape. He had thought that nightmare wasn't that powerful, assuming that knowing it was fake and having a bit of courage would be enough to handle the situation. Now, Wang Dihei realized his huge mistake. It was truly hard for humans to overcome fear. It was not about just shouting and closing your eyes in the face of fear. It required real indifference. Knowing it was fake beforehand wouldn't make any difference. It was like watching a horror movie, everyone knew it was not real, but it still scared the hell out of most people. Nightmare's ability isn't a horror movie, but a dream so real it's indistinguishable from reality. Watching Yang Kunpeng's near breakdown, Fang Xiu suddenly realized something was off. If you didn't overcome your fear, how did you get out? He asked. Yang Kunpeng froze at Fang Xiu's question, his flickering ceased, and his face turned from terror to confusion. Yet, how did I get out? He muttered. Why could I leave? Wasn't I dead? These words sent a chill down Wang Dihei's spine, even Bai Qi frowned and became alert. Yang Kunpeng then burst into hysterical laughter. I remember now, I remember everything. You don't have to worry about me mutating anymore because I'm already dead. As he laughed maniacally, veins popped on his face, and his skin bulged, forming a massive red tumor. More tumors appeared on his body as the bulging noises grew louder. Suddenly, Bai Qi opened the iron-barred door and walked in coldly, standing in front of Yang Kunpeng. He slightly moved his right hand. In the next moment, Yang Kunpeng's head fell to the ground, blood spurting out as the mutation ceased. Fang Xiu's pupils constricted, unable to discern how Bai Qi had moved so quickly, nor even see the weapon he used. The speed was astounding, befitting Green Vine City's top psychic. Fang Xiu was almost certain that Bai Qi must be at the peak of the second tier, just a step away from the third tier. However, unlike Yang Ming, Bai Qi hadn't been as lucky, thus delaying his breakthrough. What a heavy loss for the Bureau, sighed Wang Dihei, nearly traumatized by the sight of Yang Kunpeng's tragic end. With the increasing number of Spectre incidents and the loss of a team, the Bureau was facing a severe setback. Have someone take care of Yang Kunpeng's body, and as per our compensation policy, provide his family with subsidies and a martyr certificate, Wang Dihei ordered. Then, turning to Fang Xiu and Bai Qi, he suggested, let's go to my office to talk. However, Fang Xiu remained fixated on Yang Kunpeng's corpse. Noticing this, Wang Dihei and Bai Qi stopped. What's wrong, Fang Xiu? Wang Dihei asked. It doesn't add up, Fang Xiu replied calmly. He never explained how he escaped from nightmare. He was so terrified yet managed to survive. There must be something we're missing. What could that be? Asked a concerned Wang Dihei. It's very likely that nightmare let him go on purpose. Why would nightmare do that? Wang Dihei asked, shocked. Chapter 92, Nightmare Unleashed. Fang Xiu held the scalpel, slowly approaching Yang Kunpeng's body. He wanted to confirm his guess. Nightmare couldn't leave the mental hospital before. To be precise, those specters shouldn't be able to leave either. But nightmare's power enables it to enter people's dreams. Now, Yang Kunpeng has come out alive, filled with fear. As he spoke, Wang Dihei and Bai Qi expressions changed slightly. Suddenly, there was a flash of silver, and Fang Xiu's scalpel swiftly aimed toward Yang Kunpeng's severed head on the ground. However, just as he was about to hit, a wisp of black smoke shot out from the head. Fang Xiu's eyes flashed coldly. He saw a pair of blood-red eyes in the black smoke. It was Nightmare. Nightmare was quick, deftly dodging Fang Xiu's attack. At this moment, Bai Qi moved. Fang Xiu finally saw his weapon as short knife with no extra decoration, completely dark gold, and very high quality. Fang Xiu recognized it instantly as a knife made from 100% pure mined steel, so it had the same color as spiritual coins. Bai Qi, holding the dark gold short knife, disappeared from his spot like he had just teleported. When he reappeared, he was already beside Nightmare. With a swift cut through the air, he struck hard. The attack was so fast that Nightmare couldn't dodge it. However, the knife seemed to pass through Nightmare. Nightmare coldly smiled. Oops, any attack is pointless against me. Bai Qi frowned and slashed several more times. Each hit was accurate but was also ineffective. Is that so? A calm voice spoke. It was Fang Xiu. The scalpel shimmered with silver light, aiming straight for the blood-red eyes in the black smoke. Nightmare panicked and fled. It seemed to have no physical form, easily passing through the walls of the interrogation room. Fang Xiu, this isn't over yet. I'll get back at you. Nightmare's restrained and hoarse voice echoed in the room. Bai Qi also disappeared, chasing after Nightmare. Fang Xiu didn't move, knowing he couldn't catch up with a being that could ignore physical barriers. It seemed his guess was right. Yang Kunpeng had survived because Nightmare wanted to use him as a vessel to escape the mental hospital. When he and Zhao Hao had escaped the hospital, Nightmare probably had the same plan, but it failed. Fang Xiu had broken the dream, and Zhao Hao had banged his way out. Reflecting on it, Zhao Hao's escape from the dream might not have been due solely to his unique traits and his ability to bang everything in any dangerous situation. According to Yang Kunpeng's description, to escape alive, you had to completely ignore fear. Although Zhao Hao had overcome fear with another instinct, he hadn't truly eliminated it. Probably, the real reason he escaped the dream was that he managed to make Nightmare fear him. Fang Xiu also noticed something else. Nightmare seemed to deliberately avoid his attacks. If it's truly invulnerable, it won't do that. And it only dodged my attacks, not Bai Qi. If Nightmare could truly ignore any attack, it won't need to dodge at all. Fang Xiu then realized that he must have a power that Nightmare feared. Is it the power of pain or the scalpel? Fang Xiu couldn't decide yet. The scalpel had cut through dozens of specters at the Green Mountain Mental Hospital, so Nightmare might fear it. But it could also be the power of pain. With insufficient information, he couldn't be sure. However, he had a feeling it wasn't the scalpel. As its owner, he knew that although it was sharp, it was still a physical attack, not mental. So, Nightmare likely feared the power of pain more. Soon, Bai Qi reappeared like a phantom. Wang Dihe urgently asked, "How did it go?" Bai Qi shook his head expressionlessly, "It has no physical form. We have no way to get it." Wang Dihe's face turned ugly. A specter escaping right under their noses was a great embarrassment for him as the director. Especially a dangerous specter like Nightmare, ignoring attacks and killing in dreams. If such a specter were left loose among people, it could wreak havoc and cause significant death. "Find it immediately, Bai Qi. We can't let Nightmare do as it pleases," he ordered. Bai Qi nodded and vanished again. Wang Dihe turned to Fang Xiu with a troubled expression. "I hope you can help too, Fang Xiu. You walked out of the dream alive, so Nightmare probably can't hurt you. And it seems to fear the scalpel you brought from the hospital. This is my fault, I'll take responsibility and confess to the higher UPS. If I had listened to you earlier, this might not have happened." Fang Xiu nodded. The matter concerned the Green Mountain Mental Hospital, and he wouldn't ignore Nightmare regardless. Perhaps he could learn something about the hospital from Nightmare. The Specter Zone at Green Mountain Mental Hospital was likely man-made, and the director, Zhou Qingfeng, might be human, or at least once was. Fang Xiu didn't agree with Wang Dihei's belief that listening to him earlier would have prevented the current situation. Even if Wang Dihei had truly believed him and placed high importance on Green Mountain Mental Hospital, it wouldn't have made a difference. Nightmare's abilities were too extraordinary, even evading attacks from Bai Qi, the strongest in Green Vine. This implied that practically no one in Green Vine could handle it. Considering Nightmare's strength, Fang Xiu pondered about the other specters in the psychiatric hospital. Having faced these specters, he knew the terrifying power they emitted. Nightmare wasn't the strongest among them, it was just tricky due to its abilities. The seals in Green Mountain Mental Hospital were weakening, and if the specters broke free, even all the psychics in Green Vine City combined might not be able to handle the specter zone there. If Wang Dihei had sent Bai Qi and Yang Ming previously, the outcome would likely have been the loss of both, resulting in more severe consequences than the current situation. Thus, for the Investigation Bureau, this misjudgment turned out to be somewhat fortunate. Regarding Nightmare's escape, Fang Xiu chose not to use his reset ability. It wasn't that he wanted Nightmare to escape, he wished it remained trapped in the psychiatric hospital, and he could just go and kill it. The main reason was that Yang Kunpeng had gone to Green Mountain Mental Hospital before he went to Blackwater. Even if he reset it, he couldn't stop Yang Kunpeng from entering, making it an unchangeable past event. Yang Kunpeng had escaped the psychiatric hospital the day after he entered, meaning even if Fang Xiu rewound to Blackwater and abandoned the Blackwater event to kill Yang Kunpeng in the psychiatric hospital, it would be too late to prevent Nightmare's escape. Fang Xiu's reset point was the day after he entered Blackwater, but Yang Kunpeng had escaped much earlier than that. Chapter 93, Nightmare's Weakness. In the following days, Fang Xiu returned to the hospital to heal from his injuries, receiving a scheduled cell repair injection every day. This miraculous medicine, developed by the headquarters, was incredibly effective in treating injuries. It could even heal severed limbs as long as the pieces were still there and treated within a certain period. Psychics, like Fang Xiu, had stronger bodies and healing abilities compared to ordinary people. Despite his severe injuries, his natural recovery power and the cell repair fluid can heal him in less than a week. He didn't join Bai Qi in searching for Nightmare. After all, he knew very well that with Nightmare's abilities, it would be almost impossible to find if it chose to hide. Nightmare could simply enter anyone's dreams, it was like finding a needle in a haystack. The only option was to wait for Nightmare to reveal itself. One day, Wang Dihei visited Fang Xiu's ward again. "How are you feeling, Fang Xiu?" Wang Dihei asked with a tired smile, his eyes bloodshot from lack of sleep. "Much better. Any news on Nightmare?" Fang Xiu asked. Wang Dihei nodded, anger flashing in his eyes. "We haven't found Nightmare, but it has struck again. Yesterday, the entire Ziwan community on Yehua Road West fell. Everyone in the community is in a coma, with a few casualties. Several families have died in their dreams. The authorities had to take measures to keep the media from revealing this to the public." Wang Dihei handed a report to Fang Xiu, which included several photos. In them, men and women lay with their eyes closed, their faces etched with terror. It was clear that they were victims of Nightmare's slaughter, killed by fear in their dreams. Fang Xiu speculated that fear might be the source of Nightmare's power. It can grow stronger from it. "I think Nightmare feeds on fear to strengthen itself. We must keep this quiet to prevent panic. If the general public becomes fearful because of this, Nightmare might grow too powerful for us to handle." The report shows that the sleep epidemic started with one family and spread like a plague, indicating that Nightmare is growing stronger, Fang Xiu observed and explained. Wang Dihei nodded gravely. "Your assessment is correct. The department has discussed this. Nightmare indeed grows stronger through fear, and its range is expanding. But the problem now is that we currently have no effective way to deal with Nightmare. Those in a coma cannot be awakened, no matter what we do," Wang Dihei expressed his concern. "Did you send anyone on it?" Fang Xiu asked. "Yeah, I sent Bai Qi, but it seems Nightmare is wary of him. Even though Bai Qi stayed in Ziwan community for several days, he couldn't enter the dreamscape to resolve the issue, Wang Dihe replied. Hearing this, Fang Xiu had a thought. Nightmare is wary of Bai Qi? Why? Does this mean Bai Qi could harm it in the dream? After thinking it over, Fang Xiu calmly said, it seems Nightmare's weakness lies within the dreams. Wang Dihe's gaze sharpened. Are you saying that to defeat Nightmare, we must do it in a dream? Fang Xiu nodded. Correct. If I'm guessing it right, Nightmare has no physical form, so most attacks can't harm it. But it's different in a dream because we also enter a dream without a physical form. We are in the same state as Nightmare, so we can only fight it in a dream. Then this mission must fall to you and Zhao Hao. Only you two have ever defeated Nightmare, Wang Dihe said. Fang Xiu shook his head. He did defeat Nightmare, but Zhao Hao's situation was a bit different. Fang Xiu replied, Nightmare was as sneaky as humans. That may be why it never allowed Bai Qi into its dreams. If Zhao Hao and I go, we might also not be able to get into the dreams either. Wang Dihe's expression grew grimmer. Is there really no way to handle it? And we're just gonna watch as Nightmare pulls everyone into its realm. Yes, I think that's all we can do for now. Wait. For now? Until when? Until Nightmare is strong enough, until it feels we're no longer threatening to it. Only then will it pull us into the dream, Fang Xiu said the harrowing fact calmly. Frustrated, Wang Dihe said, come on, you really think that's gonna work? Once Nightmare is strong enough not to fear you, and it pulls you into the dream, how will you fight it? Damn it! I feel like it's killing all of us. It holds all the initiative, attacking when it wants and using ordinary people's fear to strengthen itself. This already puts it in an invincible position. Then we will see who is stronger at that time, Fang Xiu said calmly. Seeing Fang Xiu's calm demeanor, Wang Dihe immediately asked, do you see a chance for victory in the future? Fang Xiu shook his head. No, I don't. Fang Xiu hadn't used his death reset ability for a long time, but even if he had, things would still be the same. If Bai Qi, the top psychic in Green Vine, couldn't enter the dreamscape, neither could Fang Xiu. So, resetting to go to the Ziwan community would only mean watching the residents fall into the dream over and over. As for evacuating the residents in advance to prevent Nightmare from absorbing fear and gaining strength, that wouldn't work, either. For ordinary people, Nightmare was overwhelmingly powerful. Even if Ziwan community was empty now, there would always be places for it to find a new group of victims. This was almost meant to happen when Nightmare broke loose, it was destined to kill many people. After a bit more conversation, Wang Dihe left in frustration. Soon after, Shen Lingxiu, looking anxious and furious, hurried into the ward, followed by her partner, Li Wenhao. Li Wenhao, too, appeared worried and seemed to want to hold Shen Lingxiu back in place, but as an ordinary human, he was unable to hold back a psychic, not to mention one in a rage. Shen Lingxiu was now wearing a wig and looking as she did before. She confronted Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu, why didn't you make it clear that there were dozens of specters in Green Mountain Mental Hospital? Do you know that because of you, Yang Kunpeng's squad was wiped out, and now the entire Ziwan community is in a coma? They might all die. Do you know that? Chapter 94, I'm no pushover. Fang Xiu calmly looked at the furious Shen Lingxiu and said softly, you deaf or something? So you didn't hear what I said before? Shen Lingxiu, still angry, replied, you did say something, but you weren't clear. How was I supposed to know whether you meant Spectre or Spectre slave? Stop it, Agent Shen, Li Wenhao quickly tried to intervene, but Shen Lingxiu pushed him away. The force was so strong that Li Wenhao hit the wall, grimacing in pain. Shen Lingxiu pressed on aggressively, Fang Xiu. You knew I didn't believe you back then. Why didn't you try to convince me? Suddenly, Fang Xiu slapped her, leaving a bright red mark on Shen Lingxiu's delicate face. Shocked at first, she quickly became enraged and was about to react when she was hit with another slap. Completely losing her temper, Shen Lingxiu tried to fight back, but a strong hand gripped her slender neck tightly. The force threw her against the wall, knocking off her wig and revealing a buzz cut. Indifferent, Fang Xiu spoke in a calm voice, "Miss Shen, don't get me wrong. Just because I'm always talking nicely to you doesn't mean I'm a pushover." Shen Lingxiu struggled but couldn't free herself from Fang Xiu's grip. Lying on the ground, Li Wenhao panicked and apologized to Fang Xiu, "Mr. Fang, please don't be angry. Agent Shen didn't mean it. She's just worried because her only brother lives in Ziwan community." Hearing this, Fang Xiu smiled and whispered in Shen Lingxiu's ear, "Actually, I already knew what would happen in Ziwan. But I didn't say anything. If I had told you earlier, your brother wouldn't have been trapped in a dream, but many others would have been. What would you have chosen, being as kind as you are?" Upon hearing this, Shen Lingxiu's anger blazed. Her hand shot up, and a bright, hot flame appeared, instantly raising the temperature in the room. But the next moment, with a flash of silver light, a sharp scalpel pierced through Shen Lingxiu's delicate hand, pinning it to the wall. The flames extinguished, and she twisted in pain, her body convulsing. "Ah!" A muffled scream filled the room. Fang Xiu looked at Shen Lingxiu's beautiful, twisted face in pain and thought she looked even more beautiful in this state. "Stop! Please stop!" Li Wenhao, seeing his secret crush hurt, rushed forward with bloodshot eyes, but Fang Xiu simply kicked him away. After that kick, Li Wenhao spat out blood, racked with severe pain, unable to stand up. Meanwhile, Shen Lingxiu's face had turned purple from lack of oxygen, clearly on the brink of death. "Don't kill her. She didn't mean it." Li Wenhao pleaded anxiously. "She's just been unstable since returning from Blackwater. Her spiritual energy grew too fast and, with a bit of provocation, got out of control." "Oh, so now everything in the bureau happens due to losing control of spiritual energy? In my view, spiritual energy going awry is like alcohol, it amplifies but doesn't create from nothing. Just like if you harbor a desire to kill, you might not dare to act on it until you're drunk. But someone without murderous intent won't kill, no matter how much they drink." If Shen Lingxiu didn't have these thoughts, even if she lost control, she wouldn't have confronted me. But don't worry, I won't kill her. Simply killing her would mean she'd never realize her mistakes. I'll make her wish she was dead. What are you going to do?" Li Wenhao panicked, his imagination running wild at the mention of a fate worse than death. He struggled to get up, ignoring his injuries. But as he tried to rise, Fang Xiu's right eye glowed crimson. Li Wenhao collapsed immediately, his eyes rolling back as he spat out blood and fainted. Then, Fang Xiu turned to Shen Lingxiu, who was close to suffocating, and said calmly, "Look into my eyes." Suddenly, the crimson glow intensified. Specter's spiritual energy surged through Shen Lingxiu's eyes, penetrating her soul. "From today, you will worship me as a god." As his words fell, Shen Lingxiu's eyes gradually lost their luster, as if her soul had been extracted, leaving only endless pain. Thud! Shen Lingxiu's delicate body fell heavily to the ground. Fang Xiu created a torturous illusion for Shen Lingxiu. In this illusion, everything she did was wrong, leading to endless criticism and condemnation. She was completely negated, leading to self-doubt. Since she was so arrogant to think others were always in the wrong, Fang Xiu crafted a world where she alone always made mistakes. In this illusion, her brother also appeared, placing her in a dilemma. If she chose to save her brother, countless ordinary people would die as a result. Her brother wouldn't be grateful but would blame her for causing so many deaths. If she chose to sacrifice her brother for the greater good, his spirit would haunt her daily, questioning why she didn't save him. Every choice was wrong. The most tormenting punishment is not physical but mental. Dealing with someone as arrogant as Shen Lingxiu required breaking down her pride, trampling and shattering her self-righteous dignity. Previously, Fang Xiu couldn't use his blood pupil to this extent, but now his awakened spiritual energy had reached 10%, significantly enhancing his power. The blood pupil, a second-tier ability, needed substantial backing to unleash its full potential. Shen Lingxiu was particularly vulnerable at this moment, her spiritual energy somewhat out of control and her mind at its weakest, making it easy for Fang Xiu to invade and leave an indelible mark on her psyche. In the illusion, Shen Lingxiu was alone in an endless darkness, with the spotlight seemingly fixed above her head. No matter how she moved, the spotlight stayed locked on her, illuminating a narrow area around her, like a prison of light from which she couldn't escape. Chapter 95, Shen Lingxiu Meltdown. Shen Lingxiu struggled to look forward, only to see Fang Xiu sitting calmly on his throne, looking down at her indifferently as if he were a god. He held his chin in one hand, his eyes cold and distant. Fang Xiu, did you create all this? Shen Lingxiu shouted. Fang Xiu didn't reply. Instead, he coldly commanded, "Kneel." His voice was like an emperor's decree, filled with an undeniable authority. Hearing this, Shen Lingxiu panicked, realizing she couldn't control her body anymore, as if something was manipulating her. "My body, it's not under my control, Fang Xiu. What are you trying to do?" With a thud, Shen Lingxiu found herself kneeling on the ground. This act of submission was humiliating for her, who had always been proud. She had never knelt before anyone, let alone before a man she despised. "Crawl over here," Fang Xiu ordered. Shen Lingxiu, now filled with fear and anger, protested weakly, "No, don't." Despite her struggles, she was powerless. She crawled toward Fang Xiu, step by step, like a dog. Then, she felt a sharp pain in her face as Fang Xiu ruthlessly stepped on it, forcing her to kneel with her face under his foot. "I'll kill you!" Shen Lingxiu screamed, her voice muffled and somewhat funny due to her position. Suddenly, Fang Xiu snapped his fingers, and the dark surroundings transformed into the Ziwan community. Shen Lingxiu saw a nightmare unfold where her brother was being chased by Nightmare, who had turned into a butcher and was wielding a cleaver. The butcher toyed with her brother, occasionally slashing him, causing blood to splatter. Upon seeing this, Shen Lingxiu's eyes reddened with rage. "No! Don't hurt him!" In this illusion, overwhelmed by pain, she lost her ability to think clearly, much like someone unaware they were dreaming. Fang Xiu's indifferent voice broke the silence, "Want to save him? Fang Xiu, what do you want? Don't hurt my brother. Come at me instead. Beg me," Fang Xiu said coldly. Shen Lingxiu's heart trembled. Her pride wouldn't allow her to beg for mercy. The next moment, however, seeing her brother's arm being cut off, she couldn't bear it any longer. Tears of humiliation rolled down her cheeks. "Please, please save my brother!" she begged, her voice weak and broken. "Louder," Fang Xiu demanded. "Please! Save my brother! Please, please!" Shen Lingxiu cried. With a snap of his fingers, Fang Xiu dispelled the darkness, and his figure vanished. The scene shifted back to Shen Lingxiu's home. Her brother sat on the couch, expressionless. Rushing to him, Shen Lingxiu hugged him, crying uncontrollably. To her shock, her brother coldly pushed her away, accusing her, "Why did you save me? Don't you realize that because you chose to save me, Nightmare went to the city center? Now everyone there is trapped in a deep sleep, never to wake again." Suddenly, the TV turned on, showing news reports of chaos in the city center. Police tape cordoned off the area, and outside, countless people were crying and kneeling on the ground. "Please, save my child! Let me in! My wife is still in there!" Shen Lingxiu was struck with immense guilt, despair, and self-reproach. "Do you see, Sister? You caused all this. They've lost their families, their homes, everything, because of you. Why did you save me? Her brother yelled. Then, in a frenzy, he ran to the window and jumped out from the 15th floor. No. Shen Lingxiu collapsed in despair. The scene shattered like a mirror, returning to darkness. In the dim light, Fang Xiu sat on his throne, calmly watching the weeping Shen Lingxiu. Kneel, crawl over here. Once again, Fang Xiu stepped on her, but this time, Shen Lingxiu didn't resist. She was like a broken puppet. With a snap of his fingers, the scene of her brother being chased by the nightmare reappeared. What will you choose this time? Fang Xiu asked indifferently. Shen Lingxiu saw her brother again, her eyes regaining some life. But as she thought of saving him, the images of the grieving people and her brother's tragic death flooded her mind. A look of agony and struggle flashed in Shen Lingxiu's eyes. After a long while, she closed her eyes in despair, remaining silent. Meanwhile, in the scene, her brother was being mercilessly tortured by the butcher. His screams echoed in her ears. Ah! Please, let me go. Sister! Where are you? Come and save me. Shen Lingxiu kept her eyes tightly shut, tears streaming down her face and her body trembling uncontrollably. She wanted to speak several times, but each time, she stopped herself. The scene shifted again. Shen Lingxiu found herself back in her empty home but without her brother. Then, suddenly, her brother appeared, his face ashen like a ghost. Sister, why didn't you save me? Do you know I am trapped forever in this nightmare, eternally tormented? Why didn't you save me? Why? Shen Lingxiu collapsed in despair. She rushed to embrace her brother, only to feel like she was hugging a cold, lifeless body. I'm sorry, so sorry, she cried until her voice was hoarse and weak. But her brother remained unaffected, repeatedly questioning her, why didn't you save me? Why? Everything plunged into darkness again, and Fang Xiu reappeared. The previous scenes and choices played out repeatedly, like a cycle. Once, twice, 3 times. On the 18th repetition, Shen Lingxiu crawled over to Fang Xiu even before he spoke, her beautiful face marred by tears. Please, please, don't torture me anymore. I know I was wrong. Fang Xiu remained unmoved, his voice cold as ever. What will you choose this time? No, no, no. No. I won't choose. I refuse to choose anything. Chapter 96, Eliminating Bright Club. After a long while, Fang Xiu left the hospital room. Shen Lingxiu sat in the corner, hugging her knees and silently crying. She looked like a little girl who had been bullied. He was almost fully recovered now, ready to take action. But the action he planned wasn't to deal with nightmare, it was aimed at Bright Club. There was no proactive way to tackle the nightmare issue, he could only wait to be pulled into the dream realm to have a chance of winning. Fang Xiu was sure that nightmare would eventually pull him into a dream because they had a feud. At the Black Rose Bar, Fang Xiu met Manager Cheng of Kill Yet, again. Manager Cheng, still in a fitting suit, tall and slender with a mask, looked very refined. Welcome. How can I help you? Manager Cheng greeted with a smile. I'll take all the jobs related to Bright Club, Fang Xiu said calmly. Manager Cheng was momentarily surprised. All of them? Just a friendly reminder, the jobs targeting Bright Club do exist, but they're low paid, and nobody wants them. It's not worth confronting Bright Club for such a small amount. It doesn't matter. I plan to wipe them out and just make some extra money on the side. Hearing this, Manager Cheng was utterly shocked. Wipe out the Bright? It seems we have a remarkable guest today. If I remember correctly, you spent 200 spiritual coins last time to buy the life of Bright Club's leader's cousin. And now, you've decided to take action yourself. But aren't you afraid of leaking this news by telling me so easily? Wiping out Bright Club is no small matter. They're a major force in Greenvine City's psychic community, and their elimination could cause great turmoil. I'm telling you this so you can sell the information. It should be worth quite a bit of money, right? I guess Bright Club would be very interested in buying it at a high price. Seriously? I can do that. Manager Cheng was dumbfounded. He never imagined encountering such a client. This was like squeezing every bit of value out of Bright Club for him. This also implied something else. Manager Cheng realized that the client in front of him had absolute confidence in his abilities, confident enough to let Bright Club know his plan in advance. Fang Xiu wasn't planning an assassination, this was a bold and open challenge. Manager Cheng wondered when this formidable guy showed up here in Greenvine. He took a moment to process all this before saying, if you're truly set on eliminating Bright Club, this piece of information will be very valuable. However, it's not that I'm doubting you, but it would be best if you could provide some evidence to prove your claims. Only then can I sell this information. Otherwise, if I sell it and you don't follow through. Bang! Fang Xiu slammed a bronze candlestick onto the table. Manager Cheng's pupils shrank instantly upon seeing it. This is a Specter gadget. It belongs to Ma Wenbin, the leader of Bright Club. They had even offered a reward for information on this Specter gadget. Fang Xiu's mind started whirling after this. It seemed Wang Yanran hadn't shared the information about the Specter gadget with Ma Wenbin, or perhaps she was planning a surprise. But now, the surprise was impossible since Wang Yanran was dead. Wang Yanran was well informed. Even what Bright Club couldn't find through their rewards, she had discovered on her own. Fang Xiu, however, wasn't surprised. He knew Wang Yanran had her ways of gathering information, especially with her ability to seduce men. The reward for the Specter gadget's information, I've taken it. You can tell Bright Club that I have it. Also, keep this Specter gadget as proof of my intention to act against them. You can sell the news now. Oh, and my name is Fang Xiu, currently an agent at the Investigation Bureau, said Fang Xiu as he removed his mask, revealing a handsome and calm face to Manager Cheng. Manager Cheng scrutinized Fang Xiu, quickly recalling his profile. FEEBOM. Fang Xiu, a 20-year-old local from Greenvine, a rookie at the Bureau with a foreseeing ability. Manager Cheng was astonished. What makes the rookie bold enough to claim actions against Bright Club? Is his spiritual energy gone out of control? But no matter how Manager Cheng looked at Fang Xiu's calm face, he couldn't see any signs of spiritual energy instability. Is it that the Bureau's planning to move against Bright Club, using Fang Xiu as a front? That was the only proper explanation Manager Cheng could think of. Yes, that has to be it. As a member of the Bureau, Fang Xiu must have insider information about their plans against Bright Club and was looking to make a profit from it. Since Bright Club is destined to be taken down by the Bureau sooner or later, he may as well accept all the jobs and earn as much as possible. Upon realizing this, Manager Cheng's eyes lit up. He was impressed and thought Fang Xiu was talented indeed, adept at seizing opportunities. Mr. Fang, you should download the Kill Yet app. I'll send you all the requests related to Bright Club, suggested Manager Cheng. Fang Xiu nodded and, under his guidance, downloaded the Kill Yet app, creating his account with the nickname Bright Slayer and the note, accepting all requests related to the Bright. Seeing Fang Xiu's nickname and note, Manager Cheng's mouth twitched. What a grudge this must be. Not only has Fang Xiu stolen their Specter gadget, but he's also planning to kill all of them. Despite that, Manager Cheng didn't dare say a thing as Fang Xiu was clearly a ruthless and dangerous person. Using a Specter gadget as a deposit and daring to show his face without fear of targeted assassination, such a guy was either mad or hiding a very deep hand. Either way, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Manager Cheng then began sending requests to Fang Xiu. Ding. You have a new kill order. Please check. Ding. You have a new kill order. Please check. Fang Xiu opened the requests and saw they were mostly related to people from Bright Club, but the prices were so low that they had remained unaccepted for a long time. He soon came across a familiar name, Wang Yanran. The note on the order read, "This despicable woman was dating 8 men behind my back and ranked me as the 9th. She hurt my feelings, stole all my money, she deserves to die." The reward was 5 spiritual coins. Seeing the reward of 5 spiritual coins, Fang Xiu found the note was quite an honest one. The guy must have been swindled out of all their money, otherwise, the reward wouldn't have been so low. The guy seemed close to losing control, not because Wang Yanran was dating 8 men, but because they were ranked 9th. Such a bizarre sense of competition. Chapter 97, Fang Xiu exposed. Fang Xiu had met many unusual psychics. For example, Lin Xiang, who was too proud, Wang Yanran, who was too good at flirting, Wang Ernie, who always blamed others for her errors, and Shen Lingxiu, who got angry quickly. So, when he met someone more worried about being low on his girlfriend's list of boyfriends than her being unfaithful, Fang Xiu wasn't impressed. He was used to this. All he could say was, that sounds like what a psychic would say. Fang Xiu often criticized others, reflecting on what he himself had done or said. He would say dramatic things like, "I want the world to suffer. Honey, I'll get back eventually one day and let you suffer all I've suffered. No one can kill me 18 times and get away with it." As a weird psychic himself, he couldn't really judge others. "Mr. Fang, why did you mark finish on Wang Yanran's task?" Manager Cheng asked, surprised. "Because I've already defeated Wang Yanran." Fang Xiu calmly showed a badge from Bright Club with Wang Yanran's name on it. Seeing the badge, Manager Cheng was shocked and became more polite. "Okay, Mr. Fang, we'll send your reward after confirming Wang Yanran's death. I also completed the mission about Lin Xiang. I killed him too. It looks like he lost control of his energy and lost his badge. I disposed of his body, so it might be hard for you to check." Manager Cheng was scared and suddenly felt a bit fearful to look at Fang Xiu. For someone who talked so calmly about such harsh actions, it was better for him to show as much respect as he could. "Okay, Mr. Fang, we'll check it thoroughly." Fang Xiu nodded and left. Manager Cheng bowed deeply and said respectfully, "Mr. Fang, take care and come back anytime." After Fang Xiu left, Manager Cheng quickly called someone and said, "Hurry. Contact the leader of Bright Club, Ma Wenbin. I have important news, 500 energy coins. Now, quickly. Or he may die." That night, Greenvine's psychic community was shocked, knowing that a guy named Fang Xiu was challenging Bright Club. The psychics didn't know much about Fang Xiu, but the organization he was under, the Investigation Bureau, was well known and respected in the psychic world. Fang Xiu's actions against Bright Club sent a signal and people couldn't help wondering if the Investigation Bureau was behind it. Inside the main office of Bright Club, Ma Wenbin was smashing things in anger. He threw his expensive wines onto the floor, causing glasses to break and fly everywhere. "What's happening with Fang Xiu? Why is the Investigation Bureau going after Bright Club? Can someone explain what's going on? I need to talk to a Feng Shui expert to understand why I'm having so much bad luck this year. Why is everything going wrong? Did any of you make someone angry?" The people around him looked at each other, speechless. "Boss, you know me. I've been calm and peaceful recently. I haven't upset anyone." "Boss, as you know, if I had upset someone, they wouldn't be there alive to complain, not to mention revenge. Boss, you should realize, you're the one who's most likely to invite trouble. Shut your trap." Ma Wenbin, furious, threw his phone at the man. "I'm too busy to argue with you. I need to make a call." "Wait, where's my phone?" Boss, you just threw it. Ma Wenbin stopped, then got even angrier. Pick it up. Get the phone. Boss, it's broken. Then give me yours. The man hesitated, looking at his phone. Let me clear its browsing history first. Forget it. Just hand it over. Damn it. Soon after, Ma Wenbin made a call, and his expression changed. What? Wang Yanran attacked Fang Xiu and others from the investigation bureau and was defeated because of it. Fang Xiu took all the tasks related to Bright Club? He has the bronze candlestick too? You're saying, Lin Xiang and Wang Yanran's death are all Fang Xiu's deeds, and now he's challenging Bright Club? Who is this Fang Xiu? Why is he going after us? The next day, Fang Xiu was called to Wang Dihei's office. He thought it was about his conflict with Shen Lingxiu, but it was actually about Bright Club. To Fang Xiu's surprise, Shen Lingxiu didn't tell Wang Dihei about their confrontation. Fang Xiu, here are 2,000 energy coins from Bright Club. Ma Wenbin says the attack on our team was his people acting on their own, not the club's doing. I know about your issues. I hope you'll accept this as a settlement since Greenvine is in trouble. We need all the help we can get. Wang Dihei looked serious. Latest update, the entire west part of the city has been overtaken. We tried to move people, but some couldn't leave in time. Even though we're keeping the bad news quiet, the impact is huge. The whole city is panicking. Due to the public's panic and fear, nightmare was growing stronger and spreading faster. Already, many psychics had been dragged into its dream realm. We've already asked for backups from headquarters, but they are also short-staffed. It would take at least 2 days for the backups to arrive. Do you really think we can count on the Bright to fight against nightmare? Instead of letting them feed the nightmare, it might be better to eliminate them beforehand, Fang Xiu said calmly. His words were harsh but true. Nightmare wasn't a simple specter that could be overcome simply by numbers. On the contrary, the more useless people there were, the more fear they would provide. The more psychic spiritual energy nightmare consumed, the stronger it became. True, but in the face of such a terrifying enemy, if the investigation bureau acts against Bright Club, it will cause unrest among the people. The sounds of hurried footsteps interrupted Wang Dihei, and suddenly, the door was pushed open with a loud bang. A staff member with an anxious expression burst into the room. Sir! Bai Qi has been pulled into the dream realm. Chapter 98, Hair Specter Effect. I'm not sure, said the staff member. After Bai Qi went to sleep yesterday, he hasn't woken up. We've tried calling him, but he won't wake up. We don't know when he entered the dream realm. Wang Dihei's expression turned grim immediately. According to Fang Xiu's speculation, nightmare was cunning, only pulling someone into the dream realm when it felt strong enough to confront them. Now that Bai Qi was in the dream realm, Fang Xiu wondered if that meant nightmare had grown strong enough to handle Bai Qi. Where is Bai Qi now? Take me to him, Wang Dihei said. Then, he quickly turned to Fang Xiu and said, You see how serious the situation is, Fang Xiu. Please don't let personal grudges interfere with the bigger picture. With that, Wang Dihei hurried off with the staff member. Fang Xiu watched them go, deep in thought. Bai Qi had been pulled into the dream, and he might soon be the next one. Bai Qi was far stronger than Fang Xiu, yet nightmare chose him first. Therefore, it was almost certain that there was something on Fang Xiu that nightmare feared, probably the power of pain. Right, since I can't take the scalpel into the dream, it must be the power of pain that nightmare feared. Fang Xiu also stood up and left. He had to erase the Bright Club before nightmare. Bai Qi was trapped, he doubted the Bright Club's people could make much difference. They would only become fodder for nightmare. Before he took off, he took the 2,000 spiritual coins the Bright Club had sent with him. He accepted their apology, but he still needed to deal with them. It seemed like Fang Xiu had an advantage, having eliminated 2 members of the Bright Club and gotten a Specter gadget. But in reality, he had been killed twice because of the Bright Club, once by Lin Xiang and once by Wang Yanran. This was a grudge he had to settle. At night, Greenvine City was quiet, with almost no one on the streets. Normally, this would be the time when the nightlife started. But with the fear of the nightmare, and even though the investigation bureau tried to keep it a secret, many people felt that something was wrong. They didn't immediately think of specters but were afraid of the rumors of an unknown virus, a virus that made people fall into a sleep they couldn't wake up from. Because of these rumors, many people left the city, while others, who were skeptical, stayed but were too scared to go outside. In this strange silence, a person wearing a black hood appeared on the empty streets. The street light stretched his shadow long across the ground. It was Fang Xiu. He stopped in front of a building headquarters of the Bright Club. The Bright Club was wealthy, owning the entire building. Currently, the building was dark except for a few lit floors. At the entrance stood 2 security guards, tall and robust, clearly not ordinary men. They were mercenaries hired by the Bright Club. Since psychics were rare and often unconventional, the security work was entrusted to those strong and experienced mercenaries. Ignoring the 2 mercenaries, Fang Xiu walked straight toward the building and was soon intercepted. "Sir, this is private property. Please do not enter." Swoosh! Following a glint of silver light, a fine line of blood appeared on the necks of the guards, followed by excruciating pain engulfing their bodies. They fell to the ground, motionless. Fang Xiu didn't stop and entered the building. Inside, dozens of mercenaries were patrolling. They worked in teams of 3, rotating to ensure no corner was breached. The team closest to the entrance included Paul, John, and Daisy. They were foreign mercenaries, each with combat experience from serving special military forces. FEWNL. Suddenly, John, walking at the rear, drew his knife and stabbed it fiercely into Paul's heart. Paul, their team leader, groaned and fell instantly. Daisy, the only woman on the team, turned around in alert and witnessed the scene. She was shocked, raising her gun at John. "John! What are you doing? Why did you kill him?" John looked panicked, arguing, "It wasn't me." "Not you? You're gonna deny it with the bloody knife in your hand," Daisy said as she had her gun's safety off, ready to shoot. John, increasingly panicked, insisted, "It's not me, my body got out of control." While explaining, he didn't stop his movements, raising the knife and lunging at Daisy. Daisy, a veteran mercenary, didn't hesitate and pulled the trigger. John was shot in the head and fell into a pool of blood. Daisy was about to report the situation when she heard a noise behind her. She turned to see their leader Paul standing up, his chest still bleeding. Daisy was relieved. "Paul, you're alive." "Daisy, why did you kill John?" Paul asked. Then, he started shooting, and Daisy fell into the pool of blood. Suddenly, Paul's radio crackled to life. "Paul, what's happening there? Why are there gunshots?" Paul replied stiffly. Daisy suddenly went mad. "She killed John and attacked me. I need backup." Soon, 2 nearby squads rushed over, finding Paul covered in blood and John and Daisy lying in a pool of their own. "Paul, you..." Before they could finish, Paul opened fire without hesitation, killing several people caught off guard. The remaining mercenaries reacted quickly, returning fire. Paul was riddled with bullets and fell to the ground. The survivors, both shocked and enraged, called for more backup while approaching Paul, John, and Daisy's bodies. "All 3 are dead, sir." "Damn it, what happened here?" Suddenly, the 3 presumed dead bodies started moving. Their skin began to fall off, but instead of flesh and blood underneath, there was hair thick, black strands. This hair was dense and glossy, obviously very healthy. "Arg! What the hell is that?" The 3 people, now made of black hair, attacked the mercenaries with frenzy, impervious to bullets. In just moments, they slaughtered the remaining mercenaries. After all were dead, countless silver strands emerged from the corner, slithering like snakes into the corpses. Soon, the bodies rose, their skin peeling off to reveal dark, glossy hair underneath. Fang Xiu stepped out from the corner, observing the scene with interest and satisfaction. Chapter 99, Human or Specter. The hair Specter's ability was indeed useful. By injecting a single silver hair strand into a human body, the strand would frenziedly devour the person's flesh and blood, transforming them into a Specter slave made entirely of black hair, similar to those residents of Blackwater. These black-haired Specter slaves were merely of low ranks. There were also the more advanced silver-haired Specter slaves, composed entirely of silver strands. These silver-haired Specter slaves surpassed the black-haired ones in strength, speed, and defense. However, creating a silver-haired Specter slave required a substantial amount of silver hair, making it too costly to mass-produce. At that moment, an alarm had sounded. Footsteps echoed from all directions inside the building, accompanied by the sound of cocked guns. Fang Xiu wasn't surprised. After all, he knew that the building was under surveillance. Soon, teams of mercenaries in black bulletproof vests had swarmed out, each armed with a submachine gun. Upon seeing Fang Xiu and the Specter slaves, they opened fire without hesitation. A barrage of gunfire had enveloped Fang Xiu. Unfazed, he stood still. Then, his hair suddenly turned silver and grew rapidly, enveloping his entire body in a cocoon made of hair. The bullets had struck the silver hair, producing a symphony of metallic clangs and sparks. In the commanding room, Ma Wenbin, the leader of Bright Club, along with 3 members, was watching closely. "Is he the only one who came?" Ma Wenbin asked. "We've checked, it's just him," someone replied. Ma Wenbin smirked coldly. "It seems this isn't some operation led by the Investigation Bureau, but Fang Xiu's personal act. He's got courage, daring to come here alone. What should we do, sir?" "Killing him might provoke the Investigation Bureau," another asked. Ma Wenbin snorted. "Provoke? I'm the one who's provoked. We've been attacked, so killing him is nothing but self-defense. Even the Investigation Bureau can't fault us for that. Besides, I've been sending so much money to the headquarters every year, you think that's for nothing?" His subordinate said, puzzled. "Sir, the files say Fang Xiu is a sensory ability user. Why is he able to control hair and manipulate others with it now? Why are you asking me? How the hell would I know that?" Ma Wenbin retorted. As they were discussing, the situation on the monitors suddenly took an unexpected turn. The cocoon around Fang Xiu burst out with countless thin, silver hairs, spreading wildly like a spider's web. The mercenaries were terrified. They kept shooting, but no matter how many bullets they fired, they couldn't shake those silver hairs. In just a moment, the silver hairs had covered them completely. They screamed in pain, but soon, the screams stopped, as they were all wrapped into silver cocoons. As the hairs tightened, sounds of breaking bones could be heard. Blood slowly seeped out of the silver cocoons, turning them into blood-red ones. The scene was terrifying. In the empty hall, dozens of bloody cocoons stood still. Then, the silver hair slowly withdrew, absorbing the blood on it. From the cocoons, black-haired Specter slaves emerged. Suddenly, Fang Xiu moved. He calmly walked deeper into the building, followed closely by dozens of eerie and terrifying Specter slaves, like controlled puppets. In the control room, Ma Wenbin and others were horrified by this sight. Someone even exclaimed in fear, "What kind of power is this? Is Fang Xiu a human or a Specter? Sir, what do we do now? Should I go and meet him?" A member bravely offered. Ma Wenbin cursed, "Have you watched too much Japanese anime? You want to go meet him? Do you want me to act like a villain in those mangas, sending my men to die one by one, and then I'll wait for him at the top of the building for a final fight? Are you all foolish? This is our territory, we have more people, and he's just here alone. Of course, we should go together. Ma Wenbin then led a few people downstairs to find Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu was leading the Spectre slaves and marching forward when suddenly a thick white fog appeared in the corridor. It spread like a tide, covering the entire corridor in an instant. The fog was very thick, making visibility extremely low. When Fang Xiu met the fog, however, he didn't retreat. Instead, he walked straight into it. Instantly, he was enveloped in the white mist, unable to see anything. The fog seemed to suppress his psychic senses, making his sensitive perception greatly hindered. The fog was so dense that moving through it felt like moving underwater, greatly resisting every movement. Deep in the white fog, Ma Wenbin and his group watched Fang Xiu intently. At this moment, Fang Xiu couldn't see them. A man in his 30s with a grim face smirked, "He's like an ignorant fool, daring to walk right into my fog. He'll be completely blind in it. No matter how many pawns he has, they'll be useless. Sir, it looks like you won't need to act. Leave it to me." As soon as the man finished speaking, he pulled out a dagger and jumped into the fog. He moved very swiftly, almost as if he was more at ease in the fog. "Sir, is it okay for him to go alone?" "This Fang Xiu doesn't seem as simple as he looks," said a man with a scar on his face, holding two guns. Ma Wenbin watched Fang Xiu grimly and said coldly, "Let him try first. You look for an opportunity to find a weakness and use spiritual energy bullets to kill him. And you, Zhao, quickly cast a wanning curse on Fang Xiu. This kid is too calm, it's abnormal." Zhao, who looked scholarly with gold-rimmed glasses, replied, "Of course, sir." He then stretched out his hand toward Fang Xiu in the fog, sending a subtle wave of spiritual energy that instantly hit the man. Fang Xiu suddenly felt drained. He felt like he had a severe cold, unable to muster any strength. The situation was extremely dangerous. The man who started the fog was hiding, slowly approaching Fang Xiu's back, planning to ambush him. The man with the guns had already raised his weapon, aiming at Fang Xiu through the fog, waiting for him to show a weakness. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses continued to cast the wanning curse, draining Fang Xiu's strength. Ma Wenbin was watching eagerly from the shadows. Chapter 100, Fierce Fight. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. In a flash, Fang Xiu's hair turned into a waterfall of silver, blocking the attack aimed at his back. The man was surprised when his attack missed, and he quickly retreated into the fog. He sneered, "You're quite skilled to block my strike, but you won't be so lucky next time. No one can beat me in my fog." As he spoke, he moved swiftly around Fang Xiu, his voice echoing from all directions, eerie and unsettling. "Your eyes, throat, heart, abdomen, guess where I'll strike next, ouch." In the midst of his rush, the man suddenly tripped and fell to the ground. What tripped me? He wondered, looking down to find a fine silver hair wrapped around his foot. Following the hair, he was shocked to see that the ground around Fang Xiu was covered with a dense network of silver hairs, like a spider's web. Then, the silver hairs extended, penetrating his eyes, throat, heart, and abdomen. Just as the man seemed doomed, 2 clear gunshots rang out. 2 glowing bullets shot rapidly toward Fang Xiu. These were not ordinary bullets but made of spiritual energy. The shooter was Scarface, a former mercenary. He relied on his guns on the battlefield and trusted them completely. After experiencing a Spectre event, he awakened the ability to shoot spiritual energy bullets. Facing the incoming spiritual energy bullets, Fang Xiu, as if foreseeing them, tilted his head slightly and easily dodged them. His movements were swift and precise, the bullets barely missing his scalp. Seeing this, Zhao, the man casting the wanning curse, was shocked and gasped in disbelief. In fact, it wasn't Fang Xiu, but his hair, that made him dodge. If the three looked closer, they would find countless fine silver hairs connecting to Fang Xiu's body. Once again, like controlling a puppet, Fang Xiu was maneuvering his own body. That was why he dodged the attack under the Wanning curse. It was him who got weakened, not his specter hair. Scarface saw Fang Xiu dodge the bullets and smirked. With a flick of his fingers, the two spiritual energy bullets that had missed Fang Xiu suddenly turned back. Whoosh! Whoosh! The bullets traced long lines in the fog, heading straight for Fang Xiu. Just as Scarface thought he had succeeded, Fang Xiu moved sideways like a crab. With just a swift step, he easily dodged the two spiritual energy bullets again. Scarface was almost in disbelief. Dodging the first attack was understandable, and now Fang Xiu dodged bullets that turned midair. How did he see that coming? Is he even human? Moreover, spiritual energy bullets, being non-physical, were much faster than regular bullets and incredibly powerful. Only psychics with speed abilities could dodge them, but Fang Xiu, whose speed wasn't that fast, dodged as if he had foreseen the move. Meanwhile, the man in the fog had quietly died. The silver hair had invaded his body, shredding his organs into a pulp and draining his spiritual energy. The brightness of the silver hair intensified. No wonder specters feed on human spirits and psychics' spiritual energy. It's how they grow stronger. Fang Xiu could feel the hair specter rejoicing. However, he never intended to make any specter happy. All he wanted was to see them suffer. Thus, he infused pain into the hair specter, causing it to wilt immediately. After the fog man's death, the mist in the hallway vanished, revealing three people, a sullen Ma Wenbin, Scarface, and Zhao, the scholarly man with glasses. Fang Xiu calmly said, "Your bright club? Just three people." His contempt, and Fog Man's death, drove Ma Wenbin to a rage. "Kill him!" Ma Wenbin ordered coldly. Nothing else mattered to him now, all he wanted was Fang Xiu's death. Unfortunately for them, it was still Fang Xiu's lucky day today. Scarface immediately started firing relentlessly, bullets of spiritual energy spraying out. Fang Xiu, calm and unchanging in his demeanor, steadily walked toward the shooter. Then, something incredible happened. Freed from the fog, Fang Xiu's speed increased so much that he left afterimages. The spiritual energy bullets kept passing through these afterimages, unable to touch Fang Xiu at all. This was also the power of the hair specter. The silver strands connecting his entire body enhanced his movements, strength, and speed. Human strength paled in comparison to that of a specter. A body controlled by the hair specter could unleash greater strength and speed. However, this required perfect unity between the person and the hair, allowing the hair to move in harmony with the person's will for such precise maneuvers. Even Wang Erni couldn't achieve this level of control, but Fang Xiu made it. The hair specter had become an extension of his body, making it more flexible than his fingers. The spiritual energy bullets were powerful, and even the silver strands couldn't resist them. While they wouldn't cause direct injury, Fang Xiu would still feel the impact, causing a delay. Any delay could lead to continuous attacks, so the best strategy was to dodge. Fang Xiu avoided the first wave of attacks, but the spiritual energy bullets turned and came at him again. This time, under Scarface's control, they formed a dense net, sealing off Fang Xiu's movements and leaving no space to dodge.